recognizing some student members of an organization called the Turtle Team. They came to my attention a few weeks ago. I saw someone sent some photos of their work. And the Turtle Team organizes small cleanups. They've been doing it for 2 years along South Florida shorelines. And this group has been regularly cleaning up Black Point Marina for over a year. And because many organizations go to Key Biscayne, Miami Beach, the high profile locations, these more local students chose to work in their own backyard, and their partnership with the Miami-Dade Parks Department has been very, very successful. And just in the last year at Black Point Marina alone, they have cleaned up over 7,000 pounds of debris from the mangroves around Black Point. That's just amazing. This group has accumulated over 6,000 hours of community service. They have ambassadors throughout many of our local schools, and on average, about 30 volunteers show up for each event. So I think we have with us tonight a few of those members, and we have Erica Watts, the president of the Turtle Team. And I'd like all of them to come forward. Just want to give them a small evening, Chief, token of our appreciation and recognize, in this case tonight, these three young men. We have with us Logan Shapiro. Who's Logan? All right, Logan, you're first. And City of Homestead proudly presents the Certificate of Recognition and Appreciation for your volunteer dedication to the cleanup efforts at Black Point Marina.
Thank you very much.
On today.
Thank you.
And Mason Shapiro?
That's me.
That's you?
Yeah.
And by process of elimination, Hunter Sosa.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And any of you like to say anything? No.
Hello. I would just like to thank some lovely supporters that really helped me get to the place where we were. We were to pick up 7,000 pounds of trash because of Erica Watts, our lovely president. I would also like to thank Marissa Shapiro, my mom, and also a lovely supporter of this organization, Turtle Team. And honestly, everyone that really helped us evolve as a group, we were able to enlarge. Multiple schools are part of our actual nonprofit, and it's just great. The entire community of the Miami MDCPS area is amazing. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wait. We get a photo together.
Sorry.
Testing. Good evening, everyone. As our ladies walk in, it's a long line. Come on in, come on in. We have you seated by category. Come on in. We have military women up front. We have law, nonprofit, government, business, education. Your names are also there by the reserve signs. Awesome. I'll wait until our ladies get their places and then we'll go ahead and begin. If you're here supporting our ladies, if you can grab your seats. You look amazing. You look so beautiful. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Ladies, you may take your seats. I am so excited today. March is such a wonderful month. In addition to it being my daughter's birth month, it's also Women's History Month, and that was designated in 1987. And it was designated for us to recognize the power, the magnificent, and the strength of a woman. We love our men, so it's no dig to our men, but there's nothing like the power that a woman possesses. So we have women here today, purpose-driven, passionate women in philanthropy, education, military, law, real estate, nonprofit, government, politics, every shade of every hue, because all of us have power and all of us have strength. And to preface the presentation, I recall watching Miss Universe in 2019 when Zozo Bini Toomey, she was asked a question from the host, and the host asked her, what is the most important thing that we should be teaching young girls today? And in her candid response, she said, we should be teaching girls leadership. Leadership among girls and women is sorely lacking in our society. Not because we don't want to, it's because of what society has said about women and the struggles that women has to face. And because of that, we have to teach our young girls and other women to take up your space. There is nothing wrong with taking up your space. And some of you here today, you like to work behind the scenes. But I wanted to pack this chambers today as a symbolic gesture to never shy away from taking up your space. We have a space on the dais. We have a space in government. We have a space in business. Don't shy away from taking up your space. Every year I share that with my girls at school. Take up your space. If you feel unqualified when you walk in the room, you walk in that room like God sent you there. You take up your space. But in addition to saying that, she also said this.
I grew up in a world where a woman who looks like me,
More volume.
with my kind of skin and my kind of hair, was never considered to be beautiful. And I think that it is time that that stops today. I want children to look at me and see my face, and I want them to see their faces reflected in mine. Thank you.
She wants little girls, that deserves a round of applause. She wants little girls and women to see their faces reflected in hers. And when you all walked in here today, you see flowers. Because I want you to know that your life is a reference point for so many women. Your life is blooming hope for so many women. And the seeds that you sow will allow young girls and women in our community to blossom into the purpose, the plan, the promise that their Creator has for them. So I want to empower and encourage you to empower her. Who is that her? That her may be the person sitting next to you. That her may be a colleague. That her may be your daughter. Whoever that her is, empower her so that through your life, they can blossom and bloom hope. So with that, I would like to begin to introduce to you some women in our clergy category, our women of faith. And when I call you up, if you would please join me to receive your beautiful recognition. Bishop Irene Harris, President of Southeast Dade Ministerial Alliance, as well as the pastor of Greater St. Matthew's Holiness Church. Dr. K. Dawson Williams, pastor, Cathedral of Praise. I don't believe Pastor Janet Witter is here from Life Point Church in the area of military. I need some volume. Military veteran, Dr. Toshiba Mitchell. Military Master Sergeant Marcella Scalia. In the area of government, we have none other than Janie Oliveira, District 9 Deputy Chief of Staff. Our own. You have to recognize your own people. Charity begins at home. I am honored to present to you our Assistant City Manager, Vivian Minaj. Also a part of our family here, our CRA Director, Ms. Kamitra Driver. She's shy, but she gets things done. Our City Clerk, Ms. Elizabeth Sewell. Another brilliant woman in city government, our Director of Utilities, Barbara Quiones. Our Director of Human Resources, Wendy Cornoyer. And the ladies who believe in law and order. My home team, my longtime friend, Officer Chanel Watley. Another young lady in law enforcement doing amazing work, Miss Alicia Reyes, Homestead PT. Two powerful attorneys with our firm, Weisserota, my Sarah, Shanae Wood, Esquire. Also from Weisserota, Narina Jean-Baptiste. In the area of business, the young ladies who call themselves the Flower Girls. Come on up. Come on up. This is important. Bring her, because we're empowering her. Bring her up here with you. Thank you so much for all of your donations and everything you're doing in our city. Thank you so much. Also in business, Yarden Spice core owner, Rochelle Kodak. Also in business, a place that I frequent about 3 or 4 times a week when I want to duck off and have that mommy time. Maori Restaurant, Carmen Vital, are you here? Come on up. In the area of nonprofits, these ladies, they toil and labor in our community for free. From Kiwanis of Homestead, their president, Emily Guzman. I believe that name sounds familiar. The proud husband, Vice Mayor Guzman's wife. Also nonprofit, we have the lady from Seroptimus here. Come on up, Seroptimus of Homestead. Young lady, we always see her face in the place. Miss Yvonne Knowles from Homestead Main Street. From the Seminole Theater, Catherine Rubio. From Kiwanis of Homestead, their Woman of the Year, mother-in-law to Miss Erica Avila, Miss Yvette Perez. And this young lady, if you don't know who she is, she'll tell you. Miss Linda Fagan. Come on up, Linda. President of the Seminole Theater Board of Directors. She's so passionate about what she does. She'll tell it to anybody who will listen to her. Thank you for what you do in our city. In the area of education, area that's near and dear to my heart, Principal of Lord C. Saunders Elementary, Dr. Camila Lily Johnson. Also in the area of education, nurturing and blooming hope to our little minds, Director of Bricks Early Learning Center, Miss Nicole Rodriguez. The principal of an A-rated school in the city of Homestead, my longtime friend, Principal of Somerset Soho, Lyda Morales. And I would be remiss if I didn't recognize my two favorite female colleagues who are making their mark and blooming hope in Homestead in the area of politics. I love these two ladies with my being. Councilwoman Erica Avila. And the lady who leads the Southwest with her heart. She leads with love. She leads with grace. She leads with light. Councilwoman Jennifer Bailey. I don't mean to impose on you, but if you can please stand to your feet and give these ladies the ovation that they may not receive every day, but they definitely deserve. Congratulations on our Women of the Year in all areas in Homestead, all shades, all hues, all backgrounds, all perspectives. Let's give it up for these ladies.
What an amazing event. Thank you, Councilwoman Patricia Faircloth. Congratulations to all of you recipients, amazing women here tonight. Fantastic, fantastic. Don't go too far. No, don't go too far. What a blessing it is for my daughters here in the crowd to see the amazing recognition of strong women in our community. Congratulations to all of you once again. This would not have happened if it wasn't for our amazing Patricia, our amazing Vice Mayor, our amazing Councilwoman, an educator, an inspiration to so many of us. Truly a virtuous woman. God bless you, and God bless all the women here tonight receiving their recognition.
You're so amazing. Tell them you're amazing. Shout it, you're amazing. Tell them you're amazing. You're so amazing.
I've always had a heart for Homestead. I've always loved and admired my community. But on tonight, I'm taking that to another level. God bless you, and God bless you. I am so honored to be here today for a historic moment in time such as this. It happened because of a caring community, a courageous council, and a supportive staff that we are here today. So Homestead, this is for you.
Say you're amazing. You're amazing. Shout you're amazing. You're amazing. Say no one compares. No one compares to you. There's no one who even comes close to you. Can't nobody hold me like you can, Jesus. Can y'all help us sing this tonight? Say you're amazing. Shout you're amazing. Get up, you're amazing. Shout you're amazing. Tell them you're amazing. Shout you're amazing. You've been so good to me. You've been so great to me.
12 years. 12 years of inspiring and empowering. You have truly, truly been an inspiration to so many. You have been an inspiration to me. And last month, talking to Jasmine, what are we doing for this month? I said, I want to do something for Councilwoman Faircloth for Women's Month. And then you planned this, like you always do, and blow everything out of the park, and we thought, how perfect. Thank you. One last thing. Don't put your tissue down yet. We all have a proclamation for you as well. And it reads as follows. Whereas Councilwoman Patricia Faircloth Staggers was born and raised in the southwest area of Homestead, growing up in the Homestead Gardens housing development, where, along with her twin brother, she was the youngest of 6 siblings. She attended West Homestead Elementary and Homestead Middle School. As a young girl, Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers also volunteered to serve as a role model to her peers her age in the Miami-Dade Department of Juvenile Justice Program. Whereas Councilwoman Patricia Faircloth Staggers was elected to a 2-year term as Vice Mayor in November of 2019, as well as a 4-year term as Councilwoman for Council seat number 6. She then followed being elected to serve 2 years as Vice Mayor for the City of Homestead, along with 2 more years, November of 2015. Whereas Councilwoman Patricia Faircloth Staggers attended South Dade Senior her freshman and sophomore years, where she ran track, played basketball, and sang in the school's gospel choir. During her final high school years, as a junior and senior, she attended Homestead Senior High, where she later graduated. She graduated with, sorry, I don't want to touch the screen here. Councilwoman Patricia Fairclough Staggers has been a leader her entire life. She led a group of at-risk girls step team to a national title. She won college scholarships from Alpha Theta Kappa and Alpha Kappa Alpha Sororities, Inc., which assisted her with financial aid to help her through college. Whereas Councilwoman Patricia Fairclough Staggers is the daughter of the late Barbara and Dennis Fairclough, whom we know would be immensely proud of her. It is Mrs. Barbara Fairclough who has been her guiding light in bringing awareness of breast cancer throughout the city of Homestead. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers has been one of the strongest advocates for breast cancer awareness throughout the city of Homestead and was instrumental in securing $500,000 from the state of Florida to provide screenings in our community. Whereas Councilwoman Patricia Fairclough Staggers is a staple to our community as a mother, a sister, a friend, an educator. Most importantly, a strong, beautiful woman for all of us. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Stephen D. Losner, does hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 29th, 2023, in honor of Women's History Month, Patricia Fairclough Staggers Day.
So I did not expect this. But that alpha female in me, I saw a pink cloth over there. I'm like, what is that? That's not a part of my presentation. And I was almost tempted to peek, but I said, no, let me just stay focused. But I thank you so much for this recognition. You know, we don't do this for the recognition. We do it from our heart. But to be recognized in this manner, I'm eternally grateful for everything that you have done and everything that this community has done for me. There's nothing in my life story that would have indicated I'd be here. So I just thank you all for believing in me and giving me the opportunity to serve. And I hope I've served well. And I've served as a representative for the least, the lost, and the left behind because I was her. So I want to empower you to continue to empower others as all of you have empowered me. Thank you so much.
Congratulations again. It was an honor to be among all you lovely ladies. And I love you, Mom.
All right, next. First, congratulations, ladies. What a beautiful ceremony put on by a beautiful and graceful Patricia Fairclough Staggers. I mean, it's an amazing tribute to you and to all of you who have been meaningful and mentoring and uplifting to others in your lives. Right now, we're going to do our Officer of the Month presentation, and I'll invite Officer Randy Owens, the lieutenant or captain? Captain. To do the presentation.
Thank you. How do you follow up a presentation like that? Wow. Congratulations, ladies. Once again, thank you, Mayor, Council, for having us up here today to acknowledge the Officer of the Month for February of 2023. Come on down, Chief. The Officer of the Month for February 2023 is going to be Officer Alejandro Maguido, standing to my right. Officer Maguido started his police law enforcement career with Hialeah PD back in '91, for those of you that were alive back then. He's been a police officer for 28 years, and one of the main reasons he's being acknowledged this month is because his productivity hasn't faltered at all throughout his career. He is our most senior officer on uniform patrol, and his work ethic is beyond words. And particularly the month of February really blew me away, and I'm glad that his lieutenant, Lieutenant Tread, standing over there to my left, nominated him this month. Just to go over some of his stats, he worked a period of 20 days, and in 20 days, he had 115 calls for service that he handled, 52 backups, wrote 37 offense incident reports, conducted 56 field interviews. That's where he makes contact with suspicious individuals and fills out a report so we can forward to our detectives for follow-ups if any crimes occur in that area. Wrote 108 traffic citations. This is in 20 days. Arrested 27 individuals for crimes they may have occurred in 20 days, and conducted 67 extra watches throughout the city for any buildings or any areas that needed concerns addressed. So with that being said, Chief, I'd like to honor you, Officer Maguido, for the month of February 2023, and with that, you're going to get the plaque which reads, presented to Officer Alejandro Maguido for being selected Officer of the Month from Chief Alexander E. Roll Jr. for February of 2023. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. First, I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for the wisdom of making sure we have Chief Roll in the city. I can tell you that not only does he care about the residents of the city and the community, he cares about his officers in a professional and a personal level. He's always cared about us, and I hope he's here for way longer than I'll be. I want to thank his command staff for always showing me support and everything. Again, my lieutenant who's always showed me support and allowed me to go out there and work and protect the citizens. And it's a pleasure and a privilege to serve the citizens of Homestead. Thank you.
You want to say anything? Well, listen, people are always talking about old school, but there's no school other than old school. And it's a perfect example, you know. This guy been a police officer for a long time, and we tell all the young people, you know, that if you want a role model on how to do police work, and somebody that would actually go out there every day and lay their life on the line, you know, just take a look at old school. That's what it's all about. Alex, we appreciate you. You know, he's done a tremendous job for us, you know, and over the years, you know, we had to do a lot of good talking and you know, making him understand that how important he is to this community. But, you know, 100 and some tickets, that's a lot of tickets, you know. So, you know, in 20 days. So we appreciate it, but, you know, kind of take it easy a little bit, you know. This is Homestead, you know. But saying that, it just goes to show you that in these days we can't find officers that have that kind of stamina, that kind of workmanship, productivity, everything goes along with being a fine police officer. So keep up the good works. He's saying he want me to be around, you know. I want him to be around too, because I talk to him all the time and tell him, you know, age is nothing but a number. Just keep doing what you're doing, and it's all in the mind. So keep doing what you're doing, and believe you. We appreciate you. This guy has come a long ways as a police officer. That's the reason why he's Officer of the Month today. And Lieutenant Trad, thank you for also nominating him, because, you know, we don't want to be overlooked, because we all here kind of old school, you know. So thank you for recognizing Officer Maguido. Job well done.
Thank you.
Very welcome. Well deserved, Alex. Thank you. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. That concludes our presentation agenda for tonight. I want to leave with these words. This is not just congratulations, but more importantly, a thank you to all of the honorees tonight, from our students to the outstanding women who serve and build our community every day with real purpose and real impact, and our police officers who go to work every day and give it way more than 100% each and every day. So for that, again, congratulations. This concludes this portion of the meeting. Well, we don't do that here. And as soon as everyone filters out, then please feel free to linger in the lobby as long as you would like tonight. We have a couple of meetings following this, and we'll take probably a 5-minute break or so to allow everyone to filter out, and then we will commence our regularly noticed meetings tonight. Again, thank you all and congratulations. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead Local Planning Agency meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, March 28th, 2023, and it is 5:53 p.m. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Faircloth Staggers. Board Member Fletcher. Board Member Bailey. Here. Board Member Avila. Here. Board Member Roth. Here. Vice Chairman Guzman. Here. Chairman Losner.
Here.
Ex officio Lawrence Ventura.
All right. Thank you. Are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals, Mr. Corradino or Mr. Manager?
Good evening, Mayor. There are
Additions,
none.
deletions, or deferrals? Okay. We have before us the minutes of January 25th, 2023. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Board Member Roth. Seconded by Vice Chair Guzman. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Mr. White.
Yes, moving on to tab 5, public hearings, quasi-judicial items, tab number 2. Please be advised the following item on the agenda is quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon this item, please indicate that you would like to address this item when the announcement regarding this quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on this item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on this item. Swearing in. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the local planning agency to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the local planning agency on any of the following items. At this time, I'd ask the members, LPA members, to disclose any ex parte communications they've had concerning tab number 2.
Thank you. Board Member Roth? Yes, on the sole item. Board Member Avila? Board Member Bailey? Vice Chair Guzman?
Yes.
Member Fletcher and Member Fairclough, as well as myself, as to the sole item on the agenda.
Thank you. So at this time, I would ask anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak, testify on this item, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk.
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Tab number 2, which is card number 3824. It's an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the previously approved Malibu Bay Planned Unit Development, PUD, Master Development Plan to permit a maximum building height of 95 feet, 7 stories, and to transfer approximately 1.16 acres designated for residential development from within Pod H to incorporate the property into commercial Pod G to develop an approximately 63,039 square foot additional hotel wing for the Hampton Inn Hotel, and further eliminating 18 townhome units in residential Pod H, generally located southeast of the Homestead extension of the Florida Turnpike, west of Baptist Way, and north of Campbell Drive, 312th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict severability, and provided for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cordino?
Yes, sir. Thank you. The staff recommends approval of the requested amendment to the previously approved Malibu Bay PUD Master Plan. It's consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, City Code Section 30-46-8 of the PUD application procedures, and Chapter 30, Article 6, Planning and Development, and all other applicable provisions in the city code. The applicant is Homestead Treasures 26 LLC, and they've requested an amendment to the PUD master plan. This request is to expand the existing Hampton Inn Hotel and Suites through the addition of a 98-room Homewood Suites Hotel wing that's going to be on that same site. They would like on this one a maximum building height of 95 feet or 7 stories. The existing building height, I believe, is 70 feet and 6 stories. Also, they wanted to transfer undeveloped acreage designated for residential development within the PUD to the commercial development to accommodate this hotel expansion. That would remove 1.16 acres of residential land and an area for 18 future townhouses that were approved but not built, and reconfigure the lake, which does not decrease the total acreage of the lake. So again, we're recommending approval of this master plan change.
Thank you, sir. Is the applicant or the representative present? Would you like to have a presentation?
Good evening, council.
Move the mic toward you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all council members, vice mayor, mayor. I've had the opportunity over the last couple of weeks to meet with all the council members. I believe that my colleague Javi Vasquez has also met with the two of you to discuss this matter. So first off, thank you for your time. As noted before, we represent the applicant, Homestead Treasures 26 LLC, for an amendment to the Malibu Bay Plan Unit Development. Approval of this amendment will allow for an additional wing to the existing Hampton Inn Hotel. This existing wing is going to be a new flag of the hotel, of the Hilton brand. So it will be a Homewood Suites extended stay, a little bit different than the Hampton Inn, and I'll touch on that in a minute or two. But as noted by staff, this is coming before you with a recommendation of approval, and we hope you join them as well. There's 3 main points I wanted to convey this evening. First off, what is an extended stay hotel? There was questions about this when I met with all of you, so just wanted to provide some color on that. Additionally, how will this be an economic driver for the city of Homestead? And then finally, How will this impact the open space within the existing residential community, and also hopefully positively impact the property values of these neighboring townhome owners? So first off, what's an extended stay hotel? The main differentiation between a regular hotel and an extended stay hotel is a kitchen. You have people coming into the community for extended periods of time. They want to feel like they're still at home. All the units feature a fridge, a sink, a range, significantly larger sized rooms as well, to be able to bring family and whatnot, either for business or for pleasure. One of the questions that was raised was with respect to what happens if somebody comes here and wants to make this their home. It's not very it is pretty cost prohibitive. We have projected to be about a $180 per night rate for the extended stay as when it first starts, and that would equate to over $5,000 a month for what is essentially a king-size bed efficiency. So I think that might allay any concerns that someone would want to come in here and try to make this their home. Of course, there's health and sanitary issues and the right of the purveyor of the hotel to kick them out if they're not being a good guest. Another question was with respect to the need for this type of product. The neighboring property hotels, which I'm sure you're familiar with, there's about 3 of them, including the Hampton Inn. All of those are operating on a regular basis at about 80 to 85% occupancy, which in the world of hotels is pretty substantial. So I think there's a great need for just generally throughout the city of hotels, but also for this unique product of an extended stay hotel. In addition to specifics about this exact location, we're going to be using the existing entrance and lobby of the Hampton Inn. So that's going to have less of an impact of this new wing. If you're not familiar with it already, it's going to be jutting out. Let me find the better photo. You can see it right above the Hampton Inn, which is on the southwest corner of the lot. So that northern area of the building is not going to have high traffic or have a negative impact really on the neighboring townhome owners, because you're going to have everybody going in through the existing Hampton Inn entrance. Another point, just about the typical guests and what we're projecting, it's going to be about 3 to 5 days. And really, what we're looking at are 2 main target audiences for this product, and it's really tied to 2 great attractions of the city of Homestead. And that's a good segue into the economic driver for the community. So we are intending to really target first the Air Force Base, huge driver of agency training for state and local agencies. Federal agencies have a huge influx of people coming here, 1-2 week long trainings. So we're hoping to target that audience. And then also for the Motor Speedway. Motor Speedway leading up to a race has hundreds of crew, staff, everybody that comes to put on the race, and they need somewhere to stay. And sometimes it's not sustainable to stay in Miami or stay in a regular hotel. So they want some of the comforts of a extended stay. Of course, this brings great economic development and vibrancy to local small businesses, grocery stores, if people are cooking in their rooms, going out to dinner, going to local stores. So on the next point, how is this going to impact the existing community? So we feel that this will have a positive impact on their property values. If you take a look first off at the proposed lake, it's currently in a configuration of a V with only several of the townhomes fronting the lake. This new configuration is going to increase the number of townhomes that front the lake with lake views, so that will more than likely have a positive impact on property values. And then also note that we are taking away 18 townhomes that have already been approved. So you're going to have significantly less traffic impact on density just generally, having less people in a confined space. The impact on the amenities that are already existing, such as the pool, and just generally a less dense community. And then also with respect to the open space, there was a comment from the staff and also from one or two residents, how is this going to impact our open space? It's going to have a very large positive impact because as previously approved, there was only about 20% open space, and this new plan is proposing more than doubling that to 40% open space, which everyone, I'm sure, can appreciate its value. So finally, just noting a couple of the items that were noted in my meetings with all of you was the desire for us to be transparent and communicate with the public, and especially the neighboring townhome owners. So last Thursday, we held a meeting with the townhome owners, and we just wanted to reiterate that this line of communication will be open throughout this process, leading up to the second reading and throughout construction. You know, we're good neighbors. We have the existing hotels that have been operating efficiently and with very little pushback. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to address those now. I don't know if you want me to also present this in a little bit at the full meeting, but happy to address any questions now.
Thank you. Any questions here? Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you for your presentation.
Thank
I
you.
didn't have an opportunity to meet with you. I met with Javi, and I forget the other gentleman's name.
That was me.
Oh, well, you look different on the WebEx.
Thank
on
you,
Zoom.
thank you.
Oh.
Better in person, huh?
You got it. I was about to say that. So I was hoping you were coming with a little bit more reassurance for me regarding the concern that I raised.
Correct.
Because I expressed to you when I travel with my toddler, we generally stay in extended stay because with toddlers, you kind of need more space because they kind of bounce off the walls. So when we visited an extended stay in Aventura, I noticed a gentleman there, and I asked the lady at the counter, is he here? She's like, oh, he lives here. I was like, he lives here? And she said, yes. Well, he's single. He can get his room cleaned every night. He can get free breakfast every day. So he's been here for about 1.5 years. I was like, what? So it being cost prohibitive is very subjective. So what does the code say? And I thought you were going to come with that.
Well, we
What
checked,
reassurances can you
There's no
give?
state regulation, no statutes or county code that prohibit the number of days somebody could stay at a hotel. Of course, somebody needs to be keeping up with the health and safety regulations, right? If somebody is staying in this hotel and paying $5,000 a month to do that, and they're a good neighbor and they're keeping their place clean and sanitary, you know, I don't know, outside of course, the purveyor and operator, you know, having either a more stringent regulation or telling them, like any other hotel owner can tell a guest, you got to go, right? And there's regulations that allow a hotel owner to do that. But yes, unfortunately, there's no regulation or statute that prohibits how long somebody can stay in a hotel.
Yeah, that's exactly what she shared with me. And that is not the intent for this.
No, this is not intended to be somewhere where somebody can stay for months on end.
Of
right?
course. So my question is next to staff. Thank you for looking over, James. Can you help me here?
Yes, I can. So with respect to hotels, they are regulated under the Florida statutes pursuant to Chapter 509, more specifically Section 509-242. It's classified as a public lodging establishment, and then further, it's defined. Public lodging establishment is defined in subsequent statutory provisions that deal with whether something is considered to be a transient public lodging establishment, which is less than 30 days, or non-transient, which is more than 30 days. And so every hotel in Florida is required, at least from my understanding, is required to get licensed from the Department of Business and Professional Regulations with the state.
And just something to add to that, right? You have somebody who is intending to stay for an extended period of time, like you say, months on end, that then creates a landlord-tenant relationship, right? And you have a hotel operator more than likely is not going to want to create that type of relationship given the requirements and obviously tenant protections and whatnot. So it doesn't behoove a hotel operator to have somebody staying in their hotel for months on end, especially if they're not being a good neighbor.
But you can't regulate it. I mean, you don't want it.
Well, you can tell somebody to leave the hotel if you don't want them to be there.
So, James, what can we do? Because this is a concern for me.
So
what
I
can we
can
do?
I can look more specifically into this between now and second reading, and I think it's just a matter of clarifying the definition and stipulating as a condition of approval that it's a public lodging establishment that is a transient hotel, which basically is less than a 30-day period. Now, there are other, I mean, we're not going to be able to anticipate a whole plethora of issues that could come into play, but we could at least look at those issues to help solidify and frame the issue to address your concern.
Thank you. I would be comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Avila?
Thank you. I agree with board members' comments. What I do want to just make sure if we can carve out, barring any TDYs or long-term deployments for, just sometimes there's 60-day, 90-day temporary duty assignments for the base and service members coming in. So making sure that those are protected and allowed to stay with the hotel. I'm not sure how we feel about harboring any displaced residents in states of crisis, like with the hurricane that went through. So that would be my only two things at the top of my mind that I'd like to make sure that we make these suites available.
Well, I could certainly look at that, but if we're following the definition, by definition, their license is going to be. So maybe there's an additional condition or something we can look at. But I just don't know off the top of my head. But certainly,
thank you.
I
And even
understand.
doctors.
I understand. I mean, if you just think about us being the hurricane capital and the amount of first responders and emergency service personnel who had to stay in extended stay hotels on the West Coast most recently, and even in the past on the East Coast. I mean, that's a prime example of where, even though the hotel is licensed as a transient public lodging establishment, there are situations that are extenuating circumstances that are going to result in a tenancy that may be longer than that 30 days.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To kind of going down that same string a little bit, but we already have extended stay hotels in the city limits of Homestead. The Value Place right across the street, I believe, is an extended stay homestead. And if you drive down Chrome Avenue, some of these hotels down here on the south end are extended stay hotels. So what's good for one's got to be good for all. My main question is there contact made with the residents or the tenant of the hotel room every 24 hours? Is that a state requirement? Do we know if that is a state requirement? Because I know it is in certain other states due to events that have occurred.
I don't know offhand, but I can confirm, get back to you.
I think that's something we need to be very cautious about, is ensuring that people are being contacted within that 24-hour period, because you have people that can do certain things in those rooms and you don't know what's happening, and then bad things could happen. So
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the case in regular hotels. Just like any hotel, things can go sideways. Doesn't matter the form, the type, size of the unit, where they're located. So just something to
if you
keep in
could
mind.
check, or I'd like our attorneys to
Yeah.
just reinforce.
Councilman Fletcher, I do. There's a whole statutory framework with respect to public lodging establishments. Most of the licensing type of things are preempted to the state. In some cases, the cities reserve their home rule authority to enforce the Florida Building Code and the Fire Code and those inspections, that type of stuff. But I can certainly work with the applicant's attorney and we can look at that. But I think there are standards that are in place that mandate certain requirements of, you know, how long before you can sanitize the room and, you know, all those sorts of things.
Okay. And one final question. I couldn't pull it up on my phone. I was trying to get an aerial of this location. I don't know if you have a good picture of what it currently looks like.
Saying aerial like Google Earth
If it's not Google Earth, or a good current drawing of what's currently there.
of what's currently built.
Currently there.
So it's the existing townhomes along the whole northern border.
Yeah, but this isn't going to give me what I want to see with the parking lot and everything that's there.
What is it that you're trying to say?
I want to know how big that lake currently is. I want to know
Okay.
what the divider between the hotel and that lake's going to be. Are you
the-
going to have a fence between the parking lot and the lake?
I believe there's a budding wall, yes.
Okay.
And the acreage of the lake, if I'm not mistaken, is exactly the size, the same acreage. It's just a change in the configuration.
Thank you. I'm able to see it now. Mine wouldn't open up. Thanks.
Yeah, so if you see, right, the triangle is essentially just going to be cut from the west side and turned into a vertical rectangle. So you're going to be reducing the footprint on the western half of that triangle.
Okay. I think we had this discussion. I told you I wasn't a big fan of lakes to begin with. If not you, I did have that with Mr. Crespo at one point. But, you know, as long as you're going to have a nice wall there to prevent people from going into that community for one, and also accessing that lake.
Right,
was-
and I believe
I'm
it's
good
a
with that.
requirement of the South Florida Water Management District. Yeah, so,
Okay. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
thank you.
Does that conclude comments from the board? All right, so I'll open a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Yeah, I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to forward this to the regular council agenda. Yes.
Thank you.
Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast First Street. The reason why I would like to comment on this item is reference the need. I work with a lot of nonprofit local agencies that are helping families in the community, housing them. And when we were doing reservations, the ones that you do have in Homestead, they're mostly booked. I'm not sure if they're booked because of the concern that Patricia has brought up, which is very important. So maybe you can look into those other hotels if that's an issue. Reference that. But reference housing families. We need more elderly housing. We need extended stays that can house families for emergencies. So hopefully you take that into consideration. And like Mr. Fletcher said, what's fair for one should be fair for all. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? All right, do we have a motion,
Yeah,
Councilwoman?
just to clarify, the city manager, I reached out to you about a week ago about a hotel. Sorry, about a hotel in our community that I had some concerns with. It's not an extended stay hotel. It's a regular hotel. And if the department, if our department of code goes in there, I'm sure the whole place will be shut down. So it's not that I just have a concern about this. We have some other issues that we need to address with some of the hotels on Chrome. And if we focus on the intent of this applicant, I did not hear any intent to utilize this space to house people who have been impacted by the housing crisis. Not to say that that is not important. The intent for this extended stay is we have the races to be economic drivers, so let's stay clear on the focus and the intent for this particular application. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Murray. I'm a homeowner in the townhouse community that's affected. I am not for this. I'm against it because it's simple. Peace of mind. They're proposing, well, our community already has 2 hotels that border us. So there's a wall. Go over it, there's one hotel. The other side, there's another hotel. This proposal is then coming into our community, eliminating 18 homes, and then bringing a 3rd hotel into our community. We moved to Homestead, well, like most people, for the quiet, the peace. You know, I bought my home in 2011, and I've enjoyed it, but I think this is a little bit much. You know, I think 3 hotels bordering a small townhome community, and they're not only staying outside the walls, no, they're coming in, right? And that is just a bit too much for me. I don't think it's going to affect property values in a positive way, and even if it does, there are a lot more things to consider than money. I mean, Homestead is a wonderful city. Most people come here because of how nice it is. It's quiet, it's peaceful, you know, and I think this is just a step too far.
Appreciate it. I just want to clarify for you that tonight is not the final vote on this matter. There are many issues that are going to have to come back to us that have been requested of our attorney.
Right.
So if you hear this moved forward tonight, pending those issues,
right,
that is not the end of the story, and I'm sure that each and every one of us would like the opportunity to meet with you individually to hear and address your concerns on a more extended and comprehensive basis.
And there'll be more public hearings?
Yes, but between now and then.
All right, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you. It brings up a very valid point, and I had it in my mind, but I didn't want to let the cat out of the bag because I figured we could discuss it on our one-on-ones before second reading. But this project is abutting association communities that have very vigorous protections and policies in place for background checks and verifying that the individuals that are going to be living there, whether it's 6 months, a year, or as homeowners, they are passing the background checks for criminal, predators, etc. So I'd like to know, when you do come back, what is your process on vetting who these long stay occupants are going to be, and if there are going to be any protections in place for them. Thank you.
And I think that goes with, I think, Mr. Fletcher's question as to whether or not there would be a barrier between this project and the surrounding
And
residential community.
Agreed, and to that point, I agree. What's fair for one should be fair for all, but we need to continue to raise our standards, and we need to fight for what we want as the standard. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't think that anything that I'm hearing right now, whether it's hotels near this project or on Crum Avenue, that they're operating according to the standards of what their business occupant license requires them to do. So it's a matter of also enforcement. So it's a multi-level concern here, but I do think that we need to have venues such as this for specific services. So let's see how we can make it a win-win for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, do we have a motion to forward this to the council meeting, first reading? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Guzman. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Board Member Roth?
Yes.
Board Member Fletcher?
Yes.
Board Member Avila? Board Member Faircloth Staggers?
Yes.
Board Member Bailey?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Guzman?
Yes.
Chairman Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. All right. Are there any further public comments? Any further business, Mr. Corradino? Any further, Mr. Attorney? Have a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Mayor, would it be all right if I made an announcement here?
I'm sorry.
Oh, quick announcement before we adjourn. Just wanted to, if it's all right with you, remind everyone of the air show coming up this weekend. We still have full house Saturday and Sunday. Hope you all come out. City's a sponsor. Show starts at 11 o'clock, and Thunderbirds come on at 2 p.m., both Saturday and Sunday. Hope you all come out and join us.
Good, thank you. Looking forward to it every other year, all the time.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion, a second to adjourn. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, Madam Clerk, as soon as you're ready, we will move into the regular council meeting. I know the pastor is on a very short time frame at this point. I'm sorry?
We don't have the explosives today.
We'll just should have seen the pledge, okay. Good, saves time for the pastor. Okay. Well, we lost him. All right, we have a quorum, and since the pastor's on a short leash tonight, let's get started. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the City of Homestead regular council meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, March 29th, and it is 6:29 p.m. I'd like to have the invocation tonight by Pastor Rich Witter of Light Point Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilwoman Avila. Would you please rise with me? Good evening, Pastor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Let's bow our heads together. Father, we thank you for your presence in this place. And Lord, I'm thankful that we don't have to go to a church building somewhere to have you with us. You said you were going to be with us always, and you haven't left yet, and you're not going to start leaving us. And that's a privilege and a promise that we get to hold on to, that you would never leave us or forsake us. And God, I just lift up our great city to you, the city of Homestead. We are thankful for it. All the wonderful resources and the beauty that we have here is really amazing. And you've placed us here, this group of people and many people living here. You didn't pick anybody else throughout history to live in this time. You chose us to live here in 2023. And we don't take that responsibility lightly. We're thankful for the opportunity to live well in it. We lift up all of our law enforcement officers and first responders and everybody, this council, and everybody who serves this great city, and we ask for your protection over them in this next season. We lift up all the issues that come before this council, things that most people know nothing about and think little about. We ask for wisdom, for guidance, and for direction. You said if we want wisdom that we should ask for it, and I'm asking on behalf of this council and these people that you would give us wisdom, that we would be able to understand things that are maybe down the line, and you will give us foresight so that we can protect our great city. And we pray that these decisions that will not just be made here tonight, but that will affect the future and future decisions, those will be decisions that honor you. It's no doubt a challenging time, Lord, and really highlights our need for you, Jesus, the author and finisher of our faith. Lord, we can't fix things. We don't have what it takes. There's a lot of wisdom and experience in this room, but none of that really fixes things. Lord, you fix things, and so we put it in your hands. It's always been there, but we let go of the things we thought we had control of because it's really an illusion, and we ask again for your help. We thank you for caring about us. You've taken care of the city for a very long time, and you're going to continue to do that. And we pray for the safety, for the health, the wealth, the vibrancy of everyone, not just here, but in our city, and that we will thrive and that we will grow and there will be a city that honors you, lives for you. Thank you for this time. I pray that everything that's said here honors you and is guided by you. We love you, we trust you, and all of our weaknesses only just point to your perfection, your strength. We lean on that tonight. We thank you for this time. May you be honored. In Jesus' wonderful name, amen and amen. Thank you, council.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey? Councilman Ross?
Here.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers?
Here.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes, here.
Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Lawson?
Here. All right. We're going to now open the public comment section of our agenda. And I would remind you that your maximum time to speak is 3 minutes. And this is not the time to speak as to a specific agenda item, but this is the moment for general public comments. Is there anyone wishing to speak? If so, please come forward. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. I'm Carlos Garcia, president of the Homestead Youth Baseball League. I've been running the league for about 5 years. In all of these years, the league and the park has been a family-oriented league and a safe environment for the kids. This season, however, the park has turned into a hostile environment with attacks and harassment from a small group of people. They have attacked my family and I to the point that we have not felt safe. They have also extended the attacks and harassments to the coaches and families, and they haven't felt safe either. Many have left the league because of this, and many others will continue to leave if this situation persists. A police report has been filed against Coach Assis Cummings due to constant threats and harassments. Gina Acevedo, Alejandra Vindas, Luis Linares, Kayla Harris, and a few others, along with Coach Assis Cummings, are the main people that are harassing the parents and creating an unsafe place for our kids to play baseball. I would like to address one of the allegations made from a mom in the last council meeting. Her name is Wendy's. She claimed that her daughter was removed from the field because she did not pay the league fees. This is not true. In fact, the opposite was what actually happened. When I saw her daughter walking out of practice, I told her to stay, that her mom and I would work out a payment plan so she could play. She told me that she had already called her mom and was going to leave. Her daughter was never kicked out. She was in fact encouraged to stay and to continue to practice. That season, she decided not to play. However, the league trained her to be an umpire, and she finished the season as an umpire with us. We were very proud of this. We had 2 girls working as umpires during softball and baseball games. It was a beautiful sight to watch,
both girls in uniform, umpiring baseball and softball games. It was the first time the league had all girls as umpires. I was very proud of that. I would like all of you to know that the Homestead Youth Baseball League has done many great things throughout these years. We have dedicated time and resources to fix and maintain the fields and to provide a better environment for the kids. The following is a list of things that the HYB League has accomplished in collaboration with others throughout the years. We have saved and brought stadium seats from the sport complex just before it was demolished. Seats were fixed, painted, and installed. They currently provide a stadium feel when you sit to watch the games. Donated paint and painted the building and dugouts. Every summer, the league collaborates with students from the special needs program at Homestead Senior High and the schools in the area. Students get paid to work at the park through an internship program. We bought drag equipment to fix and level the fields. Donated rocks to remove the flooding in the fields. Bought L-screens, square screens, and nets for the batting cages. We have played games with other high schools in the area such as Sash, Homestead Senior High, and Everglades Academy. We brought former professional coaches to coach our kids. Collaborated with other leagues like the Alliance League in Cutler Bay and Kendall Hammocks. Created softball teams for girls only. Hosted community events as Domino's at the Park and others. Hosted a parade and brought baseball players from the University of Miami to work out with the kids. Created and forged relationships with community leaders that have sponsored the league and the kids. Dick Sporting Goods, Cricket Wireless, Miami Clippers, Pico Photos, La Playa Grill, Swing Kings, and Playbook are currently some of the sponsors that our league has. We have hosted several back-to-school events for the kids in the league and in the community. I participated as a sponsor in many local community events that have been hosted by the City of Homestead Parks and Recs. Hosted a tournament to attract new teams to our city and to our league. Created a Cooperstown team to represent the league in New York this summer. We're currently collaborating with the Macmillan League in Kendall, and we're playing games with them. We're currently collaborating with ABF Academy. We're currently collaborating with outside teams such as Wolfpack from Babcock Park, Canes from Tamiami, Leones from Tamiami, Cristo Salva from Moore Park, and Tornadoes from Franjo Park. We took the entire league last season to play games inside the Marlins Stadium. We took 4 teams this season to play games also inside the stadium. We hosted a pro players camp with former Major League players that came to our park to train and speak to the kids. A World Series trophy was placed in our park. We donated gear, equipment to players and coaches. We created a fun and safe environment that allows kids to play baseball and softball and have a chance to succeed both at the next level and in life. We're very proud of a place that we have created and eager for the future ideas to continue to provide more opportunities for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we've got quite a few people here that might want to address some of the baseball issues, but before we consume a lot of time here that we just don't have tonight to rehash what we heard a month ago, Mr. Manager, would you and/or the Parks Director like to weigh in and kind of update
Yes.
where we are? Because at the
Yes.
outset, it sounds to me like we're going to have a public meeting dedicated solely to this issue.
Perhaps not. As council is aware, once they first came in with the complaints, we initiated an investigation. That investigation went as far as interviewing all the coaches for all the teams, as the head coaches for all the teams, as well as doing an anonymous survey of all the parents. The results of that survey, as well as the interviews with the coaches, was in the binder that was left in your offices, right? With that being said, there were a few deficiencies in the league, which we are addressing with Mr. Garcia, and he has to cure, I believe, sometime in April. The biggest one, or the biggest issue that we see, is the board that runs the league. Right now, we believe that the board should be a duly elected board, elected by the coaches and the parents of the league. Right now, there's 5 seats, and Mr. Garcia's family, if I'm not mistaken, controls 3 of those seats right now. So if we allow Mr. Garcia as the president to remain on the board, and the other 4 seats are duly elected by, once again, the coaches, and the family members in the league, there will be a quote-unquote independent board that can listen to all these disputes. I mean, some of the disputes we're getting is that the umpire is not fair, or the umpire doesn't call the right strikes and balls. This is stuff that should be handled by the league, and this type of matter should not be coming to council. Now, with the issue of retribution, there's constant allegations of that. Once again, this duly elected board by the parents, by the coaches, will listen to the disputes, and then they will be the judge and the jury and make a determination if Coach 1 is correct or if Coach 2 is correct, and at that point, they can go ahead and make a decision. Remember, these parents and coaches are living in that park every day. So we interview folks, and Mayor, you tell me one thing, and the vice mayor tells me the complete opposite. I'm not standing there. I don't know what happened there. But you know who does? The parents and the coaches that are there every night during the games. So we think that is the silver bullet to go ahead and address this issue with the league. And bottom line, if the issue is not addressed and this keeps happening, I've already spoken to Pedro at Parks. We're thinking the best thing to do is to go out for an RFP, right? And see what else is out there and perhaps bring a different operator in if they can't resolve these issues amongst themselves.
Thank you. And just for clarity, we provided a time frame within which this independent board needs to be elected to deal with these allegations and ball field disputes. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor. And you are correct. I believe that is next week. And in fact, we're going to have city staff sitting in there during this election process to make sure it's fair and that all the parents get to vote. And once again, I think the solution here is a duly elected board by the parents, by the coaches, so they can resolve their internal issues.
And that deadline to do so is next week.
I'm sorry?
I believe the deadline for that event is
Yes.
next week. All right, thank you. All right. Any further comments? Any further comments? Yeah, okay, let's give Mr. Kraft a microphone.
Thank you. I was just simply wondering about our project up on Campbell and US 1, the famous one, almost 3 years in the making, still not there, no stones on stones. Sad. So I was wondering, because the appraisal had been long time since the staff received it and discussed it with the 7 members of the council, the magnificent 7. So now we want to know, when was the workshop or special council going to be held? Because there are some people with capital who want to invest in the city in order to see the city be prosperous and grow. And you all talk so highly about the southwest corner of Homestead, the old Homestead. We want to revival it. We want to make it come to life. And in order to do so, we need traffic. We need pedestrians to go down there and shop. And in order for them to do that, there needs some store owners to open some different things. And thanks to Camitra, several store owners are now open down there. She's doing a damn good job. But she needs the support of you 7 to come to some kind of conclusion. Some urban development can move forward, or they can say, thank you, but no thanks. You guys need to come to that conclusion sooner than later, because the way the interest rate is going right now, with the way the Treasury has raised it, but by 0.25, it doesn't look good for the inflation. So therefore, the mortgage rate would be going up, and that's not good. Think about it and do something about it. It's about time. Thank you.
Let me just say this, just because things aren't happening in this room doesn't mean they're not happening, and doesn't mean the manager doesn't have his marching orders from this body to bring something forward. That I'll leave it at that unless the manager wants to add anything.
No, that was perfect, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next? Oh, no. Hi, good evening.
Espero que me puedan entender un poco. Bueno, primero que nada, mi nombre es Carmen Maestre. Soy una representante de 2 niños.
I'll translate. Or we get to translate. We can have someone translate.
Traduzca. Ok, ok. Ok, perfecto.
Have somebody coming down?
I don't mind translating.
Okay. Thank you.
De nuevo, sí. Ok, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Carmen Maestre. Soy representante de 2 niños del campo de béisbol.
Her name, she said for the record, and she's a mother of 2 children at the baseball field.
Ok, tengo aproximadamente, se puede decir que 3 meses que llegué al campo. Soy de Kendall, me lo recomendaron y traigo mis hijos 3 veces a la semana de Kendall a Homestead. Todo, ok,
She joined a league in Kendall. However, she was recommended to come to this league in Homestead, and she has to travel 3 times a week.
Ok, todo iba bien hasta que hay un grupo, yo no sabía, estamos en una práctica y llegaron agresivamente a sacar al coach del campo y uno de mis hijos le tocaba batear y salió llorando. Yo me vi afectada por eso.
Un momento, por favor. Perdón, es mucho. She said she was at a game on the field. Her son was playing, and an aggressive argument happened in front of her son, who started to cry, and that she witnessed.
Ok, yo me acerco a uno de ellos y le pregunto que qué está pasando. Esa no es la manera de llegar a sacarlo porque soy madre y me vi afectada, tengo mi carácter pues y el señor lo que hizo fue agredirme y se presentó allí un problema de adultos, súper feo.
Okay. She said it was between adults. However, her and the children were witnessing this, and this shouldn't have happened on the field in front of the children.
Terminamos faltándonos el respeto porque somos adultos y no tenemos mucha paciencia para controlar la falta de respeto y menos de un hombre. Yo creo que si hubiese estado quizás mi esposo o me hubiesen dejado llamar a la policía, yo lo hubiese llamado porque fue muy feo, de verdad. Ahí es donde yo me entero.
She said, of course, the argument got very disrespectful between all parties, all adults involved. She said, including herself, because they had to defend herself to a man that confronted her. ¿Tú sabes quién era la persona?
Sí, después salgo y me entero que es el grupo que está rebelde dentro del campo, yo no sabía, y están tomando esta actitud.
She says it was a group of parents that are very upset and had attitude problem.
Ok, yo salí muy molesta del campo, me fui a mi casa y quiero decirles que tomé la decisión de llegar hasta la oficina del señor Pedro, los números de la liga, del campo. ¿Por qué hago esto? Porque soy una mujer que tengo 40 años, 20 años de experiencia en la materia de derecho, soy venezolana, vengo de trabajar en un tribunal supremo y me conozco muchas leyes.
Sorry, she said that she had to learn on her own, not that anybody guided her or told her what steps she could take, whether if it was to call the police or not. She found out how to get in contact with Pedro. She said she's from Venezuela, and she just figured out who to contact so that she could do something about it.
Okay, so please explain, the time limit for comments has concluded. But if you could, when you could.
Ok, perfecto, ya voy a terminar. Lo que quiero terminar es que los niños se vieron muy afectados y yo le dije al señor Pedro que tenía que tomar una decisión de mandar una comisión porque un grupo pequeño no podía tener este campo así de en tensión y en pelea porque somos adultos y va a terminar en desgracia, ¿sabes? Porque lo que hacen es buscar problemas.
She requested from Pedro to please look into this matter, reference intimidation, reference the threats, and that she hopes that they'll take action because she doesn't understand how a small group could be such in control of a city park.
Gracias.
But Ed, you explained that the actions we've taken and directed
Las acciones que ellos hicieron
should resolve that.
van a resolver los problemas que está pasando, que la alcalde y toda la gente que está
Gracias, queremos
Thank
paz,
you.
queremos
She
tranquilidad.
says thank you very much.
Thank you,
Señora,
Mr. Ramirez.
can I say something?
Sure, Vice Mayor.
Señora, si tú pudieras, por favor, darle la información tuya al manager del city manager, porque yo quiero saber por qué ella está llegando de Kendall a Homestead. Me interesa mucho entender la razón en por qué llegaste acá, porque me interesa la atracción y quiero que la gente se enteran la razón por qué estos equipos son buenísimos, ¿ok? So después habla. Gracias.
Thank you, sir.
Now, will you translate that?
Yeah. No. Come on down. Must be good reputation. Good evening.
Hi, I'm just translating.
Thank you.
Mis respetos hacia ustedes,
He said, my respect towards you,
pero tristemente aquí se está viendo un caso muy parecido a, ustedes deben saber, y todo el mundo, a la estafa Maddox. Ustedes se acuerdan que la estafa Maddox, el scam que se presentó,
he said, sadly, no sé lo que es un estafamado.
la estafa, un scammer.
Oh, a scam. He said, sadly, that what you're seeing here is a scam act.
Okay. Personas le dieron las señales de todo lo que estaba sucediendo en la estafa, ¿verdad? Al ente regulador de la Bolsa de Valores, ¿verdad? Y no hicieron caso.
Dilo de nuevo, perdón.
Muchos entes financieros y economistas le dieron las señales al ente regulador, ¿verdad?
He's using,
Eso, estamos hablando de eso. Estoy poniendo un ejemplo, te estoy poniendo un
so
ejemplo.
he's giving an example of
Para entender todo lo que está sucediendo, ¿verdad? Porque aquí hay una novela.
that
Aquí va a
this is,
llegar-
this is a soap opera.
Aquí va a llegar de una parte a decir una cosa, de otra parte van a decir otra.
That everybody's going to say something, one part's going to say something, the other part's going to say something else. It's just going to be a continuous back and forth.
En este caso, el ente regulador de la liga o de las ligas, porque esto es más grande de lo que pensamos, es Parque y Recreación.
That here the main boss is the Parks and Rec.
Y esto no es de hace 3 meses, hace un mes, que un juego, que se pelearon, que se dijeron.
This is not something of 3 months ago, the beginning of the season, or a week ago, or because they fought, that this is more.
Esto tiene años.
That this has years.
Yo llegué a la liga en noviembre del 20.
He he started at the league November of 2020.
Y desde que yo llegué ha habido personas que han tenido problemas con el señor que
And
está encargado de
since
la liga.
then, there's been people that have had problems with Mr. Garcia.
Y desde esa fecha que yo tenga entendido, no sé de antes,
And from then, he doesn't know before then, but he knows from then
se ha ido a Parques y Recreaciones a poner todas las quejas de todos los atropellos que ha cometido el señor Carlos García.
that somebody has always gone to Parks and Rec to make it aware of the incidents happening with Mr. Garcia.
Y Parques y Recreaciones se ha lavado las manos.
And Parks and Rec has just washed their hands.
Un ángel, no sé cómo, hizo que nosotros pudiéramos hablar con ustedes.
That some angel somehow made it possible that everybody was able to come to speak to you all.
Y entonces viene, por ejemplo, este señor me nombró que que lo agredí, que un juego, ese juego, gracias a Dios, apenas terminó, porque después se presentó que lo alargaron, yo no estaba ni en el parque.
That Mr. Garcia mentioned his name as one of the harassers, but that game that's being mentioned, by the end of the game, he was already gone.
Él no dice, por ejemplo, hace un mes aproximadamente, cuando vinimos aquí a hablar, 2 días después,
He's not mentioning how 2 days after he came here to speak to you all,
en el parque su esposa
at the park, his wife
nos comió a gritos, a mi esposa, a mi hijo de 4 años.
yelled at them, him and his wife and his son of 10 years,
Que por qué por qué seguíamos yendo al parque?
That-
Porque ese parque era de ellos.
Why do they continue going to the park if that park belongs to them?
Okay.
Entonces, o sea, ahora vengo y me disculpan, me van a disculpar por el tiempo.
He goes, and I'm sorry, I know the time.
Bueno, right.
Aquí existe, mire, aquí existe algo que aparte de todo esto, aquí hay niños en Homestead que no pueden jugar béisbol.
That there's kids here in Homestead that are not being able to play Homestead.
Porque tanto en J.D. Reed como en Harry Field tienen que pagar $150, a veces 165, lo que les parezca, por temporada, no es por año.
That per season is 150.
Y si tú tienes un niño, si tienes dos niños, nada más, porque hay personas que tienen 3 niños,
That there's parents that have 2 or 3 kids.
tienen que pagar al año
They have to pay a year
cerca de $500.
close to 500.
Y o sea, creo que no me parece lógico que en una infraestructura del Estado
In something of the state
sea que se mantiene con trabajadores del Estado,
that are maintained by workers,
sea para el aprovechamiento y enriquecimiento de 2 personas.
That-
Y cuidado sin más.
that all that money is just going to 2 people. That he doesn't feel it's right.
Y hay niños que tristemente de la raza afroamericana, de los latinos y de muchos y de personas americanas normales blanquitas
That there's Hispanics, African American, even American people.
que tristemente esos niños, los padres por la situación global que se está viviendo,
That sadly, because of how rough it is in this world right now,
tristemente no pueden porque ellos tienen que cobrar su dinero que no sé dónde va.
sadly they charge what they have to charge, and who knows where the money is going.
Que creo que la solución
He thinks the solution
la nombró el señor la vez pasada.
that the last time the gentleman over here mentioned it,
Contratar a alguien que sea del mismo parque de recreaciones o de ustedes, que sé yo.
for the park to be ran by somebody from Parks and Rec.
Y si hay que pagar algo, si es lo mismo o un poco menos, que se lo paguen, se lo paguen al Estado y los niños que no tienen recursos que hagan como en los comedores de las escuelas, que si tienen, presentan algo que tú sabes, que soporte, que son de bajos recursos como para la comida, les exoneren eso. Pero esto es un negocio y créanme, aquí hay equipos y esas organizaciones
Okay.
de las que hablan de que esto obliga a los padres a que paguen el peaje al señor.
Mayor, if I
We
can.
have to stop there.
May-
I
may-
just want to say, if our plan does not solve the problem, I want everybody to know that I'm ready to pull the plug and we're going to start all over again. We're not going to have our kids playing in this environment. And I don't care where you're from or what your primary language is. If you live in Homestead and your kid wants to play ball in Homestead, you're going to play in a pleasant environment in Homestead. End of story. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And once again, this is the type of issue the board would handle. For example, the lady who came up earlier. In a normally operating league with a proper board, such an action as that, as she described, somebody would have been suspended out of the league, if not both of them have. And so that's a failure, right? That's something that Mr. Garcia needs to address. So the back and forth, once again, this is never going to end. I'm telling you right now, you're going to hear 2 stories. Once again, a duly elected board of the representatives of all the parents and all the coaches. They know what's going on in the league, and they can go ahead and make the determination who is right and who is wrong. Secondly, the amount that's being charged by the league, if you look in your books, it's basically standard. So I don't know if what is standard is what the coaches are charging the actual kids that are playing on their teams. That's a different thing that we're kind of looking at, but what's being charged right now is standard across the board down here in the county.
Very good. Vice Mayor, did you need to
Yeah.
chime in?
I hope that we do come to some sort of amicable solution to what's happening. But what I do know is that there is talent in Homestead. And the talent, and if we can get over our differences and we start concentrating on maybe potentially bringing tournaments that are economic drivers that put our kids on the map, that, you know, that get attention, the talent gets developed, and we start to attract better coaching, we start to attract, you know, better teams. We start to create all-star team, travel teams. A lot of things can happen if we put these differences aside and we collaborate with each other instead of bickering amongst each other, because that is what we are doing. We are imploding within ourselves. And then it doesn't allow the kids to truly develop the talent that they have. I mean, I can look at another program just south of us in Florida City, the Florida City Razorbacks, what they do there, and the talent that has come out of Florida City to the professional level has been amazing, because they put time. They don't bicker amongst each other with, petty things that are happening here. So I'd like us to try to concentrate on how do we give attention, how do we come to terms, and how do we focus on the kids. Y para ustedes los que están allá afuera, nosotros en vez de estar peleando nosotros debemos de tratar de colaborar con uno con el otro, porque el talento que tenemos nosotros en estos equipos son buenos, pero los niños no están aprovechando ese talento porque los padres se están peleando entre ustedes. Nosotros debemos enfocarnos en tener torneos, en tener cosas que traen gente a la ciudad de Homestead, que los ojos vengan para acá, porque el talento sí está aquí. Pero nosotros tenemos que de alguna forma tratar de entender las diferencias que tenemos y enfocarnos en los niños en vez de los padres que están haciendo. Eso es la opinión mía. Gracias.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council people. My name is Tamelia Moore. I did speak last month regarding the issue with the baseball program at J.D. Redd Park, and I just would like to thank the staff, City of Homestead staff, Parks and Rec, and you all for what you've done thus far. And just as Vice Mayor just stated, hopefully with the bringing of this board, with the new members on this board next week, we can bring this to an end, because the big picture is being lost, which is the kids. If you just come out to the park, and I sit there when my grandson is there at practice and see the little kids on the little skateboards and, playing and just having a good time, that's what it's all about. A place where families can come, they know their kids are safe, and they're not subjected to issues that adults have. We need to bring this to an end so that the park is a safe place. You don't mind coming there. You don't have to look over your shoulder. Since last month, there has been some issues, but I would like to also say thank you. We have had a police officer present during our practices and games in the evenings, and it also gave me an opportunity. I mentioned last month that I'm a retired teacher, and one of the officers that was there one evening was one of my former students, and it gave me so much pleasure to see him and to see that he's now an officer with the City of Homestead. And then in the back, there's a parent who recognized me. He said I was not his teacher, but he remembered seeing me, there at the school at Homestead Senior High. So that's what it's all about. Nice environment, family-friendly environment, and mostly the kids. And then secondly, I would like to say, with the mentioning of the Homewood Suites coming into Homestead, I don't know if that will come to fruition or not, but it's great to see the hotels coming into the area. When I was a teacher, I was the lead teacher for the Hospitality and Tourism Program at Homestead Senior High, which is a nationally recognized program. The students there, they are trained to work in hotels. They are trained to assist with events. I know last week there was a carnival there at Losner Park. Last month, the Black History Program. These students in these programs, they can help, they can volunteer at these events. Actually, during the summer, as Mr. Carlos mentioned, the ESC program, there are students from Homestead Senior High who work at the park during the summer, and they're employed through the summer internship program with Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and they receive a stipend of $1,200 for working for 6 weeks and a grade. So these are the things that we do have in place. I like to see them being built larger, utilized on the students from Homestead Senior High that's in that program. Even if I have a contact person that I can reach out to the teacher who replaced me, I can have her contact whoever with the parks or whatever department when there's events where these kids can volunteer, get volunteer hours, and also the summer internship program is coming up, and they will be looking for summer internship positions.
Thank you.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
All right. Do we have a staff member who can translate?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Juana Sánchez.
Her name is, what she said for the record.
Juana Sánchez, quería felicitar al Señor por lo que dijo, que tiene razón en todo lo que dijo. Soy un poco llorona y todo esto me está afectando personalmente por mis 3 hijos que han estado en el play hace ya 4 años.
She first wanted to thank Vice Mayor, sorry. She first wanted to thank Julio Guzman, the Vice Mayor, for the words that he said. She said it's very true. She's very emotional. She has her 2 kids here in the audience of what's going on.
Tengo una fundación de 72 niños. Amo los niños. Mi vida es los niños en República Dominicana y por eso es que esto me está afectando tanto.
She's from the Republican of Dominican, and she's very emotional because she helps 62 children, and she's just there for the kids.
Porque veo que no se enfocan en los niños, sino en lo material. Y le puedo decir que con Carlos tengo 4 años y entré allá al play porque me lo recomendaron, ya que tenía 3 niños.
She was recommended to the league, and she's been working with Carlos for 4 years.
Y me dijeron que él me iba a cuidar con los precios y con las inscripciones, como ha sido hasta ahora. Y lo puedo dar de testimonio porque pago por CEL.
And he's been very helpful to her, helping her reference the cost for each child. She does play for multiple children, and he's kept her word throughout the whole different seasons and assisting her with that.
Y por eso es que me duele tanto, porque cuando comenzaron a desintegrarse los grupos, hubieron grupos de los que mi hijo estaban anteriormente llamándonos, no a mí, a muchos de los que nos quedamos en el parque, diciendo cosas que estamos seguros que no es así.
She says they're receiving phone calls from a group. She didn't indicate who's the group, but she said they're receiving phone calls. She's not sure who they are. She doesn't feel she should be getting those calls.
Tengo que agradecerle al Señor allí porque mi hijo le estaba dando práctica a $400 la privada, las cuales fueron buenas, pero se pagaban. Al igual, tengo que agradecerle más que suficiente a Carlos, de más, porque en los precios nos ha cuidado.
She also wanted to thank the gentleman, she said, to her left, for helping the students and helping them coach privately, but also thank Carlos for the assistance that he has given to her and the kids.
Si se ponen a buscar las cosas más a fondo, se van a dar cuenta que aquí hay un interés monetario y te puedo asegurar que por la vía de Carlos no le he visto. Yo he recibido ayudas.
She says it's been said that it's been material, but she does not witness that in Carlos that it has to do with material.
Y mis hijos siempre han estado extremadamente contentos. Incluso el más pequeño venía llorando cuando le dijeron a lo mejor cambien a Carlos. Decía, mami, ¿por qué Carlos? ¿Por qué Carlos? Porque nosotros no podemos. Y tengo compañeras que también pueden dar sus testimonios.
She wants to make sure she makes it clear that her child was crying when he heard that there's a possibility that Carlos may be removed. He was sad. She says she has other witnesses that would testify reference Carlos, not to leave.
Okay.
Cada coach que estás ahí, tú le pagas mensual.
And she says that he pays the coaches monthly. ¿Ese de lo todo?
Okay.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
On down.
Good evening,
Hey,
Honorable
hey,
Mayor, Council. You need to
I'm
finish
not,
something
I'm
up?
not singling you out, but I got to get back on track with the 3-minute limit. You just
Yeah,
happen to
no,
be
no,
the
no,
one
no.
in the dock.
I'm not going to take 3 minutes. Honorable Mayor and Council, Dr. James Eric McDonough. I live at 32320 Southwest 199th Avenue. This is kind of a change for me. I'm actually the one that's happy here tonight, and I have praise. Mayor Losner, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I want to thank you for all my constituents and all my readers for you caring about your constituents enough to move the public comment section back to the beginning of the meeting so we don't have parents who can't make it and can't attend. This is what representative democracy is about. Sometimes it's ugly, but this is how we move forward. This is how we get the best answers. This is how we get the best results. You know,
I've often complained about First Amendment violations here in the city of Homestead, but your move is the first move I've seen that actually respects the First Amendment since the November 2009 movement by Mayor Bateman to move this to the beginning. And with that said, I don't feel responsible because I'm not the one who did this, but I feel that the change of moving the public comments to the end was partly in comment to me exercising my First Amendment rights. And with that also being said, I see there's 2 holdovers left over from the corrupt Porter regime, and I know one of them's gonna be gone in November, and I only pray to God that the other will be gone too. God bless, have a good night.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm not mad or anything, so it's
Welcome.
a long night. My name is Manny Riera. I'm the owner, one of the owners and operator and principal of ABF Academy, Homestead, and Hialeah. And I'm here just because I wasn't going to say anything, but here's what it is. Your staff is wonderful. Park staff is wonderful. Can you hear me? And everything that you guys do has been great. We've been a part of servicing 361 families in Homestead since 2007, the last 2 or 3 years, starting Excellence baseball program. HYB has been a very important part of growing, and the only reason I'm speaking, and not particular who's right and who's wrong, first of all, your staff handled it fantastically, all the problems have been going on, so praise to you guys, praise to everybody. So I wanted to say that, number one, because it's easy to say the bad things than to say the good things. But I do want to say this. It sounds like this has been a dysfunctional situation at the park, and it hasn't. The squeaky wheel has been getting all the oil, and I just want to sit here and say, without a doubt, it takes leaders and a culture being set and risk. Leaders take a risk. You guys know that. You take a risk every day. You make decisions. So Mr. Garcia's place has taken the risk of being a leader in the community. He takes risks. He makes decisions. And with decisions, you get oppositions. We all know that. You face that every day. And with oppositions, there are people that don't like your decisions. But the decisions made at this park are for the betterment of the community. It's provided a safe haven. Over 200 kids coming back and forth, 70 which belong to my school alone. So it is not a perfect job, but it is a great job. It's not about money. Don't let these things fool you. Don't let the rhetoric, the social media, and all that go. You guys are experienced people in the community. That's all I wanted to say. It's easy to pull the negative. It's harder to pull the positive. You guys do a wonderful job here. Your staff does a wonderful job here. I'm proud, and we are proud to represent Homestead wherever we travel, wherever we win, because we do win a lot. And I just want to say that, pure and simple. Thank you very much for all you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, appreciate it. Next speaker. Hi, good evening.
My name is Josbe Rodriguez. I'm a local here. I've been here since '92 when I came from Cuba. And I played baseball and JD Red from middle school, high school, and during college. That was my practice grounds, okay? So to me, I think I'm a horrible speaker, let me gather myself. Okay, so I left California for a while, then I came back, okay? Well, before that, let's go back to the complex where universities will go, you know, they'll show up and they'll play ball there. Okay, that got taken down. Baseball was dying in Homestead, okay? And then I have 2 kids in home and playing at JD Red. I have a 9-year-old and an 11-year-old. Okay, one of them are playing for the travel ball team for the Storms, okay? And you know what? About some problem about the umpiring that's not being fair. What umpire is fair? There's no fair umpire, okay? It's part of the game. About the monthly payments for the coaches, you know what? You want good baseball, you gotta pay. Because now baseball is changing. Now everything is travel ball. If you go to JD Red, if you go to the Hearst Field, the playing skills there is very different from playing JD Red. Why? Because over there you have parent coaches that don't know nothing about baseball. They want to go play baseball. Usually their kids don't want to play shortstop, okay? Here at JD Red, you got to earn your spot, you know, and we have good coaches. And Carlos is doing a great job with the league. To me, I feel baseball is coming back to Homestead. And it's very sad to have it tear it down just because of politics or for some real estate or for something. Or somebody's want to take over to take advantage of having more time on the field for their private lessons or anything like that. So I think he's doing a great job with baseball. It's back in Homestead, and he's running a great team, which is the Stormers. And you know what? He can even tell you, when I first came back to the league, I told him, listen, my #1 goal is for my kid to be good enough to play for the Storms. Okay? And you know what? It happened. You know what? Because that kid has great coaches. You know, from the Giants. He was my kid was in the Giants for JD Red, and now he's playing with the Storms, and he's doing great, and he loves it. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker. Thank you. I'm going to have to excuse myself for a moment, Vice Mayor.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rubén Rodríguez.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Rubén Rodríguez. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad que me permiten estar aquí.
Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to be here tonight.
En primer lugar, muy de acuerdo con la opinión que usted dio con el favor de los niños. Es la primera opción que tenemos que tener y en la que debemos guiarnos.
I'm in favor of the opinion that you gave. Yeah, that is the first option that we should be guided by, is taking care of our kids.
Tengo ya 8 para 9 meses en JD Red. Tengo 3 niños, de los cuales 2 están en JD Red. Y soy una persona que me siento más que agradecido con el señor Carlos. Me ha brindado más que ayuda económica, me ha brindado ayuda lo que es útil. Mis niños han necesitado materiales y él me ha suplido sin costo alguno.
Okay. I have 3 kids, 2 of them are in the league, and Carlos has been more than nice and provided me with the supplies that I've needed.
Tengo un niño que tiene 14 años de edad. Yo trabajé béisbol en República Dominicana.
I have a 14-year-old son, and I worked.
Y Carlos me dio el privilegio y me permite, mi hijo, poder ayudarlo. No es de la persona que me impone entrar a un terreno y decirle a mi propio hijo, mira hijo, esto está mal. Él me dice, sí, puedes. Carlos nunca lo he visto interrumpir en algo que no está mal, que está mal. Carlos busca la manera de arreglar los problemas.
I have never seen Carlos impose parents from going into the field and telling their kid something. He's more than welcome to allow us to do that.
Antes de yo llegar allá, mi hijo lo practicaba el señor Asís. Le agradezco mucho, lo quiero y él lo sabe y se le agradece bastante. Le pagábamos, claro está, le pagábamos $300 por 10 prácticas y también una mensualidad aparte de lo que le pagábamos.
We paid $300 for each practice aside from the practice.
Pero yo tomé mi niño porque tampoco estamos en la condición de pagar tanto dinero y sobre todo Carlos nos ayuda con lo económico.
Carlos helps us economic, but I took my kid out because I needed help.
He visto cómo se preocupa por la salud de los niños. Mi niño una vez le dio una bola y él fue el primero que salió a socorrerlo.
One day my kid got hit with the ball and Carlos was the first one to go and help.
Y hay que poner todo esto a un lado
We have to put others aside
y velar por el bienestar de los niños, por el futuro de los niños, que es el futuro que tenemos más adelante.
and watch for the well-being of our kids and for their future, which is a future that we have ahead.
Los niños son el futuro y lo que importa son ellos.
Our kids are our future and they are what matter.
Y hoy en día el que cuida a mi hijo, valora a mi hijo y le importa a mi hijo, para mí es una buena persona.
The one that takes care of my child and values my child, for me, is a good person.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you for your attention.
Gracias. Gracias.
Thank you, sir.
Good night, everybody. Good night, council. My name is Assis Cummings. I am the coach that Mr. Garcia referred to as the one that is harassing. From day one, my only point is that to bring strong baseball to HYB, to the Homestead League. And I understand that the board is going to solve a lot of those issues, all the issues, a lot of the issues. In my hands is the police report that was filed. I read it. It's a false police report, and I also looked up the penalty for filing a false police report. $1,000 fine and up to a year in jail. I've been coaching for 11 years. My mother would be upset about this. She would. She really would. She would say, I didn't raise those kind. I didn't raise those kind. Carlos is a good man. I learned a lot from Carlos. He has always been helpful with my son and coaching my son. He and I used to play, we used to hang out a little bit. But I told him, I said, the reason why I stopped hanging with you is because I'm starting to see the things that you're doing, and I wasn't fond of it, and I peel myself back. In the pursuit of bringing strong baseball, I challenged the rules. I challenged scheduling that he promised. I challenged the points that he promised he would bring to the league. And when that happened, that's when I was separated from the original chat. I spoke about this in the beginning. And ever since then, retaliation is not the word. I'll let you fill in the blanks. That the point that the mother saw, I'm not sure if her son was on that team, but I have two teams. I have an 8U and a 12U. So Mr. Garcia scheduled us both games at the same time. There's 5 days in a week to play these games. If it would have been scheduled differently, we probably wouldn't have had that, but it happened. The altercation or the incident that happened on the field was based on the fact that the rules were changed. One of the things that Carlos taught me was, as an umpire, I was doing umpiring for a little bit, and he said it's very important that you put the starting time on top of the page, on the game sheet. It's to keep order, because there's an hour and 40 minutes of playing time. So at 7:42, our team won. And a matter of fact, that night, our team won on both sides. The 8U won, the 12U won. It was real nice. And the rules keep changing. And, oh man, so fast, real quick. The rules keep changing, and in that, it would seem like we're out of line, and we're not. The board will solve these issues. And one thing I would like to do, I would like to introduce Bella. Bella, come for a second. This is Bella. She's been mistreated. And she fights, she fights, she fights. And she's...
Sorry, Council. My name is Jessica, so I am the team mom for Lionheart 12U. Bella is on our team, and Bella has become the awesome player of the team. No, the only girl on the team, and she plays with the boys excellent. Get along with the team, supports the team, has always been there for the team. We support her 100%.
And she is going to make history. She's going to be the first girl to pitch on JD Red Field. Yes, and this is her mother. And let me add, if I'm not mistaken, when she was mistreated, she was asked by Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia asked her mother, "Please do not talk about that." That is low. There's a lot of things that need to be fixed in this league.
I know she's a minor, but I did give her permission to speak because she asked me to speak.
I feel uncomfortable at the field sometimes because one time he followed me into the field and made me get kicked out of the field because a kid from another team got me and all my teammates a really bad name, and Carlos did nothing about it. I came to the coach and I told him, and Carlos did nothing about it, but it's like he walked over it, he did nothing about it, and that hurt me, especially because he called me a very inappropriate name that I wouldn't call anybody else, because it's very inappropriate from a kid to call another kid that. It's also not right because kids like me want to go to the field and enjoy, not be kicked out of a field and leave crying or leave sad. It's not fair to kids because A bunch of us have left crying, left sad, and left all different type of ways. And it's not really fair because if we're leaving crying, that's not something fun that we want to go. Like, I know for a fact there's kids that don't want to go to the field because of reasons that they don't want to leave crying. And to me, that's just not right. That's not a thing a kid should be leaving a field just to cry. It's also not right that Carlos has followed me many times before and kicked me off of a field one time and made me cry in front of my entire team at practice. He told my coach, and he told my mom that I'm not allowed on the field until my mom pays the registration, which isn't right to kick a kid off a field, especially when they're in the middle of practice. He made me get all my stuff and walk off that field, which to me, that's not really right to do to a kid, especially when you're an adult. So to me, it's just not fair because kids go there to have fun, not to leave crying or be sad.
Thank you, and you have all of our admiration for your strength to be here and talk about something that's very painful for someone at your age to have to endure that and then repeat it here. And I think this is a really good example and perhaps a good ending point to talk to the manager and the parks director about, we all hit on at the last meeting about this is supposed to be a fun, learning environment. I just want to make note that Mr. Garcia doesn't have a lot of defenders here tonight. I think that says an awful lot. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Gina Azevedo. I'm Isabella's mom. I've been here before. I've had meetings with councilmen, with Parks and Recs. I'm not here to talk bad about anybody. I feel like last time, to repeat myself, I do like what Mayor over here said, Vice Mayor said, I agree. The whole kid part of having a good time in baseball has been forgotten. In this case, sadly, it has affected a certain team more than other teams because that whole team, the parents have spoken up. And I get it, it's okay, it's gonna happen. But I'm here tonight because I specifically today and other times, many of us have asked Mr. Garcia, what is the code of conduct? Today I asked, what is the code of conduct? What are the rules being followed? His answer was, well, when the board is elected, you could take your concerns, your questions to them. I asked him, in other words, so what is the code of conduct right now? There's things happening. There's, for example, the example she's given to you, kids were called names, nothing was done. Parents said certain things to kids, nothing was done. And from what I also spoke to Mr. Pedro, and I asked him, hey, what's the code of conduct? He said, when the board is elected, that's who will solve all those problems. I'm very happy about the board because I do feel that that is gonna work. That's gonna kind of solve many things. But what happens till then? Is there no rules? Everybody seems to be doing whatever they want. I remember Ms. Avila had mentioned, I want code of conduct to be put up. I need it done. I will not take anything else that has happened before that last meeting, but nothing has been done with that. I feel right now it's the security and the happiness of all the kids. Not only my child, not only my team, my child's team, but all the teams. Everybody should have a code of conduct. I asked today personally, and I've sent over the pictures of what are the rules that we're following. My only response was, when the board is formed, you could take your concerns, your questions, and allegations to the board. No other response. So to me, it makes me feel, okay, you come here and say, I don't want to create drama, I don't want anything between the parents, but the person is causing all the drama, the person is causing this separation. If he didn't speak to this group and this group to put us against each other, it wouldn't be caused. And sadly it is, and sadly we've all kind of forgotten about the kids, and we all need to start putting the kids back again, because me personally, I don't like to see my daughter like that or any child like that. But there needs to be an order before that board, because tomorrow there's a bunch of games, and Saturday there might be more games, and there's been games the last 2 weeks since that notice was given, and there is no code of conduct, there is no rules, because everything's awaiting for that board. So I feel like something needs to be put in place, and there needs to be some type of order as to nobody should be allowed to call anybody anything. No parent should be allowed to call another parent anything, or a parent to a child, or a child to a parent. There shouldn't be any of that. There should be some type of repercussion, and there's none. Everything is allowed at the park right now, and I feel like something needs to be put in order for that to happen till the board is formed. And if when the board is formed it changes, that's perfect. You know, that's up to the board. But till then, there needs to be some type of order, because things are happening. And that's pretty much all. I do thank you all, because you guys have all been very communicative. You guys have all put in your parts. You guys have been very good and very responsive. So I thank you all for your time. I hope this gets resolved soon, because it's been quite a ride. And I thank you guys again.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, to that point, I mean, obviously, until the board gets up and running, I would imagine we're not reinventing the wheel here. Isn't there some sort of standard or form of template for a basic code of conduct that we should post, that you know, at all the parks, you know, starting here and going everywhere else, where when we have our police officers there and someone may challenge them, you point to the sign and like, you're out of here, that it's posted. I would think that exists.
So, Mayor, my understanding is the league does have a code of conduct. It's not heavily enforced at this time. But I did have Pedro talk to Mr. Garcia. There was an incident with the game that parents were screaming at each other, profanities, things like that. I instructed Pedro to talk to Mr. Garcia and tell him to have his umpires take control of the situation. Games moving forward, the umpires are to speak to each of the teams, the parents, notifying them any unacceptable behavior takes place, you could forfeit the game. All right, so that message has been sent. There is a code of conduct, but unfortunately, the way the league is kind of functioning right now, it's not being duly enforced. But once again, at the corner of a field, somebody says this to you, and you say that back, and then there's two people. That's something kind of difficult to enforce at that point. Now, definitely, no adult should be screaming at a child, or cursing at a child, or anything of that nature. But once again, I go back, and I think you've heard it from both sides this evening that the board will solve most of these issues at the league. Because once again, in the end, it's what he said, she said, and unless you're standing there at the time when this occurs, you don't know which side to go ahead and listen to. And once again, once this new board gets in place, if there's people that are disruptive, the board has to be strong enough to say, okay, you can't play here anymore, right? They need to be strong enough to take control of the situation so this type of stuff is not happening anymore, that there's consequences.
And if it's not, I've had some internal discussions about a time frame and what the next step may be.
I already have an RFP written out.
Very good.
Okay, so if
Thank
these folks can't learn how to play together,
Play nice.
the RFP is going to go out. And the RFP is not going to be 30 days. It's probably going to be 60, 90 days. So there's going to be 3 months of no playing baseball at all. So you need to keep that in mind. The groups need to work together to resolve this issue. And once again, once you have a duly elected board by all the parents and the coaches, they're all represented at that point, and that board is going to make the decisions of what's going on and what we need to fix and what we don't need to fix at that point.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the reports you've been providing us over the time period. But I think it really needs to be said that, you know, this has been going on for at least 2 months in this particular instance. However, you know, we get calls and things from other leagues as well throughout the city performing very similar type allegation against one another, and it's always a he said, she said type thing. You know, Pastor Woodard and I, you know, reminded us and prayed for us for guidance and wisdom. And I think we need to take it upon ourselves to really, really be thoughtful on how we move forward here. And that may be the city hiring temporary positions during those league seasons to run those leagues and get out of the business of having these for-profit or not-for-profit companies come in here. This is about the kids of Homestead. It's not about any one of these parents sitting out here. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the kids, period. And if they can't play ball safely and have a good time, we need to shut the whole program down until we can fix it.
And I agree with you, Councilman. And if we do end up going, because I keep hearing, oh, we want competitive teams, the best teams that we can have, that's wonderful. But once again, people are being charged for this service. You know, there's a money component here.
I can tell you when I was a kid, we had competitive teams. I have friends that played professional sports. We have a chief whose son who played professional football. You know, there's competitive teams here in Homestead without these professional coaches. They learn it at public school. They learn it from the guys, the parents that want to get out there and teach these kids something.
And one of the options might be expanding the Harris Field League, right, to encompass JD Red as well. So once again, if these folks can't work together, then we're definitely going to have to go to RFP and come up with a different solution.
I just believe the 90-day time period is too long. Again, that's taking fields away from our kids, allowing them not to play. If we go that route with the RFP, we got to find another way to move forward without having that type of issue. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your answers.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah. The last time, I'm a baseball guy. I love baseball. I played baseball. The last time I saw a tournament in Homestead was when the Cleveland Indians were coming, or shortly after that. That was, I don't know how many years ago, 20, 30 years ago. I've been to other tournaments in other cities, and I see their facilities that are in slightly, well, they're in a lot better condition than ours. So my question to staff, maybe to Pedro, what would it cost the city, or if we have an idea what it would cost the city to turf JD Red Park so that we could be in a position to host tournaments? Do you guys have an idea of what that would cost?
Well, we could definitely go ahead and get a cost estimate for that, but remember, going right now through the park's master plan, so in the end result of that is going to give us options of how far we want to go with our parks. And obviously, turfing the fields would be part of that as well. But we can get a general code, absolutely.
Yeah, because I don't think you need to turf all of the fields at JD Red. Just having one of them, the infield turfed at one, puts us in position immediately to start attracting tournaments to come to Homestead. And I think if we start focusing on that and on the kids, we'll get past this problem. And I don't think government should be running leagues. Just my opinion. I don't think government it understands how to run baseball leagues. There's a lot of moving parts, and I've seen when governments have, and it's been a disaster.
Right, unless council wants to handle the protests
All right.
and calling balls and strikes, I mean, yeah, I agree.
We already have our umpire gear on tonight. Good evening. Go ahead.
Good evening. Hi, how you guys doing? My name is Crystal. This is my husband, Jason. He's a coach at JD Red Park with Homestead Youth Baseball League. We're also sponsors to Homestead Youth Baseball League. We have also done 2 back-to-school events. In the summertime, we've handed out book bags to kids, for less fortunate kids in Homestead. I'm not a rich person, so I always try to look for my resources around me to try to help other people in need. We also have done sponsored teams there. We've paid for uniforms. We've helped come up with equipment for kids that don't have any equipment. But lately, like everybody else has said, there's been this thing going on at the park where it's become very hostile environment. Families don't want to be there. We're losing kids in the team because of all the hostility. Even some of our own parents, they don't want to be there to play against the other teams because of the environment has become very aggressive and very hostile. Now, Carlos, to me, is doing a very good job trying to handle everything. There's been a lot of attacks on social media. Some of these people who are attacking have also attacked some of you guys and some of the police department people, like True Homestead and all that. And you can imagine how it's happening at the park. It's becoming a scene that you don't even want to bring your kids there. My daughter plays there. My son plays there. We bring a lot of our customers to come play there also. So with that being said, people are complaining about paying the fee of the registration of the park, but then they're paying coaches $300 and $400 a month to coach their kids and do private lessons. It's more of a personal thing to me. I think Carlos has done a great job at the park. You know, he's fixed the park. I've seen a big change in the park. We've done a lot of events there. I've seen a lot more people come to the park. I went to that park when I was a little girl. I grew up in Homestead. I know some of these cops in here, they know me. You know, maybe not for all good reasons, but I grew up here. This is my community. I try to find a way to give back. You know, a lot of people are complaining about this and that, but I want to know how many of those people have given back to the park, have hosted events in the park to give back to the kids. They're complaining about money, about this and about that, but at the end of the day, they don't do community service at the park. They don't donate any equipment for the kids. It's all about money. It shouldn't be about that. It should be about the kids, and they're losing the whole fact of the matter is about the kids. It's gone somewhere else. We don't know where it went anymore. It's not about baseball anymore. It's about retaliation. So with that being said,
Thank you.
Nice to meet you guys. I'm Jason Gonzalez. As my wife was saying, I want to make a couple things clear real quick. As a vice president, you will play pro. I did. And you know how hard it is to get a big trophy like the World Series trophy in your hands. Thanks to Mr. Crespo, that could happen, and Mr. Carlos. 2 seasons ago, as a softball coach, I had more than 46 girls, including Erika Avila, councilwoman's daughters on my team, and your husband. I've been long enough on this park, and I know how things are being doing since the Carlos took over the park, and of course the support of all of you guys. And most likely, all this situation is just personal. You were making some couple recommendations about tournaments. Let me tell you something. J.D. Red Park is on the map. We are the only park on the whole state of Florida to ever host a tournament that will not only give you a trophy, but it also give you a reward on money. And the best teams of the state of Florida came to that tournament. And I was part of that tournament too with my team. We are in the map. Homestead is on the map, and thanks to people who's been supporting, that if we're not complaining when something bad happens, we just move forward, get a solution, and keep moving forward. And that tournament right now, the one who was the champion is representing on the state of Florida and the biggest tournament of the country. And on that tournament, let me tell you something. The kids got haircuts, food, rewards and money, funds, tickets for the Miami Heat, tickets for the Marlins, and every kind of reward that you can imagine. And all that happened just because we believe and that we can do more. We believe in what we have in Homestead with our kids. And we're there, we're in them up. And things are gonna keep moving forward because they come with my support, and I can speak for a bunch of more coaches that I have behind my back doing the same job. But some people just giving different opinions because they don't get to the balance of the level that what we're doing. They have a different view. We don't know what it is because these same people is, at least by me, I've been giving everything that I have, resources, and it was never enough. So now I just believe that we shouldn't be here. It's a simple point. We shouldn't be here. It's more than that. I don't think the city shouldn't be dealing with this, but since that we're here, and I believe that I need to defend what I do for, not just for my kids, for the people that I have behind, I'm stepping on it over here. Without anything else to add on it, I would say thank you for all of you guys' support. You can count with me regardless of the situations. I'm always gonna be on that field, and as a coach, also as a sponsor. But I'm pretty sure, as city manager says, once this board situation is solved, you guys are gonna keep on coming back to our field and see how much changes do we haven't made. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're looking to all of the parents to let us know what's working and what's not.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Anyone else?
Hi, Brandy Ramirez, 2231 Southeast First Street. After being neutral in translation for both sides and hearing everything that happened, I actually went to the parks myself, being chairwoman of Together for Children with Strengthening Families and a lot of nonprofits. It was very concerning. So I've been going a couple of different days, just, checking out the games, see a lot of community, family, and friends that I know there, seeing how the day was going. Thank you to the command staff, Homestead Police Department, for making sure there was police presence. I did not witness any threats or reasons to call police on anybody. Families just trying to cheer. They were cheering each other's teams, even if they were going against the other team. So I hope the refocus stays with the kids. It's very sad to hear a young girl that took very much strength to come forward and speak. I just want to repeat for everybody in the room today important things that were said by our mayor and council. And one was that they're working together with their staff. They're going to make sure this investigation is completed and a board be set. If does not get resolved, that you understand that the city is willing to take further action by an RFP to make sure that a city park is open to all community children. So I hope that Mr. Carlos Garcia will take advantage of reaching out to nonprofits, myself including, to communicate and work together with the families of the park. I was hoping that he would do that after the last meeting. I've witnessed some text messages back and forth. The back and forth needs to stop. The repeating needs to stop, and what happened and said here stays here. Go to the park thinking about the kids. I beg you, Mr. Carlos Garcia, step up to the plate, work together with these families, and work with the city. I know the mayor and council here is going to work hard to make sure everything gets cleared up. And thank you to Mr. Jerry Estrada, the city manager, and Pedro for Parks, trying to do the best that they can during such a difficult situation. So, Vice Mayor, thank you for your words that you mentioned, and Mr. Fletcher as well. I know our mayor and council right now are going to do the best that they can for these kids. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kraft, didn't you already have your 3 minutes? You had your 3 minutes about City Hall. Is there anyone else? Come on down.
Good evening, my name is Jessica Rasola. Hello, just want to say I am the team mom for Lionheart, for the 12 of you, like I said. My son has been playing baseball since he was 3 years old. We started at Homestead Little League with Michelle. I did help Michelle for 2 years at Homestead Little League with the concession stands with the teams. I was with Vice President with Mark. And then after that, my son decided to go to JD Red. We did play last season with a previous coach that's here recently. They did great. We got along perfectly fine. And then all of a sudden, my son decided he wanted to play for school baseball. So we did the tryout for him. He did the tryout. He got accepted. And when the coach found out that he was accepted as a school team, he said, your son will not going to have time to play at the Little League at the JD Reed. I was like, okay, I'm not going to force you. I'm not going to pressure you to have my son. That's fine. My son is happy with the school. He wants to continue with the school. We also play with Lionheart. He does play with Lionheart. He is a pitcher, first base, third base. Coach Assis is a personal trainer. He's trained him, and he has changed from 1 to 10. My son was weighing 195 pounds. If you were to see him now with Coach Assis' training that he does with him, he is at 145. Excellent shape. He listens to Coach Assis. Whatever Coach Assis tells him to do, he does. I just want everybody to get along at the park. We're all adults. We shouldn't be acting like little kids. Let's be there for the kids. I am there 6 nights a week. I get off of work from 5 o'clock, go straight to the park. I am there till 10 o'clock at night. Then I have to go home, have dinner with my family. My husband's a firefighter. Don't see him for 48 hours mostly. So I have to do everything myself. I just want for everybody to get together, get along, and act like adults. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
That's what we all want.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Did you already speak?
Yes. But you know what? I was a little nervous. I need to speak the way I speak. Okay?
But we've been here over an hour at this, and I'm sorry, and I don't like
Okay,
to
so
cut people
basically,
off.
if you don't like the park, leave the park. It's simple. You don't like the park, leave the park. People are complaining about the park, but they're still back next season. They come back the other season. It's the same thing. So all this
thank
is
you.
drama. All this drama, honestly, is drama. The kids are right now by themselves in the field.
All right. Who's next? Thanks, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Yosnel Valdez, and this is my personal opinion. I'm coming as a parent of 2 kids that plays in JD Red, and also as a coach for the 6U team. Everything is going on right now. It's going to keep going on. This is like, there's 2 opinions, 1, A, and B. So their opinions against our opinion. Whatever we said is going to be against them. Whatever they say is going to be against us. Like Julio Guzman said, this got to stop. We got to come out as an adults and resolve the problem as a good way for the kids, not for the adults or anything. And what bothers me is there's a lot of complaints that said kids are not allowed in the park because of registration fee. They don't have the money to pay registration fee. But no one has touched the point that all coach fees every month are expensive, and they're still getting paid. Coaches are getting paid every single month for the coaching fees, and nobody has said nothing about that. And they're pretty expensive. Like I said, I have 2 kids, and sometimes I struggle with the registration fee. And Carlos will talk to me, and then we work something out. But at the end, you know, he tried to help everybody else. Not only me, as you heard, like, you know, sorry, I'm super nervous. I don't like to talk in front of people. I apologize. But I like your idea. This is for the kids. We have done tournaments. I already talked to Carlos. I play softball. I already talked to Carlos to bring a tournament, softball tournaments to the field as well. So I play like every day if you let me to play. So this is something we're working out as well with other coaches. And every Sunday, we also play out of the park, like parents with kids and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back.
Thank you. Buenas noches.
I am the coach of one of the teams in the park. I'm here as a representative of the team Stone.
A veces pienso que se está hablando de 2 parques diferentes.
I'm
Sometimes
sorry
I feel
to
like we're
interrupt.
speaking.
I'm sorry, can we
Yes.
just have the mic maybe in between both of you so we can
Oh,
hear him
yes.
and you at the same time? Thank you.
Sometimes I feel like we're speaking about 2 different parks.
Y es que, ok, es que, bueno, antes que nada voy a hacer algo, voy a hablar un poquitico sobre mí. Soy coach por más de 15 años.
I've been a coach for more than 15 years.
Estuve 2 años cumpliendo misión, es decir, estuve 2 años en México, 2 años en el béisbol de Ecuador.
I was 2 years in Mexico and 2 years in Ecuador.
Ahora he tenido la oportunidad de participar en el proyecto que el señor Carlos ha propuesto en el parque.
Now I've had the opportunity to work on the project that Carlos have introduced to the
Y me llama la atención cómo a veces, llevamos temas tan de parque, tan de nosotros de la liga, a un nivel tan que no lo lleva, ¿no?
It brings me concern that sometimes we bring up topics that have nothing to do with the team.
El señor Carlos ha tenido una visión muy interesante, según mi criterio,
Carlos has had a great vision, according to my opinion.
y es que ha querido y ha intentado elevar el béisbol de Homestead.
He has tried to elevate baseball in Homestead.
Y sobre esa base, en los últimos 2 años, que en el tiempo que he podido estar en el parque, se ha trabajado ardua y fuertemente para desarrollar a cada uno de los muchachos de nuestro parque.
The last 2 years that I've worked with him, he has tried very hard to bring up the kids in the park and to elevate them.
Carlos, el señor Carlos es una persona, el que Carlos que yo conozco, yo no puedo hablar por los demás compañeros,
I can't speak for other people, but the Carlos that I know,
una persona amable, una persona que siempre te escucha, no es autoritario, es una persona que siempre lleva es decir, es una persona que logra escuchar la opinión de cada uno y no siento que sea una persona como se ha manejado, que es racista.
I don't feel like Carlos is a racist person. He's not an authoritative figure. He has always listened to the opinions of all of us.
En mi caso, en el equipo que tenemos, hemos logrado incluso traer a atletas que son de otro, es decir, que no son propiamente de Homestead. En mi caso, en mi equipo, hay aproximadamente 5 niños que vienen de Miami hasta acá a entrenar con nosotros porque están creyendo en el proyecto.
In my team, not everyone is from Homestead. There's 5 kids in Miami that come here because they believe in the project.
Incluso se han logrado hacer ligas interesantes. Muchos equipos que antes no nos tomaban en serio, hemos logrado que vengan a nuestro parque a jugar ligas. En diciembre hubo una liga interesante donde había más de 12 equipos y la mayoría eran fuera de Homestead.
In December, there was more than 12 leagues, and the majority was outside of Homestead.
Puedo dar fe, perdone que le robe el tiempo, pero bueno, creo que es importante acotar que yo he participado en muchas ligas fuera de Homestead
I have participated in a lot of leagues outside of Homestead,
y puedo dar fe que nuestra liga es una de las ligas
and I have faith that our league is one of the leagues
donde no hay problemas ni raciales
where there's no racist problems.
ni de ningún tipo de credo. Es decir, es una liga donde todos los coaches, incluso el coach que está aquí presente, que somos muy amigos con criterios diferentes, pero no hay problema, no hay ningún tipo de necesidad de tomar su tiempo. Con una liga que está creciendo, dicen que a veces crecer duele y creo que es lo que está sucediendo.
Sometimes growth hurts, and that's what I think is going on. Me and him are friends, even though we have different criteria.
El señor Carlos ha logrado que las escuelas, muchas escuelas que antes no querían llegar al parque porque decían que era un parque que si el terreno era en malas condiciones, siempre con una queja, y hemos logrado porque ha logrado que el equipo crezca a través del proyecto que él tiene con ABF, la escuela ABF.
Carlos have had growth in the teams and with the team's AVF.
Y entonces realmente espero que crean en el proyecto y que nos dejen y que se deje trabajar. El señor Carlos, les digo, tiene un proyecto a largo plazo, pero que se está haciendo con fe, con deseo.
It's a project that's a long term, but that it's being done with passion.
We've got to wrap it up.
Okay, bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I understand we have someone online who wishes to weigh in. Go ahead, Mr. Orta.
Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Romero Orta, 2040 Southeast 19th Street. Mayor, I'm going to be quick. I've heard a lot of complaints about the league. I'm just here just to reiterate. These concerns were brought to the attention of staff several years ago, and they've been ignored. So I'm not here to attack the league itself because I've already shared my 2 cents. And what the league does is that just like that one gentleman tried to come back and speak and say, if you don't like it, leave. That's the attitude that Carlos has against people who speak against his policy and his league, okay? Red flags should have gone up when you guys knew that his board was family only, okay? Red flags should have gone up when Pedro found out that HYB, has anyone inquired on his tax exemption status? You'll be surprised when you do, okay? But these are concerns that have been brought to the attention of staff, more specifically Pedro, okay? Because this snowball that's going on brought to you that's wasting your time and our tax dollars when you guys should be attending other city matters, okay? This should have been handled with years ago, but Pedro, okay, ignores it. And people have been coming up to me and telling me, look, we've gone to staff, we've gone to Pedro, and nothing's being done. That should be a red flag within itself, okay? Why is it that Pedro and staff isn't doing anything about it? The only thing they did is what? They went to JD Red last month and they picked the bathrooms, boo-hoo. That's not the issue. The issue is what's going on, the turmoil that's going on in that league and the hostility that these kids are going through. Now, you guys brought up an RFP. That is the best solution right now because there is no fixing this. Okay, this has been going on for years where there is no solution to this, but put something new in there. Now, RFP, my recommendation, do not let Pedro handle that because the way he handles RFP is illegal and unethical, okay? I think it should be above him. I think his supervisor should start overseeing these complaints and these issues at this part. And in regards to the 60 and 90-day process for an RFP, it shouldn't take that long. And if it does, do it during the summer because no leagues play during the summer, okay? He does because he has this summer camp where he profits off of it. But you guys need to really look into his league and his tax exemption status, okay? Because it will bring a lot of concerns to you guys as well. Now, unfortunately for these kids, they're going through this hostility. I hope they can finish this league in a peaceful manner, but if not, you guys know what to do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Orta. All right, I am going to close the public comment section of the agenda. Thank you all. Mr. Kraft, you had your 3 minutes of fame tonight, and I already had to have somebody removed from the podium who was told no, who had already spoken. I can't let you speak when someone has been removed from the podium. I'm sorry, but you had your 3 minutes.
Mayor,
You had your 3 minutes. I'm sorry?
I have a comment.
Yes, Councilman Roth.
Thank you. I don't want to micromanage what's been said tonight, but as far as the makeup of their board, do you have the number of people that will be there? Are the requirements to be city residents? Also, do they have a charter or a guide that guides them as far as all of the things we've heard about with behaviors and all these different things?
That would be the code of conduct that we're talking about. With respect to the board, we figured it, once again, a group of parents and coaches would throw their hats in the ring saying, hey, I would like to be, on this board. And at that point, to ensure that the parents or parent of every single child votes. And the 4 top people that come out are the 4 top people that come out, and that's who's going to sit on the board. And at that point, at their first meeting, they need to go ahead and look at their code of conduct, make any changes they want to go ahead and do at that point, and address any other ongoing issues that's currently going on at the league. And once it's formally formed, at that point, if there's an incident of 2 coaches going at it at the field, that should immediately go to the board, and the board should immediately address it with suspensions or expulsion of the league, depending on what the situation is. Same as if, hey, these parents are harassing these other kids or whatever, same thing. What the problem here is lack of control of the league. And that's what this board is for, to handle that. And unless that happens, next month we're going to have the exact same session again, right? So it has to be taken care of.
Right, so based on what I think we've all observed tonight, even if they have an election for 4 board members, and I guess Mr. Garcia stays on as the president of the board, I guess that's, is he up for election as well?
He is the actual president of the league, so I think it's fair that he sits on the board, but I believe the remaining 4 seats should be duly elected by the parents and the coaches.
And do we have a date certain for that to take place?
April 5th is my belief is when that election is going to take place, and by April 17th, the board should be up and in full effect.
All right, I'll let the process play itself out, but I think all of us up here are very frustrated. We want closure to this, and we want closure only to bring the children to the forefront now, because we've heard a lot of things from parents tonight. The sandbox is getting awfully full with people that can't get along, and to use a park reference. And I think it's time that this comes to a closure. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one thing to add. I think the composition of the board should be clearly defined beyond quantifying the amount of people that should be on the board. Our boards are clearly defined relative to composition. So I think it should be majority of Homestead residents on the board. Because if we
Absolutely.
just leave it open-ended, then we can have a board essentially of all non-residents. So I think that needs to be clearly defined in the composition of the board.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I believe that's an excellent idea.
Thank you, Mayor. The board, okay, that we're structuring, it sounds like we're creating the criteria here. Is this not a universal requirement for all of the leagues and all of the park programs that we have? Why are we creating a policy and enforcing a policy that my understanding is was already part of the contract? Is this not something that's required for everyone?
Yes, the leagues are required to have a board. I think part of the issue here is the majority of the board is Mr. Garcia, his wife, and I believe another relative, right? So the board hearing a situation and makes a decision, then there's the argument, oh, wait a minute, you're being biased, or this is retribution. Once again, Mr. Garcia, the president, on the board, 4 other duly elected members, which are Homestead residents, and so there's no more, oh, there's preference here, there's preference there. They've been duly elected by the league, by the parents, by the coaches, and their decision is their decision.
I guess my point is that I'm concerned that this type of structure was not already in place.
There is a board.
No, in reference to the criteria, to whether it's Homestead residents or, you know, one from this district, one from that district, so that we have great representation, that is to me something that we should have caught a long time ago. And that it's a good reminder that this is a priority, and when you have the absence of this type of structure in any organization, it causes chaos. And all of this chaos that we're having to deal with right now, it should have been stopped at multiple levels. Now, for me, that's another indicator that our Parks Department is underfunded. We have every department is a priority, but we have to make sure that we have the funding in place to open the positions, and when we create the positions, which I do know that we've had some vacancies in the park staff, that we have a campaign to fill these vacancies with qualified employees so that they can be the people that are checking the contracts, that are making sure that these contracts are not just rolling over for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it has you, without the oversight to make sure that this chaos doesn't occur, because this is such a burden on the parents that are there every night of the week, sometimes at J.D. Red and at Harris Field, and look at Roby George. Why is nobody speaking up about the concerns at Roby George? Is there no board there? Is there no program director there? We should maybe have an RFP for that park too, if we don't have a program. So we definitely need law and order. We need oversight. That code of conduct that we're hearing about is mainly on the field disruptions, right? Code of conduct for the game plays and the referees and whatnot. But there should be a code of conduct clearly indicated on the fences for off the park, off of the field behavior. Parents should not be fighting. There should be no arguing. There should be no screaming. There should be no profanity. There should be no inappropriate music playing loud to disrupt the activities going on. There should be no littering. There should be no smoking. These are things that we should be enforcing as a standard for all of our parks. okay? The other thing is all this pricing. There's a lot of money going around. So we've got our rec games that are just $150 a season. And then you've got parents paying $500 a month. I guess that's normal. I never paid that when my kids were there. They paid the rec, and they traveled, and they played games, and it was a great time, and their uniforms were included. So, of course, if you've got parents paying $400, $500 a month, they're going to have a really hard time if that umpire calls the wrong call. And there's going to be fights, and then the coaches are going to be, oh, well, it's not because of me, it's because of this, or the time was not written, whatever the cases are. We need to make sure that all of our programs have these boards in place so that these things are handled immediately, efficiently, appropriately. This is not for us to spend 2 hours. We've got major business to conduct here. It's extremely important that these processes are in place and checked multiple times a year. So please look into that. We need the volunteers. Parents, this is not the only time you should be getting involved. We need you guys to be volunteering on those boards. We need you to be volunteering at the park. Be the crime watch. Be the eyes and ears to report on all matters, not just when, the fees are being collected or demanded, okay? There's a lot of stuff going on in our community, and we need you to participate. We had public comment about the nonprofits in our organizations in our cities here. We need you to volunteer on those boards and spend time on all of these matters. We need to get organized, and they need to be uniformly applied to all the parks. So please, City Manager, put your microscope on all of the parks, not just JD Red, because it's very important that we fix this problem. And I don't want to hear about, I don't want to see this happen again. This has got to get under control.
Councilwoman, this is one way or another, this is getting under control. Either everyone here today could be happy, or a lot of people are going to be unhappy, right?
Absolutely.
So everybody needs to work together, and I'm talking to the coaches and the parents here. You guys need to find the middle ground. You're going to have a brand new board, work together, solve your problems. The last thing I want to do is an RFP. The last thing I want to do is disrupt the park. But if these folks cannot work together, there's really no option left then at that point. And Mayor, I'd like to address Mr. Orta's comments.
Yes, please.
I'd just like to say if, just to come out and just make just blatant accusations, I think it's very inappropriate. And if Mr. Orta has something, he can call me anytime. He could call my office, and I'll be more than happy to sit down with him and see what he has to proffer. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Councilman Fletcher.
Not to belabor, Mr. Mayor, but, years ago, we had council people that were like in charge of different areas. You'd appoint them like the chairman of a committee. And that kind of went away. Is there a way we might be able to bring that back where we have a Parks and Rec type committee? I know we have the public safety, pension board type stuff. He's on the tourism committee. If we could bring something like that back, I think that would also engage us as well a little deeper into some of these type of issues.
Well,
Just a
certainly
thought.
as that initial point person
Absolutely. For
to
the
be the
community to come
liaison
to bring that information.
with staff, absolutely. Vice Mayor.
Excellent comment. I just wanted to tell the audience what Councilwoman Avila was saying, because I know that a lot of people in the audience only speak Spanish. So I want to address, para ustedes en la audiencia que solo hablan español, la concejala Ávila, lo que ella estaba diciendo es que la liga actualmente tiene un comité, y ese comité pertenece el señor Carlos, su esposa y otro familiar. Entonces, lo que la ciudad va a hacer es tener un voto para que puedan ser elegidos otra gente, para que la gente no vayan a decir, no, pero eso no está bien porque son familia y quieren hacerlo para que sea justo. Y yo pienso que eso sería una buena idea para movernos para adelante. Ella también dijo que por qué toditas las ligas no tienen las mismas instrucciones. ¿Por qué nosotros ahora le estamos dando atención a eso cuando toditas las ligas deben de usar las mismas reglas para conducir su negocio? Entonces ella trae unos buenos puntos ahí también. Entonces ella dice que eso tiene que ver porque el departamento de parque no tiene suficientes fondos. Entonces nosotros tenemos que buscar cómo le vamos a dar más fondos para que todas las ligas sean igual. Sea Ávila like that. Y que los padres participen más. Y también el señor Fletcher dijo que debe de ser un concejal que sea como un representante de, como hacen en los otros departamentos. Un concejal se encarga de la policía, otro concejal se encarga del agua. Entonces, si yo pudiera ser ese concejal, que puedo ser la persona donde las ligas dicen, ok, el señor Julio va a ser la persona con quien nosotros vamos a hablar, porque queremos darles atención a algo, porque pensamos que esto no está bien. Yo me hago libre para hacer eso también, para que ustedes lo sepan, ¿ok? Entonces, that's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. One final quick item, and I know we're way over time already. I think there's a young man in the back who's been here all night who kind of had his hand up waving like he wanted to speak. I'm going to make an exception. I'll ask you to come down and give us your name and address for the record. Be sure to speak clearly into the microphone.
Hello.
No address.
Hello, my name is Manuel Hernandez. A year ago, I had an incident in the park. I damaged my knees, and one of the first men to come up was Coach Carlos. He ran up and he picked me up off the floor. And in the park, I have never seen Coach Carlos treated or mistreated a kid in the park. Because I played in the park for 4 years already, and I have never seen him mistreat a kid. Thank you.
Thank you, and I really mean it this time. We're closing the public comment section of the agenda. And I want to thank all of you parents, whichever side, whichever angle you have on this, for being here. But as it's been said, it shouldn't have had to get to this point. So thank you. Good night.
Hello, my name is Jose Hernandez. I play at JD Red. I've been there since with my brother for 4 years. He's gotten injured multiple times, and the first person to be there is Carlos Garcia. He's helped him multiple times. He's helped us with a lot of things, and he's helped me a lot too.
It's okay, buddy. You're doing a good job.
Fine. A lot of adults can't do what you're doing right now.
It's very hard to get up and talk in front of people.
Okay. What happened?
Está emocionado, sí.
Él dice ahorita que a él le molestaba que dijeran cosas que él no ha visto de Carlos.
You know, the reality is that what we have at JD Red is a diamond. It's a diamond, and it's worth protecting, and it's worth doing what we're talking about. And we're going to make sure that we correct our mistakes and we correct the process, okay? So let's allow this to settle now, and let's continue to let the process take its course. You know, our city manager is listening to everything. Our parks director is listening to everything. Our program director is listening to everything. And we're all going to work together, because let me tell you, the grass is never greener on the other side. If we shut down the park so we can go through an RFP, and it will take time, nobody's going to be happy. And the worst case scenario is that kids are not going to be able to play. So please let the personalities be put aside, and let's focus on what's important. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Manager, are there any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
I'd like to defer the entire agenda if I can.
Hey, and you know, the land use attorneys that have been paid to sit here tonight are applauding the loudest because they get to come back.
Good evening, Mayor. Yes, we have two additions. The first one is CAR 3849, Collective Bargaining Agreement, PBA Office, Police Officers, Detectives, Sergeants, and Correction Officer. And the second item is 3850, Collection Bargaining Agreement, PBA Lieutenants.
All right. Mr. White, do we need a vote to add these to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor. I think just a simple majority, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Any opposed to the addition of these items? None. Okay, thank you. I don't have, but in my amended agenda, we don't have an approval of the minutes section. Shouldn't it be here before the consent agenda or before the? Okay, all right, so not specifically. All right, so we have a motion from Councilman Roth and a second from Councilman Fletcher for approval of the consent agenda, which is represented by tabs 1 through 6. All in favor? Any opposed? Now, if there are no objections, I would like to move tabs 19 through 22 regarding the insurance to the front of the agenda. So there's no objections. Mr. Jones, or your staff? Is he here? There he is. I can't see it for all the flowers. All right. Attorney to read in tabs 19 through 22.
Sure.
And then we'll hear from Mr. Jones. Thank you.
Give me 1 second, get there. Just bear with me one moment. All right, resolutions, tab 19 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, waiving competitive bidding requirement for city-owned property insurance contract for the police station located at 45 Northwest 1st Avenue, City Hall, located at 100 Northeast Civic Court, and the Cybrarium located at 80 West Maury Drive, through the Arrowhead General Insurance Agency as program manager for Princeton Excess and Surplus Lines Insurance Company, General Security Indemnity Company of AZ, Steadfast Insurance Company, Transverse Specialty Insurance Company, Accredited Specialty Insurance Company, QBE Specialty Insurance Company, in accordance with City Code Section 2-411B, exemptions from competitive bidding, authorizing transaction, and providing for an effective date. Tab 20 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, waiving competitive bidding requirements for terrorism insurance contract with Hiscox in accordance with City Code Section 2-411B, exemptions from competitive bidding, authorizing transaction, providing for an effective date. Tab 21 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, waiving competitive bidding requirement for city-owned property insurance contract, excluding City Hall, Police Station, Cybrarium, and Power Plant and substations, with National Fire and Marine Insurance Company, Endurance American Specialty Company, Landmark American Insurance Company, and Evanston Insurance Company, in accordance with City Code Section in accordance with Section 2-411B, exemptions from competitive bidding, authorizing transaction, providing for an effective date. And finally, tab number 22 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, waiving competitive bidding requirements for power plant and substation insurance contract with Ace Energy Insurance Company and with Chubb Insurance, in accordance with City Code Section 2-411B, exemptions from competitive bidding, authorizing transaction, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you. Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase commercial property insurance. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong tab. Oh, no, I'm on the right tab. Commercial property insurance for City Hall, the police station, and the Cybrarium for the term of March 31st, 2023 through March 31st, 2024, with Arrowhead for $252,000, $270,000. This renewal resulted in an estimated 32.62% increase due to markets' growing concerns over inflationary factors, particularly on the construction costs and property valuations, as well as increased intensity of hurricanes.
Let's take them all together. Is that all right with council? We'll talk about all the insurance tabs and then have separate votes.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Car 3784. Staff recommends the mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing city manager to renew the terrorism policy with Hiscox for the policy term of March 31st, 2023 through March 31st, 2024 for a premium of $58,972. This renewal quote reflects an increase of 25.55% in premium with the expiring term. Tab 21. Staff recommends that mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing city manager to purchase commercial property insurance coverage for the policy term of March 31st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024 for the city-owned property excluding City Hall, Police Station, Cyberium, and Power Plant, and substations for an estimated premium of $666,271. And the last one, purchase of property insurance for the power plant. Staff recommends that mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase commercial property insurance coverage for the policy term of March 31st, 2023 through March 31st, 2024 with Ace Energy for $436,045.64 and the boiler machinery insurance with Federal Insurance Company, Chubb, for $123,036. And this quote represents a combined increase in premium of 16.59% over the expiring policy term, including fees and taxes.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from council on tabs 19 through 22? Mr. Jones, I want to thank you and your staff for the narrative that was provided, both in writing and verbally, explaining, in excruciating detail, very educating detail, as to what's going on in the market and why we are in the position we were in. Anything to add?
I don't know how far you want to get into the weeds, but
No.
and
We've been out in the outfield all night, pardon the pun, yeah.
The overall increase in the premium was really about 6%, which was good. You are giving up some coverage. We're not buying full wind limits on the power plant, for example, but the probable maximum loss from windstorm on the properties where we have limited wind is very low, and the limits probably going to be purchased are adequate.
Thank you, sir. All right, do we have a motion on tab 19 for approval? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call on tab 19, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Motion to approve on tab 20.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And a motion to approve tab 21.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And finally, a motion on tab 22. Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, sir. See you next year.
I want to thank staff, particularly Priscilla Thompson, for many hours of work on this.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Before we get into the real grind here, since it's 8:30, I'd entertain a motion to extend the meeting until 10 o'clock. Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Fletcher. All in favor? Any opposed? Mr. Manager, you don't get to vote. All right. I think we are at the quasi-judicial portion of our agenda, Mr. White. Aren't we?
Do you want to take up the addendums, Mayor? The additions, the addendums now?
Okay, yes, I'm sorry. We'll go back to addendum 1, Mr. Manager.
I can introduce both of the titles, Mayor.
Please do.
Addendum 1 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, providing for ratification of the collective bargaining agreement between the South Florida Police Benevolent Association, police officers, detectives, sergeants, and corrections officers, and the City of Homestead in effect from October 1, 2022 through September 30th, 2024, authorizing the city manager to sign the collective bargaining agreement on behalf of the city, authorizing the city manager to take all actions necessary to implement the collective bargaining agreement, and providing for an effective date. And Addendum 2 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, providing for ratification of the collective bargaining agreement between the South Florida Police Benevolent Association, police lieutenants, and the City of Homestead, in effect from October 1, 2022 through September 30th, 2024, authorizing the city manager to sign the collective bargaining agreement on behalf of the city, authorizing the city manager to take all action necessary to implement the collective bargaining agreement, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends the mayor and council, ratify the tentatively agreed to collective bargaining agreement between the City of Homestead and the South Florida Police Benevolent Association for police officers, detectives, sergeants, and correction officers for the term of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2024. Staff recommends that mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing city manager to enter into the 2022-2024 PBA-CBA. The second item, staff recommends that mayor and council ratify the tentatively agreed to collective bargaining agreement between the City of Homestead and the South Florida Police Benevolent Association for lieutenants for the term of October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2024. Staff recommends that mayor and council approve the attached resolution authorizing city manager to enter into the 2022-2024 PBA-CBA.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments, motion? Move addendum 1 by the vice mayor for approval, seconded by Councilman Roth.
Just one comment, though.
Yes, sir.
I'm thankful that it's over and resolved. You guys did a great job. I know we all did a lot of thinking and grinding and hoping and praying that we could come to an agreement, and thank you for bringing us to that point.
And thank you, Councilman, and special call out to Wendy and Milton as well from White Sorota. They did a great job.
Thank you. All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on addendum 1.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
And a motion on addendum 2. Moved by the vice mayor, seconded by Councilman Roth. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. We did the consent agenda, right? Or did we?
Yes.
We did the consent agenda.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, on to the quasi-judicial portion of the evening. Mr. White.
Yes, this is the quasi-judicial section of the agenda. Please be advised the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address. When the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made, an opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in, all testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-590, any lobbyist must register before addressing the council on any of the following items. At this time, I'd ask council members to disclose any ex parte communications concerning any of the quasi-judicial items on the agenda, which would be tab 7, 8, and 9.
Mayor, I'll start. All three, 7, 8, and 9.
Councilwoman Avila? 7, 8, and 9. Vice Mayor?
7, 8, 9.
Fletcher?
7, 8, 9.
And Councilwoman Fairclough? 7 only. And 7, 8, and 9.
Thank you. So at this time, anyone in the audience who's wishing to speak on any of those tabs, tab 7, 8, or 9, can you please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn in by the clerk at this point?
Do you hereby swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God? Thank you. You may be seated.
So tab 7 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving an amendment to the previously approved Malibu Bay Planned Unit Development Master Development Plan to permit a maximum building height of 95 feet, 7 stories, and to transfer approximately 1.16 acres designated for residential development from within Pod H to incorporate the property into commercial Pod G to develop an approximately 63,039 square foot additional hotel wing for the Hampton Inn Hotel, and further eliminating 18 townhome units in residential Pod H, generally located southeast of the Homestead Extension of the Florida Turnpike, west of Baptist Way, and north of Campbell Drive, 312th Street, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflict, severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cordino.
Sir, Mr. Attorney explained the details of the application very well. We are going to be recommending approval of the requested amendment to the master plan. This is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, our city code section 30-468 of the PUD application procedures, chapter 30, article 6, planning and developments, and all other applicable city codes. All the details, like the attorney said, are in the package, and we explained them before. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer them. We're recommending approval.
Thank you. Council? Questions, comments? Yes, Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the only 3 things that I would like to see at second reading, if it does go through, is to hopefully host another meeting with the HOA, giving them as much time as possible. I know it wasn't a great turnout for this last meeting, but just keep that communication open. And you had also mentioned during our Zoom that you would have the architect do a plan to see what any possibility of any windows on that one side facing the residents could possibly see. So I think that would be good.
I'm sorry, Councilman Bailey.
Sorry.
Who are you speaking to?
The applicant?
The applicant's attorney is here, if they could come to the podium.
Oh, of
So
course. Hello again. You look the same to me because we met today.
It's only been 3 hours.
Well, earlier was our Zoom meeting. So you had mentioned about the HOA meeting not being the best turnout, but it was during the day. So I would just love to see you try for another meeting and get any replies via email for anybody who can't attend the meeting. And then for that side of the hotel that faces the townhomes currently, to make sure that there's no possibility of those windows being able to see into any of the residents.
Yeah, we're happy to do that, and we'll speak with the architect. On that point, just something to reference, at least based on the current configuration, it would be about 90 to 100 feet away from the nearest townhome, whereas some of the townhomes on the east are even closer to their neighboring townhomes. Some of the townhomes on the southeast corner that abut, I forget, not the townhome on the bottom east, Courtyard Marriott, those are even closer than the 90 feet. So just something to keep in mind. This is significantly further away than what's existing at the moment. But happy to look into what we can do with respect to the windows on the north wall. And of course, more than welcome to have another meeting with the HOA, field any questions they have, after the second reading and, throughout construction, making sure everybody's happy.
And it's not necessarily to take away windows. That's really nice to be able to have a view from your hotel room, but maybe it's something that could be handled with landscaping or...
Right, yeah, and of course, townhome owners don't want to see just a plain old wall.
Of course,
right?
for sure.
So duly noted, thank you.
And then the third and last piece was the mention earlier about a fence going around the perimeter. I think that's...
Yeah, so it's a 6-foot requirement between the residential and commercial.
Around the entire area. There's no way to walk from the hotel into the townhomes. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Fletcher.
Yeah, if you could schedule a discussion with me at some point in the next week or so to discuss the overall South Florida water management requirement for the lake. I'd like to maybe look at other options if they're available. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir?
And I'll just, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Councilman Fletcher, I didn't hear what you said. Can you just repeat that?
Yeah, I can repeat it again. I will ask him to see if he could set up a little discussion for he and I to discuss the requirements of South Florida water management in that canal or lake, and whether or not it could be done away with or something different, is all. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. And obviously, the issues that were raised at the LPA meeting that our attorneys were going to address. All right, I will open this up for public comment.
If you just give me a couple minutes, I'll just address some of the comments, which I got some feedback on from my counterparties. Councilmember Fletcher, with respect to your point on 24-hour touch points, the existing town place suites on the furthest northeast of the existing community does regularly check on its guests. They have a very friendly relationship when they check in, and will oftentimes notice if somebody isn't walking around or somebody that's normally very visible in the hotel isn't there. So that's on that point. Already addressed. I think you had also asked about the 6-foot wall. So that's that. With respect to Councilwoman Avila's comment about ensuring that we have first responders and also service members, that if we in fact go upon a condition of a 30 days, that there's certain carve-outs to allow for people that of course need more than that. Another group that might be sensitive is also domestic violence victims, right? Trying to relocate confidentially and anonymously to somewhere for an extended period of time, so this might be an opportunity for them. And then the last point, just as a more broad point about different groups that we would hope that this product would satisfy the need for, Turkey Point, and as well as the FedEx Distribution Center. And then lastly, for hospital care, attending physicians at the hospital, family that are there to care for their family members that are in long-term care at the hospital. The existing extended stay does have a gate directly to the hospital, so this new wing could, without having to go through traffic, conveniently get to the hospital. So if you have any other additional questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Vice Mayor, did you have a question? No. Okay, very good. All right, so did we have a motion?
I'll move it to second.
Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Vice Mayor Guzman. Let's have a roll call vote on tab 7.
Councilman Ross?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
There's too many microphones on at the same time. Yes to first reading.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Lozner?
Yes,
The motion carries.
thank you. All right.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Mr. White, tab 8.
So Mayor, tab 8 and tab 9 are corresponding applications dealing with the same proposed project and property. Tab 8 is the site plan, tab 9 is the corresponding tentative plat. In our usual format, I can introduce both of those collectively. You can have a collective discussion, public hearing, and then separately take a vote on each one of those items.
Let's do the normal.
So tab 8 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting site plan approval as requested by Castellanos at Coral Way, Inc. for the development of an approximately 20,252 square foot building consisting of a medical center and 2 retail spaces on an approximately 1.04 acre parcel of land located at 304 North Chrome Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date. And tab 9 is the corresponding tentative plat application. And tab 9 is a resolution of the City of Homestead, Florida, granting tentative plat approval as requested by Castellanos at Coral Way, Inc. for the development of an approximately 20,252 square foot building consisting of a medical center and 2 retail spaces on an approximately 1.04 acre parcel of land located at 304 North Chrome Avenue as legally described in Exhibit A and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, sir. All right, any initial questions or comments from Councilwoman Fairclough-Staggers?
I just have a comment. I'm a little confused. I'm not sure if I missed an email or something, but I noticed I was the only one that hadn't met with the applicant. Not sure if that was by default or design.
Good afternoon, evening, Mayor and Council. No, ma'am. This was something that I circulated and met with Mayor and Council. This is going back months and months, and we had touched the base and kind of played phone tag, and we were supposed to meet, and we never got coordinated. I mean, this is like 8 months ago. So this project was in DRC and back and forth for that entire time. And
No, I'm not questioning the process. I'm just concerned that we hadn't met. I didn't see anything in my email requesting a meeting.
Those were the phone calls and text messages that you and I had back and forth with each other.
For official city business, I would prefer email with my assistant so that we can track it. I'm not sure when you met with my colleagues, if that was recently or 8 months ago.
For me, it was a phone call today. And I believe on a different item, he had passed me a plan to review, but it wasn't a meeting. For me today, it was a phone call.
But just respectfully moving forward, and I request this of everybody, and staff can tell you, I would appreciate the courtesy of meeting. And if we can do that moving forward, I greatly appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. And I apologize again.
Go ahead. All right, so we had any further questions for council? Go ahead on behalf of the applicant then.
Jason Bass, on behalf of Mr. Castellanos, with Castellanos and Corway. Again, just a site plan with the tentative plat. We one time thought we were going to be able to take advantage of the administrative site plan process, but we were not able to. We have a tentative plat that has to go along with this application. Again, Mr. White says 20,250 square feet of medical office space with a couple of smaller retail shops down on Chrome Avenue to take advantage of some of the foot traffic down there possibly, and keeping character with the neighborhood there along Chrome. This was the site of the old Greenstone Motel, which was one of those motels that you spoke of earlier down on Chrome Avenue that had fallen into disrepair over the years and was being used probably for a number of different activities, none of those which were good for the area. So that, that structure was demolished some months back, and we are proposing this to replace it. We didn't need to rezone the property. It's B1, so it's allowable use. The zoning was in place. We have the site's 0.95 acres, and again, the 20,000 square foot building, and a nice, large, improved parking lot. There was parking there that the public had been taking advantage of over the years, and will be able to continue to do so there. But again, new parking facilities in the back that don't front Chrome, but are off there, just off the path there. Any questions, council?
I do have an academic question for Mr. Corradino. Help me understand why these are platted lots with a site plan approval, why the additional layer of a T-plat?
T-plat, it's being replatted, I believe, so then you need the platting, according to the county regulations.
Okay, so.
Yeah, it's, Mayor, if I could. So apparently the county, even though it's platted, we're dealing with 3 folio numbers. The county's requiring them to replat. In their replat, they are essentially taking the folio numbers and they are replatting into 3 separate tracks. Track A, B, and C. Track C is going to contain the approximately 20,000 square foot building. Track A and B is going to be the vehicular parking tracks associated with that. So on one hand, we have the tentative plat that's required that breaks it into 3 separate tracks, and there's a declaration that goes with that the county requires. And then on the other hand, we have the site plan, which has the folio numbers, and assuming we're going to approve this, there is a condition. I haven't had a chance to talk to Mr. Bass, but I'll work with him on this. But the declaration under the T-plat doesn't unify the parcels. And so in order to cover us, or the city, and it can always be released if something's not built, I would ask that we add a condition, number 4, to the resolution approving the site plan. And I can read that into the record if you'd like me to now.
Let's go ahead if we're at the point
So,
to do that.
so prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall submit a unity of title and/or a declaration in lieu of a unity title as it relates to the 3 separate folio numbers and proposed replatted 3 independent tracts A, B, and C for purposes of redevelopment of the 1.04 acre parcel or property consistent with the site plan approval development order, subject to form and legal sufficiency as approved by the city attorney.
So I guess the lay answer to my initial question, it sounds like that perhaps the footprint of the proposed building crosses the property line of that folio numbered, touches Chrome Avenue. And that this is kind of form over substance in a way for a county to exact its own fees and delay development in our downtown, but I digress. I just want to make sure it wasn't really, not us,
No.
imposing kind of a form over substance layer of.
The county's in charge of the planning process, so it's all runs through them, and for us, it's largely ministerial. So they tell us when, in a case like this, there's different properties that need to be redone, they got to replat, and that's why we're.
Yeah, so likely here that if the building was situated solely on that one folio number, we wouldn't have a T-plat.
Probably could have done, probably the county would have been okay with a waiver of plat, but the county is a difficult animal when it comes to platting, and we, consistently have to deal with whoever's at the helm. There might be a different position taken at different points and different times, and unfortunately, they're in control at the end of the day, and the applicant can't move forward unless they adhere to what the county requires.
All right, yeah, I just wanted to have a handle on that additional expense and delay that's not on us, but kind of is attached to this. Councilwoman?
I was having the same sentiments. I was asking our city manager during our review, why is this coming to us for approval? It seems to me there's no variances. It seems like it would have gone through administrative approval, but because of this particular item, it had to come to us with the site plan and everything. But when you say 8 months of DRC, what are you referring to? DRC with us?
But there was just it's just a timely process. There was hang-ups on both sides. It was complicated. It being 3 parcels, a lot of things that needed to be addressed.
Because this council is very much focused on wanting to ensure that our process is expeditious, and we do need the feedback. So let's make sure we follow up afterwards and identify where the process could have improved. Because our whole LPA agenda that we had tonight eliminated a whole P&Z process that you would have had to go through as well. So I hope that you found some relief and that your clients found some relief both in time and money and aggravation with that action that we had tonight.
With the elimination of the planning and zoning board and that whole process has definitely helped to expedite the process, without a doubt.
And then the other point I want to make in reference to my colleague's comments about respect for meeting with us individually, not just to you, Mr. Bass, but for anyone else here that might be listening and for any future applicants. I have made those same requests myself, and if I were to find out going forward that a colleague of mine did not get the respect to meet and to discuss and to have an opportunity, or felt that they did not have enough opportunity to meet and express their concerns on an item, I will vote no out of principle. So let that be a warning to any applicants that want to come to the floor and maybe pick and choose who they talk to. But I have made that request for my own courtesy as well, so I will extend that to my colleagues. Thank you. Not making an example out of you, Jason, but it was an opportunity for me to express that. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have details that we'll pass out to you whenever you want it about the DRC process. There were 4 different DRC reviews. So what happens is, application comes in, when it conforms to the code, it gets out of the DRC. We had to go back 4 times with the applicant for the DRC review. Michelle will explain in greater detail. At one point in time, their surveyor simply did not want to conform with the rules of the city of Homestead or Miami-Dade County, and we just got stuck on a disagreement. We have rules, we have to abide by them, require them. They're some, and Michelle, you want to go into that a little bit?
Well,
more
you don't
detail?
have to, but I guess I want to make a point on this, is that that's very similar to, in my mind, how we process paperwork for various applications. So your initial submission for overall review, I can understand that that might take 2 weeks, even a month maybe, to get some comments back. But once you've gone through that initial review, and I think that I've received this feedback from like Prime Group and other applicants that have gone through the process, we should be able to get conditions or comments reviewed much quicker. But if a condition isn't sent to us for review for weeks, months at a time, then obviously we can't ignore the condition and clear a condition, or clear a comment rather. So we'll go over these on one-on-one so that we can kind of do a refresher on how our DRC process is going. But I'd like to see that. I'm hearing DRC is just really taking a long time, and it's almost like you get put at the bottom of the queue, when you already went through your initial review, so these comments should be kind of expedited. So we'll see how we can make a process to
We
make
can do
that
that,
happen.
and you're correct in that. I mean, what we do is put everybody in line with the applications that are ahead of them. And so we have to process everybody's applications. They all need to make the DRC deadlines, and as they come back in with the second round or the third round or the fourth round or whatever it is, we've got applications there that with a limited amount of staff, we're processing those guys to get them to their next council agenda or LPA agenda, and it's just an issue of hours, basically.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, yes, Councilwoman.
Yes. I have a question, because since I didn't have an opportunity to meet with you, and considering we have several medical facilities, like strip facilities in the city, can you just talk to me a little bit about what is the vision for this medical facility? And I know you have 2 retail spaces, but what is the vision for the center?
There's a single-use tenant, and so it's a build-a-suit, and the current owners right now are building this out for a client that is pretty big in the medical industry and is coming into South Florida here to. I'm told, and that's not my forte in the medical industry, but it would be a multifaceted, multi-purpose, like kind of a myriad of doctors in there, so like a broad spectrum healthcare for, I think, geared towards seniors.
I asked that question because I met with another group that was interested in bringing a medical facility into the community, and I had an opportunity to visit one of their facilities, and I asked them, well, what specialties are you bringing? What different are you bringing to the city? And they provided me with very specific and intentional information based on their research, based on their data, and based on the need. So for this, it seems like it's build it and let's see who will come, or is there any type of strategic plan to bring in a discipline or a specialty in the community that is needed at the time?
I do not have all of that information.
That's why it's important for us to meet.
Understood. And again, I was just guiding them through the code, through allowable uses, through the application process, and I didn't delve much into the details of the use after.
Are you accompanied with someone else here from
Uh,
the group?
Yes, yes, I am, and
That can
they
probably
may be
answer
better
that?
suited to answer that question.
In Spanish? But in English?
Where's Liz?
Well, no, we need someone from
Yeah,
staff
from
to
staff.
translate again. On bat pay tonight.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mario Castellano.
Good evening, my name is Mario Castellano.
Yeah.
Yo soy el dueño de la propiedad y
I am the owner of the property,
conozco la compañía que va a hacer manejar la facilidad médica.
and I know the company that's going to manage the medical facility.
Ellos son especialistas en personas mayores.
They specialize in the elderly.
Son una compañía que tienen varias clínicas
It's a company that has multiple clinics,
y traen una medicina más moderna.
and they bring a medicine that's modern,
Y eso es más o menos lo que yo conozco de ellos.
and that's what I know about them.
Can you not disclose who the company is? I know sometimes you can't disclose. Can you not disclose? And is there an opportunity for me to visit their sites to determine if it's a value add to our community, as I've done with other operators that wanted to come in and bring their facilities, their medical facilities into the city?
Sí, la compañía se llama Med Group.
Med Group is the name of the company.
Where else do they have facilities?
En Coral Gables,
They have one in Coral Gables,
en Hialeah.
Hialeah.
Okay, so let's meet. I'm sure I'll probably get an email from you tomorrow to meet, because I like to conduct a site visit. Leon Medical Centers, I've been there. I've been to so many facilities when they've wanted to come into the city, and I would like the opportunity to visit as well. So if we can coordinate that site visit, I greatly appreciate it.
He said, of course,
Thank you.
Y cualquier momento.
at any time.
We'll make it happen.
Thank you. Okay, yes,
Bef-
Councilwoman.
Before we close any additional comments here, there's an American flag, right, on the site plan? Jason? There's an American flag, or will be an American flag on the site plan? This is how tall of a building?
How tall do you want the flag?
As tall as our code allows.
You got it.
Thank you.
It's done. American flag on the building. Big flag.
For sure.
We put that as a condition because I don't see it in the site plan. That would have to
Vice
be-
Mayor would like to weigh in?
You know, while I agree with everything my colleagues are saying, I'm eager to see some activity and development in downtown. We've been wanting that to happen for some time. Do you have an idea of the amount of jobs you'll be creating? And
That was just brought up back there because I wanted to verify with them, and not a huge creator, but 30 to 35 jobs, which is not bad.
okay. Okay. Because I really want to see what it used to be, the foot traffic that we had, and back when it was a lot of medical suits walking up and down the downtown area. And at some point, I'd like to see a small cafe come in there as well. Is there plans for a cafe in that building?
That's one of the options. That's the two small little retail spots downstairs would be perfect for a little walk-up cafe.
Excellent.
Coffee shop. So
All right.
That'd be perfect for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. All right. If I didn't already do so, I will open this hearing for public comment. Is there anyone who wishes to address either tabs 8 or 9? None appearing. I'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion to approve site plan approval under tab 8. Moved by Vice Mayor.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Fletcher. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Just for clarification, that includes the condition number 4 that I read into the record, as well as the added condition, the applicant shall install a flagpole with an American flag.
Yes. It's implicit in your motion and the second. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Always count on James to weigh in and make sure the record's clean. All right, so Madam Clerk, let's have a roll call on tab 8.
Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey,
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila, Councilman Roth,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And now motion for tab 9 on the T-plat for this same project. Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilwoman Avila, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Councilman Roth,
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very good, thank you all. And that appears to conclude the quasi-judicial portion of our agenda. Does anyone have an objection to a 5-minute break before we get into another lengthy matter? All right, 5-minute recess, guys. All right, we're back. Or are we? Physically, maybe not mentally. On to legislative matters, we have tab 10, the second reading of the sign code ordinance. Mr. White.
Yes, Mayor, this is the tab 10, second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 23, Signs and Advertising, Article 3, Signs, modifying regulations related to off-premise advertising, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Essentially, this is the billboard ordinance that you passed on first reading, and then we subsequently workshopped and discussed 3 different options based on the FDOT standards for the Turnpike corridor. And that was 1,000 feet, which is the base, 1,500 or 2,000. And just to refresh your memory, there's a map that was handed out that deals with that, those 3 options and what they yield. So it was requested that it be moved out of workshop jail and brought back forward for consideration at second reading. However, I didn't have clear direction from the workshop, so it's still in the same format based on 1,000 feet. So tonight, if you all want to modify that or change that, you can do that. In addition to the ordinance, I know that out of the workshop, you all had requested analysis on various other roadways within the city and what those would look like. And staff has done a preliminary analysis with regards to those maps. I think those have been provided to you. However, it's up to you. I wasn't anticipating that we were going to be discussing those and incorporating those into this ordinance, that perhaps we move forward with this Turnpike corridor portion and then consider and talk about the variations, the other maps, and what you all want to do, if anything, with that. And we can always further amend this. So, whatever your pleasure is, I'm happy to. The problem is that if we get into the discussion tonight about the other maps, I've not reviewed them yet or had a chance to digest them. So I'm not really going to be able to give you any finite details with regards to trying to draft legislation on the fly with respect to those items. I'd have to come back to you, or we have to have a long conversation about it either tonight or in another workshop format or at a CAL meeting, whatever your pleasure is.
Not tonight. Not tonight. All right, so who'd like to kick off the conversation?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate my colleagues' time in coming to the workshops and discussing. And I'm glad that the maps have been prepared for us to digest and to continue to work on over time with additional workshops so that we can finalize the overall regulations on the off-site signage. My goal, as I mentioned last month, is that we don't approve the corridor without considering that these other areas within our city need to be reviewed, and policy needs to be written for it. So if we are all okay and on the same page that we're willing to continue the conversation with the rest of the city and digesting this information, then I'm comfortable with proposing that we move forward with the approval of the corridor based on the 1,000 feet, as we were pretty much in agreement with at that first workshop, and just keeping our doors open and available to continue the conversation for the rest. I just did not want to make this decision in an isolated fashion and for it to fall flat for any future discussion. So that's why I kind of went around it the way that I did. But I really would like for this to be a unanimous decision. I think that we are all participating in the future vision of how this layout is going to be, and it's a big item. So I will rest there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Avila, I think that's a great idea. I think we should go ahead and move forward with what we've got on the corridor. That's where I feel the most comfortable with overall. And then if we want to get into the weeds with, the other parts of the city, we can do that at a later date, but I'm comfortable with the Turnpike corridor and the, was it 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet? 1,000 feet.
That's where the conversation started. And my recollection from the workshop is that by moving it from 1,000 to 2,000, you only eliminated one. But the fork in the road of that conversation, and just glancing at these maps in the time we've had them today, 1,000 feet on Campbell, potentially future, is far more intensive than if we set the bar at 2,000. And I agree with the Vice Mayor. This conversation started solely as to that Turnpike corridor, and I'm comfortable going forward with that. But based upon my recollection of our other conversations and what I see as the potential here, and in the future, some potential conversation about unequal treatment, I would be inclined to go forward at 2,000 feet on the Turnpike corridor. Because I think,
And if I could, Mayor, just because we went back and we checked, when staff started preparing all the other analysis and maps, you all had collectively decided to bypass the 1,500 mark and do it at 1,000 and 2,000. So those
analysis was at 1 and 2.
right. Yeah. So the additional maps for the rest of the city outside the corridor that were done were based on 1,000 and 2,000.
And thank you, Mayor, for refreshing my memory, because if what we decide for today is going to set the precedence for the policy for the rest of the city, then I'm fine with the 2,000 as well. For some reason, I was under the impression that we could set corridor at X feet apart and then create a different policy for the rest of the city.
Well, you're not incorrect in that it's if you recall, you may recall, just to briefly summarize. So in order for us to proceed with this, we have to basically we're subject to the county sign code, right? So part of the county sign code allows us to exempt ourselves from the locational requirements. And so in this instance, since we're dealing with a Turnpike corridor, we use the Turnpike corridor as the base, right? Because we can be more restrictive and require more spacing, but the turnpike isn't going to issue a building permit for, or a permit for a billboard sign unless you at least meet their minimum requirements. So that was the baseline for establishing the locational requirements for the turnpike. Now, the other aspects of the sign, the digital aspect, the illumination, the technology, the change of copy, all of that comes from the county's code, which we're subject to. So when you're looking at other roadways or corridors in the city, keep in mind if it's an FDOT corridor, it'll be, we could do it similar to how we were doing this FDOT turnpike corridor. If it's not an FDOT or state system and it's a county roadway, then that's going to result in something different. And then if it's a city roadway, then we have to take into consideration how it plays into the county as well. So that's really what's going to drive the train with regards to ultimately what we can do with respect to the location.
So just so I understand, so because the corridor is specific, it's you know, based on location, it's kind of exempt from anything else that we can do. And so if we do 1,000 on the corridor, we could at a future date say 3,000 on other areas of the city, as an example. We could make the argument for that. So I'm okay either way. I'll go with the will of the council, and whether we do it at 1,000 or 2,000, I think we're safe.
Council? Somebody like to move something? Councilman Fletcher.
So I would make the motion that we stick to the 2,000 foot difference on the turnpike corridor.
Well, this ordinance is to the turnpike corridor only, but your motion is to adopt it with the 2,000
With the 2,000 foot
linear spacing.
required. That's correct.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, sir. So it's been moved by Councilman Fletcher and seconded by Vice Mayor Guzman to approve the ordinance on second reading at the 2,000 foot option for the turnpike corridor. So let's have any public comment. I'll open the public hearing. Okay, none up here. I'm sorry, Mr. Kraft. You do get to talk this time, so let's get Mr. Kraft a microphone.
Just a quick question. Hopefully I get to ask more, but a quick one. How many feet are there by the first entry point to Homestead when you come from north and going south? And when you hit the last one before Florida City down by, I think the last one for Florida, no, for Homestead is exit 2, right?
Correct.
Good.
I think.
So how many feet are there between those, the first exit for Homestead and exit 2? How many feet are there?
Well, we have some maps, and maybe someone can help you with that, showing.
No, but I'm
and
just.
some of it's dependent upon where the first sign goes. Because the first guy to plant the flag goes the 2,000 feet. So let's just say there are two toward the bottom end, depending on where they even space that on the second southernmost parcel, that could prevent the furthest south.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking too. So that means basically, in theory, if we can have 3 signs going south, will we also be able to have 3 signs going north?
Yes. This is on either side of the road, that spacing. This allows signs across from one another, assuming the properties on both sides are properly zoned. Yes, you could have northbound and southbound.
Good.
Same location.
Then I have the last one. The billboards that will be coming up, would it be like a big flat screen TV where we can have Amber Alert or where we can have other information coming out to the public? For instance, if somebody is going against the traffic, or will it just be for like we have them now on US 1?
They will be like they are in US 1. I mean, it's up to, I mean, we can't require there to be a public service announcement or require, advertisement of city events or content. So it would just be commercial speech, which also can be substituted for non-commercial speech. So the answer is maybe. If the billboard company wants to be nice and, advertise an Amber Alert.
A government entity can pay for the advertising
Yes.
of an event.
So that means if the owner of the billboard wants to put up an electronic one that basically can live stream or something like that, then it will be okay.
Mr. White?
Yeah, it won't be live screen because it can't be animated, right? It's digital technology that's based on a change in the message, like 8 seconds.
A static image.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it transitions, but it's digital technology, and it precludes any type of attention-getting devices or
We're not broadcasting the
bells
race
and
live.
whistles and,
I was afraid we were going to say Guzman or something like that up there. Have a good one, guys.
Thank you. All
Mayor,
right.
Sorry,
Yes.
I know there's a motion on the table.
Yes.
And with all due respect, if Councilman Fletcher will allow me, I'd like to invite some of the big players in this realm here to speak on this item, to tell us why these signs would be beneficial to our community and not just a profit practice for these investors. So please, I invite you to come down. Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Robert Rubin. I'm with 3N Outdoor Media, and I'm really talking on behalf of the industry, not on behalf of our company. So with respect to that issue, we more than likely, people would put digital signs, so they probably would not be static. The technology is so far improved, and I don't think anybody would invest on a turnpike, a non-digital sign. I think you can expect the digital signs to provide benefit to the community in 3 ways. One is safety, around safety. So that could be evacuations, major traffic issues, amber and silver alerts, for example, and also missing person type alerts. So we have feeds for that, and we can publicize that on the board. So that's very valuable for the community. Secondly, we offer advertising for the local community as well. And generally, when a board is first put up, we're looking to put ads on, because it really, the larger advertisers don't even know about the board yet. So we're really making impact in the community, and especially on that corridor, we're encouraging people to come to the city and not just drive to Key West or wherever they're going. And thirdly, the community has a lot of events. So we are able to publicize those events. And for example, the air show or the rodeo are 2 good examples, or any other festival that's within the city. It only takes minutes for us to change those. So we provide, those 3 are categories of benefits that I think you could expect us and any other vendor to provide the community. So, any questions?
Thank you very
Okay.
much for that.
All right.
I appreciate
Okay.
it. Thank you for
Thanks.
being here
Thanks.
tonight.
All right. So we have a motion and a second on the table for approval at the 2,000-foot setback. Let's have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth? Yes. Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Yes. Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. All right, this is tab 11, a second reading. Car number 3808. Mr. White?
Yes, tab 11 is a second reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City of Homestead Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 28 Utilities, Article 7 Electricity Division 4 Electric Distribution System, Section 28320, Electric Line Extension Policy and Procedure by establishing revised fees and charges for extension work performed by the city, providing for severability, inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. This is second and final reading.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. As commodity prices continue to escalate, the prices for electrical infrastructure have more than doubled in the last year. In order to fairly distribute costs for new subdivisions and developments, the applicant's contribution towards these costs, as outlined in the primary fees section of Chapter 28, needs to be revised. These numbers have not been materially changed since 2006, and the CPI has increased 51% in the same time frame. Specific to electric infrastructure, the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics shows the prices for electrical transformers have increased by over 200% over the same time. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached ordinance revising the applicant's payment amounts for primary fees associated with new electrical infrastructure required to serve new subdivisions and commercial developments. Also, please note that the ordinance has been updated so that the applicant's contribution will be 100% of the construction costs. This is second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and I know that when we had first reading, there were some inquiries about what other municipalities did in terms of cost sharing for some of those issues, and I know that you did the research and found that comparably situated local
Key West,
electric utilities pass along 100% of the cost.
You're correct, Mayor.
So, thank you. Council, questions, comments? I think it's a big leap forward.
Long overdue.
Very, very much so. Now, just for, okay, so we pass it and second reading. We're going to have people that are coming through the gate between now and then, though. Large-scale developments, maybe yes, maybe no. What's the trigger point for the obligation? Okay, so I'm not singling them out, but let's just use Parker Point as an example. That's one that's fairly current. Let's say that's 300 units. Are they at a point in at what point in their process reallocates or determines that cost share?
That's an excellent question. I think Barbara believes it's at final plat, but we would have to definitely check with legal and development services to ensure what point it is. So we'll get you an answer.
But they're allowed to, I mean, they're under construction now under a T-plat. Right? Final plat typically doesn't come, in many cases, until construction is done, and many times folks are living or it's in that, or it's built out.
Okay. So, Michelle, do you know the answer to the question?
We're just talking, they're not under construction yet. They're
earthwork. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mayor, we'll get clarification and we'll email council tomorrow.
Yeah, and
at
that's
what
just
point it
more
takes place.
academic so we understand the real implications because it could be very significant. Significant benefit to us where the people of this community who are already here are not subsidizing development and developers. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have for Ms. Quinones would be, when a new development comes, if the electrical infrastructure of the city needs to be upgraded, is that included in this, or is this just for the connection to our electrical grid from the developer? So the question is, sometimes the city needs to do electrical upgrades because we've got to feed.
Like off-site.
Right. Compared to an isolated development, it just has to pay their normal fees for that specific development.
Yes, this is just for new infrastructure serving new commercial or residential developments.
So if we needed new transformers or any of that's like, every now and then we go to a CAL meeting and we need new transformers or we need new electrical equipment or anything, this has nothing to do with that.
Right, this is not for upgrades to the system. This is for new infrastructure required to feed new customers.
Okay. So
It's not for upgrades to the system.
if we're going to discuss the infrastructure, in particular your department, because there's an infrastructure question going around. You know, we want to upgrade our infrastructure on multiple levels. So I'd like to see where we are, where we need help in that infrastructure, to see how we can utilize new development to see if that fits into that overall project to upgrade all of our infrastructure. So one would be, you know, electrical, one would be, you know, stormwater, water and sewer, the whole thing. But in this particular case, our city stuff has nothing to do with this isolated change.
We have, we maintain our circuitry at a state where there's currently sufficient capacity for the next 10 to 20 years. So we don't routinely need to do upgrades to existing facilities. What we do is we add new miles of line. And in adding those new miles of line, if a new subdivision is coming to the city and they're the ones requiring us to add those miles of line, they would pay for those miles of line.
Okay, so I'm understanding that our electrical infrastructure is in very good shape, and we've got 20 years out of capacity.
And I say that with a caveat that we are, in our 5-year plan, we are building a new substation, and we also are adding another transformer to an existing substation. So those projects are already in the works. Once those projects are complete, we've obtained funds to pay for those projects, and they're already in the works. With those projects, yes, we're in good shape unless something dramatic that we haven't foreseen happens.
So this change here that we're talking about would be all of the electrical meters and anything that's got to do with connection to our grid.
Correct.
Rest there. Thank you.
I appreciate that. You raise an issue. I'm looking here, we are increasing the primary fee, which is under what's called a line extension policy. So is a primary fee kind of like a base charge, that if you want to hook up new detached single-family homes, we're now going to charge you just a fee for the provision of that service of $595, plus all of the actual construction costs, including labor and material. So I guess along the Vice Mayor's line of thinking, that base charge, that primary fee that's a line extension policy, could be utilized toward any system upgrades outside of that subdivision that are needed to service that subdivision. Is that a fair characterization?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Okay, well, you don't have the ordinance in front of you. It's broken down into two components.
Right.
The first component is
residential.
line extension policy, and then it's called a primary fee. Proposed $595 for each detached single-family home, plus 100% of all the labor, material, and equipment to hook up that home.
Yes, so what I think the question is, once we collect those monies, can we use it to upgrade other infrastructure in the city?
At least that $595, in theory, is used to do that. I mean, we're covering the actual cost of hooking up the house.
That is correct.
But we're also charging $595, just like a base water fee or a base power fee. But this is just I'm making that analogy, just a one-time charge.
Right.
just to become part of our family of electric customers. It's an initiation fee. No?
There are two pieces. One is residential and one is commercial. The residential is a per lot fee that is charged to the developer, and that's what we're upping to $5.95. And so we also require the developer in a residential subdivision to install all the conduit and the pads for the transformers. We come back and install the rest of it. So the developer is doing all the labor for us, basically, and they're putting in that infrastructure for us. So they are covering a large percentage of that cost by doing that. And then on top of that, we're charging them the per lot charge to cover the remainder of the cost. Commercial is the second piece of the ordinance, and for commercial, we are looking at the developer paying 100% of the cost for material and labor for a commercial development. So they're structured a little bit differently.
Okay, I see the distinction you're making now, but are we comfortable that the $5.95 is sufficient on the residential side? I guess maybe that's the real question.
Yes, and those calculations were done. You see that number was changed from, I think it was $250 or something
Right.
previously. So, yeah.
Yes, Councilwoman Avila.
I guess I'm trying to also understand the question and try to help get an answer that I can understand too. So, I mean, at the end of the day, all the fees between and mainly the $5.95 fees, these primary fees, if there's any net proceeds after expenses and whatnot, it's going towards our fund balance for utility? Like this is, okay, so it's not going to stay with the project, there's no refund, it's not going to be applied for this particular development, future repairs for this development, it comes to our bottom line, right?
Correct.
Great, I think that's the bottom line. Okay, good, thank you.
So I think we have a motion and a second. Councilman Fletcher.
I do have one question. Do we have a metric in place to look at future cost increases so this comes up on a routine basis?
It's in the ordinance, yes.
Yeah, I think there's a consumer price index.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And my last question, if I could, basically do we have a sister ordinance for this for water and sewer?
That's my discussion item tonight.
Okay.
Councilman, already water and sewer, we have a CPI increase, automatic increase for the rates. Regarding water and sewer infrastructure, the developer has to pay the full cost of the connects to our system.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment on this item? None appearing. I'll close the public hearing and ask for a roll call vote.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers,
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Roth, Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila, Vice-Mayor Guzman,
Yes.
Mayor Lawson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you all. All right.
Moving on to tab 12, car number 3813. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 27, Tourist and Mobile Home Parks, Section 2711, definitions, to define master meter and Section 2759, utilities required for each site, exceptions, laundry and shower facilities, wastewater collection, to amend the utility regulations governing mobile home parks, providing for inclusion in the code, severability, conflicts, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, the water and sewer lines within mobile home parks are privately owned and maintained. However, the city's customer service department performs billing services to the individual meters. As a result, there's often unaccounted water loss, broken or inaccessible water meters, and in some cases, billing disputes. In order to address these issues, this ordinance will clarify that the city will begin reading and billing only the master meter that connects the city's public infrastructure to the private mobile home park system effective January 1st, 2024. Staff recommends that mayor and council approve the attached ordinance amending Chapter 27 of the City Code to define master meter and clarify the obligations of mobile home park owners to provide utilities within mobile home parks. This is first reading. And one thing to keep in mind here, Mayor and Council, this is not a rate increase for the customers or anything like that. The only thing that's changing, instead of the city billing the individual customer, now the park itself has to read the meter and bill them themselves directly. So right now we're kind of the middleman. And so what happens is we don't own these meters, we don't buy these meters, we don't install these meters. And so what happens, the meter breaks, and all of a sudden there's a billing issue with a customer there, or quite a few customers there, and then we're telling the mobile home park, please, you need to fix this so we can bill appropriately, and sometimes they're not very cooperative in fixing these meters.
Questions, comment? Moved by Councilwoman Bailey, seconded by Councilwoman Avila.
I just have one
Yeah.
question, Mayor, please.
Yes.
Thank you. How are the residents that live inside those parks protected from the management companies charging them more than what we are billing the management company for? If their meters are not functioning properly at each individual site, how do we regulate that they're not being overcharged by the management company for the water that we're billing them for?
Well, what we can make sure is that the customers know what our current water charges are, so that at least they're informed, and if it becomes a predatory issue, that the owners are like, well, guess what, I'm gonna charge an extra $10, per account. At least the customer will be notified, and I think at that point, they can notify the city. And I don't know if checking with Miami-Dade County Water and things like that, what we can do, but we could definitely take a look into that. Remember, this is first reading, so before then, we could get a definite answer as to what we can do to that, Councilman.
I mean, it's very important because, you look at a community like Boardwalk or Coco Walk that has 300 units or so in those, just a simple $10 a month additional fee over what we're billing the mobile home park is $3,000 to the operator. So it gives them an opportunity to take advantage. And we have to be careful that we're not setting up the residents inside those communities to being, taken advantage of. So, because there's got to be, we are mandated to charge a certain amount, and we're regulated by an agency to make sure that happens. The mobile home park operator may not be, and we have to be careful of that. I'm just asking somebody to check into that for us.
And Councilman, that's an excellent point. So we'll make sure that there's a mechanism in place to go ahead and prevent that. And like I said, since this is first reading, when we bring it back next month, we'll definitely have those answers for you.
And that's relevant because I think one of the issues that brought this ordinance forward is that due to the underground infrastructure that the park owners are not willing to repair, even if all of the meters were operating and read properly at each site, it is going to be significantly less water consumed than what we are showing going into that pipeline, correct? Because you've got leaks.
Exactly,
As the
Mayor.
professionals call it exfiltration.
And that's an excellent point, and I won't say the mobile home park, but there's a notorious one that would claim that we were responsible for the underground water lines on their property. And literally for years, we've been arguing, going back and forth. The last thing the city's gonna do is turn off 150 units to, kind of resolve the issue with the owner. But you're absolutely correct. They don't care about maintaining those lines, and so there's a lot of water loss.
So
during
there
that
is going to
process.
be a differential between what they're reading and what we are showing is going into their system.
Right.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
On that same topic, but on the electrical side, what type of safeguards do we have in place to know if there's a faulty meter, a faulty electrical meter in some of these places? How do we know so that, some drastic disaster doesn't happen?
We have smart meters now. right? We have the earlier versions of the smart meters, and we're upgrading to the state-of-the-art smart meters right now. So as we read on a monthly basis, the driver goes around, reads all the meters remotely, and if there's an issue with the meter, a particular meter, we have the meter crews or in the meter department, which actually go and check the meter to see if it's broken, if it's been tampered with, or any issue with the meter, and at that point, they go ahead and replace the meter.
So in every mobile home park, it's our meters that are in there?
Electric meters, yes, and we put them in.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. We had a motion and a second on that, didn't we? I thought, yes. All right. Do we have public comment? Close the public comment. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Aguilar? Councilman Robb?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey?
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And as much as I hate to say this, it's time to move to extend the meeting to 11. Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman, what's his name, Fletcher. All in favor? Aye. All right. So that brings us to
Tab 13,
Tab
Mayor.
13. Thank you for keeping up, James. Have at it.
It's late, so I'm just, tab 13, this is card number 3854. This is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending Chapter 7 of the City Code entitled Code Enforcement by amending Section 7-26, 7-34, and 7-40 of the code to provide for increased code enforcement penalties pursuant to Section 162.09, subsection 2D of the Florida statutes, providing for an inclusion in the code, severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff recommends that Mayor and City Council approve the attached ordinance amending Chapter 7 of the City Code to provide for increased code enforcement penalties pursuant to Section 162.092D of the Florida State Statute. Section 162.092D of the statute authorizes the municipality with a population equal to or greater than 50,000 to adopt an ordinance that gives code enforcement boards a special magistrate or both the authority to impose fines that shall not exceed $1,000 per day violation for a first violation, $5,000 per day per violation for a repeat violation, and up to $15,000 per violation if the code enforcement board or special magistrate finds that the violation to be irreparable or irreversible in nature. City staff believes that the enactment of increased fines will provide further deterrent to individuals who are contributing to ongoing code enforcement issues citywide, such as illegal dumping. Therefore, staff proposes an increase in the reduced civil penalty from $200 to $500, the maximum civil penalty on a first offense from $300 to $1,000, and the repeat offense civil penalty from $500 to $5,000.
Thank you, sir. Council? Absolutely. Long overdue. Moved by Councilman Roth, seconded by Councilman Fletcher.
One quick comment. Can we consider not doing the first offense? I know that there are at least a few people that I've talked to in the Southwest that maybe weren't aware of something. Second offense, definitely, like as high as we can go. But for that first offense, I would like to consider not upping it. What are your thoughts on that?
Where are we now? I know there's a table here.
But they get a notice of violation, which
I think
gives them.
I think they
Yeah, but
primarily
you're
get a
hearing.
notice of
Yeah, but you're
violation first.
Okay, so it's not,
With the ability to correct the violation within a specified time before they're cited with the first offense.
It's not just here's your ticket.
good, okay.
It's here's your ticket, you need to cure, and then if you don't, it's.
Thank you, James, and thank you, Mayor, yes.
I do think that the grace period, I think, is 5 days. Can we confirm that? With,
We can look in the code. I don't have it pulled up in front, but
Crystal should know. And her answer, not my job. Cure period.
I was.
Once the notice of violation is issued,
Uh-huh.
how long does the property owner have to cure the violation before you cite them for a first offense?
Okay, so it depends on the violation. There are violations that you get in a warning, like illegal dumping. That's just why this originated. That people come from our city or from outside of our city, and they dump in our city, and they get $200, and they walk away. Now, with that being said, if there's violations, like you got a warning for, let's say, improper bulk trash disposal last year, the schedule changed this year in your area, you put it out on the wrong day. On the violation, you have the ability to come to hearing and ask for reduction of fine. Explain your circumstances to the special master. And he might say, okay, I think your argument, merits mercy, and they can reduce it to 0 fine. And say, this is your, the next time you come back, it's gonna be the maximum amount. So anybody that gets a citation from a code officer always has a right of a hearing. It's on the citation. So automatically, you're set for a hearing a month in advance.
I know, but let's just say you get a ticket for a junk car, or garbage, junk, and debris, or mow your yard.
Or an RV.
Whatever. What's the time period to comply?
Okay, if
Before
you're
the
not
fine
considered a
accrues.
repeat violation and it's your first time, the statute requires or recommends, I would say, a 5-day period to come into compliance.
That was the
Anything
question.
after that, like if it's something huge, like paint your house, they can give up to 30 days to come into compliance. And then you can come to hearing and ask for more time.
So if somebody's house is completely full of stuff in the front and the back, they would have more time than just the 5 days?
It would be dependent on the circumstances.
Yeah.
Are you a health hazard to your neighbors? There's a lot of underlying factors, but normally the baseline is 5 days if it's the first time you've come into contact with them, and you give them 5 days.
And then the second question is for illegal dumping, and that happening as soon as you're caught, is that fee more than what it costs them to go dump it in the landfill?
There's 2 parts to illegal dumping, right? Because we've actually done this, we were doing some of it this week. You pay the fine amount, plus you're gonna pay the cost for solid waste to dispose
To
of it.
move it, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we need to make sure that it's more than what it costs them to dump it.
Oh, it will be.
Okay, good.
And that's the issue we've had up until this point. One of many issues.
Now we are strictly enforcing that. If you get caught illegal dumping, you're going to pay for the tipping fees as well.
And then at a certain point, we can do confiscation of equipment, which I think will end all illegal dumping.
Absolutely. If it's very egregious, we can actually confiscate the vehicle that's being used. And I've already spoken to the police department and code, and that's the plan. If we have an incident like that, we're confiscating the vehicle.
Very good, thank you.
One question, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
sir.
And I appreciate the answer you provided me, Vivian, on that one piece of property, but let's talk a bit about special masters. So let's say I have a $10,000 fine on a piece of property, and I come to the special master. Can the special master reduce that to 0, or is there a particular percentage that they can only reduce it to?
The code has in its structure a recommended fine reduction, depending on how quickly you come into compliance.
Okay.
But beyond that, the special master does not have the authority to reduce it to 0. He can reduce it to not below the city cost of enforcement. So it can be a nominal amount plus the cost for the case.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, I
I've got
believe
another question.
Yes, sir.
In terms of light properties, if there's a potential buyer that wants to buy a property, but because he's not the owner of the property and wants to identify what his outstanding fines may be reduced to, can that potential buyer get authorization from a seller or seller representative to receive that information, although he's not the legal owner?
Okay, so how it works is you do have to be the property owner to request the reduction of fine. And that's because the code is structured with penalties if you don't pay the reduced amount. So if I am the property owner and I ask for a reduction of fine and the special master grants it, and you don't pay, by code, it says it reverts to the original amount and it can never be reduced again. So there's very harsh penalty for people that try to speculate. So what I normally would say to people prior was talk to the owner, have the owner come to hearing. Or the owner's attorney or something like that, they would have to have a legal representative.
Okay, in real estate purchasing, that's a big component to understand if you're going to move forward with the deal or not, right? So if the seller's representative is non-responsive, or they're not interested in getting any reduction, they don't care, they're getting rid of the property. But there's an owner that, obviously, we as a city have an interest in them purchasing that property so they can bring it into compliance as quickly as possible.
Oh, right.
Is there a mechanism we can use to help facilitate that process?
Okay, so there's two parts to that. In order to ask for a reduction, you have to be in compliance. We can't give you a payoff amount if you have a continuing violation. So if they come to the point of where you're eligible for reduction, you would already have to be in compliance. Or they would then ask for a reduction. This is, just standard practice where you say, if you both want to come, you can, but the owner does have to be present. So it's not something that we would make with someone that has no claim to the property.
Okay. So what I want us to identify is that there are people that have got money that want to bring properties that have a ton of violations. They want to bring them into compliance. I don't want the city to be an obstacle or a burden for them not to want to purchase that property because they can't get the right information. So I'd like us to look at that issue and see how we can maneuver through it to make it a bit easier for them to have an idea of what they're getting themselves into. Because if a person's going to buy a property now and they say it's got $100,000 worth of fines and violations,
Right.
that person doesn't immediately know what that's going to be reduced to because it's not readily available for us or for that.
That is also something that we can give you the fine amount in advance. We can tell you what the code provides for a reduction. We can never tell you what the special master will say. They are an independent person that makes their own ruling. So we can say, the city for this type of situation normally recommends $10,000. But in the end, the special master has the ability to stick with the city recommendation, go below the city recommendation, or go above it. So we can give an idea if the violations are in compliance. As a habit, the best thing to do is have the property owner be the one to go through that. Well, the code doesn't allow anybody but the property owner to go through that process.
I also think we ought to look at the way Miami-Dade has their amnesty program, which is laid out pretty straightforward on how those reductions will be applied once you acquire the property and bring it into compliance. It just makes it a lot more transparent for people that are going to purchase property. It makes it easier for them to say, okay, I know exactly what I'm getting into. Is that something, James, are you familiar with the amnesty program in Miami-Dade County?
Yeah, there are various amnesty programs. I mean, remember, you're dealing with a whole statutory framework that allows you as a local government to have the special master program. And so what Crystal's saying is true, but there's also some guidelines that you have no ability to maneuver with. And there are different points in the process if you are a potential purchaser and you're doing due diligence where you would request, there might already be a lien on the property because there's $100,000 in fines that has already accumulated. And in that case, I guess you could set up a program. I'd have to look at it.
Yeah.
We'd have to look at it, but I'm assuming that you could probably set up some type of system whereby either the special master or magistrate, or maybe even the council, could grant a lien reduction.
Right. And they do that. The code does provide for hardship. The code provides for cost included. The special master usually never factors in that you paid taxes on it because that's a given. Everybody pays taxes. But you also can factor in the cost it took you to come into compliance. So if you're the buyer and you're like, I just bought this property and I demolished it, or, I did whatever I had to do, it cost me $10,000. You bring proof of that to the hearing, and that's a consideration for the special master then to lower it beyond, take it into a factor of what the cost of reduction is. Apart from if you comply within 3 months, it's a 95% reduction. That's pretty steep, right? So the code incentivizes you to comply as quickly as possible. And that also works in your favor if the city complies it. So if the city goes and cuts the grass, you get the benefit of the 95% reduction and you pay for the cost of the cutting.
All that stuff, these purchasers have to request this information. It's not anywhere on our website or.
All of it is, when you have a lien, it's recorded in public record. You can calculate the fine amount from public record. The city code recommendation is structured in the city code. The exemptions to the lien is in the city code. None of that, we don't keep it private. If they request it, we'll give it to them.
Okay.
Yeah, but when you order a lien, if you're doing the closing, for a buyer, if I order a lien letter from the city gives me all of these outstanding utility charges and these unpaid fines, and then the next page or another box will say, there are accruing code enforcement fines, and you need to contact this person at this number or this email to receive that amount. So as a non-owner or on behalf of a non-owner, I can get the payoff as of that day with a per diem.
It usually, if you're talking about if it's through a estoppel letter and a title search.
Right.
We'll give the payoff amount to the title company.
Right. And
Like,
then,
this is what it is. If this is what our payoff amount we've calculated as a recommendation, if you want to pay that right away, great, you close the sale. If not, if whoever the buyer or seller, whoever the property owner is wants it less than that, they come to hearing.
and it was very difficult back in the days of 2008 to 13 with short sales. You're right, where sellers weren't walking away with any money to start with, so it didn't matter whether the fine was $1,000 or $100,000. There was no incentive for a seller to cooperate with the buyer to go forward and get that reduction. Now, conversely, if this is a straight up sale, I don't know that we ought to let a seller off the hook by going ahead and letting a buyer take that risk that they can come in and get a good deal while a seller pockets some net proceeds at closing and says, hasta luego, City of Homestead.
Yeah, but it's also buyer beware. If the buyer wants to assume, if he feels the property is that attractive that he wants to assume that risk, then it's a free market and the buyer is able to do that. I mean, I personally wouldn't do it. I'd do the due diligence and say, you guys got to take care of these liens before I close on this property.
So can I
True,
just
but
try
if a
to-
buyer, just a sec, but if a buyer is buying for cash, and let's just say it's a habitable house, and they buy subject to those liens, we're still holding the bag unless that buyer comes in and stops that accrual. So in that regard, we need to take off our real estate attorney and our realtor hats and think about working on behalf of the city, that at some point, somebody's got to pay the piper for a degradation of the neighborhood by having those code enforcement fines. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just trying to make sure I understood the concern. Is the issue the access to the information so that you can do the due diligence ahead of time? And so the problem is that the current property owner is not available or doesn't want to cooperate so that the due diligence can be conducted? And a power of attorney document would not satisfy that?
Yes.
It would, right?
Yes.
So, I think that the agent that has the property listed for sale might be able to facilitate the POA to request the information. Unless there's a better mousetrap. But, I'm open to continuing the conversation on another night. Yeah. Because I do want to make those process is very quick and easy. If we can change these properties into hands of more responsible ownership, that's a fantastic deal for us and the neighborhood, so, thank you.
Absolutely, because I know in years past, when I was not on council on behalf of clients who were buying, we went to the city, and the city said, yes, if you close on this and this is remedied in 90 or 120 days, this is what you need to pay, or you don't have whatever that minimal amount was. And I remember there were a lot of cases, you know, from the financial meltdown, where there were literally $100,000 plus in accrued liens. And absolutely, it needs to be our policy to remedy these things and get these properties back into good repair and better standards than they were. All right, so, yeah, so roll call. Yeah.
Councilman Fletcher?
This was the motion to approve the increase in
Yes.
fees. Yes.
She called my name, Councilman Fletcher, yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Yes. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers?
Yes.
Councilman Robb?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Vice Mayor Guzman?
Yes.
Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Can I just ask something? I'm sorry. Can we do an information campaign on this so that it's put out there and that everybody knows that we're coming down hard on?
Absolutely. We'll put it on our website.
So dumper beware.
Tab 14, Mr. White.
Yes, moving on. Tab 14 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 23.5 Solid Waste, Article 3, Collection by the City, Section 23.5-40, Schedule of Fees, amending the mechanism for annual Consumer Price Index CPI adjustment in rates, fees, and charges concerning solid waste services, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Manager, have at it.
Thank you, Mayor. For this item in tabs 15 and 18, I'd like to discuss the three of them together as one, and I have a short, and I apologize, I have a short
15,
presentation.
18, and what?
Tab 15 and 18.
15 and 18. Let's go ahead and have Mr. White read 18 by
So this will
title
be-
before you start.
Collectively with tab 14, right?
Tab.
Yes. All right. So tab
15, yeah.
15 is the first reading of an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the budget for the Solid Waste Fund for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, by increasing the total budgeted revenues and expenditures by $930,000, providing for severability and an effective date. This is first reading. And then tab 18 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, approving and adopting an updated schedule of fees for the collection and disposal of solid waste, garbage, trash, and garden trash, providing for implementation and transmittal, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, James. So council staff would like council to consider the following requests. The staff consider and approve card number 3841, solid waste rates, commercial customers. This will increase the commercial rates by 34%, bringing the current solid waste fees in line with current expenses and generate an approximately $930,000 in additional revenues over the next 6 months. Staff would like council to consider and approve card number 3847, fiscal year 2023 budget amendment for the increased costs of the operations. This is the appropriations of the $930,000 so it can be used by the department. And staff would like council to consider and approve card number 3848, solid waste consumer price index adjustments. This would create a mechanism so in future years, automatically, the manager's office can increase this, the solid waste fees without having to come back to council. And I'll explain a little bit more about that in the next couple of slides. And the last one is just an FYI. We would have, if the three items on top get approved this evening, we'll have a future resolution that'll come in the next couple of months with regard to the residential rates, which actually go on the non-ad valorem tax roll. So why are we here? So solid waste fees have remained static since 2008. And just to do the math for all of you, that's 15 years. During the same time period, the city's population has increased by 52%. The volume of garbage has increased by 62%. And for comparison, the consumer price index for solid waste collection has increased by over 90%. Once again, over the same time period. So this is a graphical representation of the numbers I just read to you. The blue is the population, the green is the amount of garbage created, and that flat line on the bottom is the commercial and residential rates for the last 15 years. So what does that mean? Well, what it means is in fiscal year 2022, the general fund had to provide solid waste $1.2 million to keep it afloat. In fiscal year 2023, the general fund had to contribute $1.35 million, as well as $1.8 million in ARPA funds to purchase solid waste vehicles. In short, the general fund subsidized solid waste $4.3 million from November till today, okay? Which is something that is, let's be frank, is unsustainable. So let's talk about the services we currently provide by through solid waste. First one is commercial services, which is the primary one we're going to speak about today. And that's the rates for that is determined by the size of the container and the frequency of the pickups. And then the residential services, which is trash pickups, which we do 2 times a week, recycling, which we do 26 times a year, and bulky waste pickup, which we do 26 times a year as well. So let's look at the residential services and do a comparison. So looking at Homestead, Homestead does trash pickup 2 times a week compared to Miami-Dade County. They do the same. Recycling, once again, we do 26 times per year. The county does the same. Bulky pickup, the city does it 26 times a year. The county does it 2 times a year by appointment only. The city charges $452.50 annually for that service. The county charges $509 annually for that service. So in short, Homestead charges 12% less than Miami-Dade County does for these services, yet we provide more service, right? On the bulky pickup side. So let's talk about commercial services. So right now, a key point here that I need to make, solid waste service providers, haulers, negotiate individually with each business. So this information is not readily available, what they currently charge. But we did find an RFP from a municipality here in Miami-Dade County in 2020, and that's where we got the numbers for the private hauler. So we used those numbers to do a comparison to what the city is currently charging today. What we're charging today versus what the private hauler charged in 2020. So for an 8 cubic yard container, picking it up 3 times a week, we charge $902 a month. The private hauler charges $1,422 a month. 6 cubic yard container, once again, 3 times a week, we charge $680 a month. Private hauler, once again, $1,072 a month. And a 4 cubic yard container, we charge $462. They charge $759 a month. Yes, sir. That's a monthly charge. In short, comparing the current rates that the city is charging for commercial services compared to the 2020 numbers, the city's charging 37% less than the 2020 numbers for the private haulers. As you can imagine, with all the issues all the municipalities are having with solid waste, those numbers have to be much higher, the private hauler numbers. So let's talk about what the city's proposing to do, right? So for that 8 cubic yard container, we want to increase from $902 a month to $1,209 a month. The 6 cubic yard, we want to go from $680 to $911 a month. And for the 4 yard container, we want to go from $462 to $619. Once again, with our new numbers, if council allows us to move forward, our new numbers compared to the private haulers, once again, 2020 numbers, Homestead charges an average of 20% less than the private haulers were charging in 2020, which is very enlightening, right? So what has solid waste been doing during this time? So in January, we made solid waste into a department, increasing accountability. We went ahead and implemented the new routing for residential waste services, once again, improving efficiency and accountability. We implemented vehicle camera systems for increased safety for our drivers and our residents, as well as accountability. Implemented the use of the county tipping floor to go ahead and reduce our wait times at the dump. And we've gone ahead and added 2 additional drivers for the additional solid waste trucks that were received at the beginning of this year in January as well. One key point to keep in mind, those 2 drivers that were hired in January, February, is the first time solid waste has hired any new staff. We're talking 11 years with the same level of staff, with the population increasing and the amount of garbage being produced increasing. What improvements are in progress? Well, we have the routing study for both commercial and bulky is still out. We're still waiting for that to come in. We're implementing the ENCO call services to improve customer service at solid waste. And if you all are familiar with ENCO, it's 24/7 operation. So if somebody calls solid waste at whatever time, they're literally going to speak to a human being, okay? Wait times are usually 3 to 5 minutes on average. So the speaker person, then they'll email and notify solid waste so they can go ahead and take care of the issues that the call is about. Fleet improvements, we've gone ahead and already ordered 3, or in the process of ordering 3 side loaders, 1 front end loader, 1 roll-off vehicle, and 2 pickups to go ahead and improve the operations for fiscal 2023. So I go back to what we're asking council to consider. Once again, to please consider and approve car number 3841, solid waste race for the commercial customers. Consider and approve car number 3847 for fiscal year 2023 budget amendment for the increase in cost of operations. And thirdly, to consider and approve car number 3848 for solid waste consumer price index. And with that, I'll be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So, again, we talked about a notice campaign for the code enforcement violations. If this is enacted, and I have no doubt that it does need to be, I'm certain that it does, that's a pretty significant upcharge. What kind of lead time, what kind of notice?
So we're thinking in April, and we're definitely going to want to do an information campaign using a lot of the data that we have currently in this slide. You know, the graphs showing that we haven't raised the rates over 15 years. And I just did the quick math on a napkin. Since 2020 that we're using those haulers numbers till now, I think it was coming out like our commercial people have saved about almost $18,000, $19,000, if I'm not mistaken. So I know it's difficult, but I think the city over the last 15 years has been very flexible with our commercial and residential accounts. And basically, you know, we've been subsidizing the service, which in reality, we should not be doing. It's an enterprise fund, and an enterprise fund should run totally balanced. Whatever our cost to provide the services should be what we're charging. We're not a for-profit, because once again, and I know we're going to talk about private haulers later this evening, if we were to bring in private haulers right now to the city, it would blow everybody out of the water. So obviously, definitely we don't want to do that. But once again, let's talk about the $2.5 million in general fund that we put into solid waste, those are monies for improving our parks, more code enforcement officers, possibly more police officers. You see what I'm saying? And once again, it's for a service that's being provided, and so it should be charged comparably for the services being provided.
Councilman Fletcher?
Yes, thank you. So, I understand we need to cover our costs. How are we able to quantify these numbers that you came up with? Are those our actual costs?
Excellent question, Councilman. So I sat with staff after the new year. Once we were basically waiting for the new trucks to come in, because no matter what actions we took, we knew we were understaffed, not only by staff, but by vehicles as well. So once the new vehicles came in, that's when I went ahead and took action with the department. I don't think it'd be fair to put somebody in the position, talking about Crystal, and not give her the appropriate tools to be successful. So with that being said, we sat down with Public Works, Julio Brea, who used to run the division, Crystal, Finance, the manager's office. We looked at all the things we wanted to do, the cameras in the vehicles, the routing software, the devices to go ahead and do that, additional vehicles, software that we needed to purchase to monitor, and we totaled all that up. We totaled all that up plus the $1.35 million that the general fund gave, right? Because that's really where the deficit is, right? We started using the tipping floor at the county. That in itself is $600,000. Ordering additional vehicles in 2024, we already want to start accumulating those monies. That's $720,000. Adding the new 2 public work employees was $185,000 with their salary with benefits. Software, $50,000. Route optimization, $50,000. Fleet route management, $50,000. The new vehicles I already mentioned. Software maintenance, $18,000. I already mentioned the tipping floor. $100,000 to do a transfer station analysis, and I think that's key for the city in the end to take care of the bulky pickup as well as the illegal dumping. That number came out to basically $3.3 million on top of what our current budget is. And so that's where that number came from, and that's where these numbers are coming from.
And that will remain, after we recoup this money, that will remain cost neutral in the future?
Absolutely.
Depending on additional costs, we may have to
Right.
raise again.
I'm sorry. And one of the things that I mentioned on one of the slides, we're kind of waiting on the county, because I don't know if you're aware, they raised their rates to $509 for residential accounts, and they've already noticed out there that they're going to be increasing their rate annually for the next 4 years. Our understanding, they're going to be increasing it $25, $25, $25, but they, if you don't recall, they had a big jump. There were flyers going out to county residents saying, if we don't increase our rates, we're going to pick up your garbage at your house 1 time a week. It had gone to that point with the county. And once again, this is a challenge, kind of a challenge a lot of people are facing on terms of staffing and equipment. Everybody's feeling the same pain. And now that Covanta has been damaged, there's stuff going on at the landfill, with the tipping floors, but that's something else. But once again, to not be able to raise rates in 15 years, I'm sure your phone bill's gone up, your water bill's gone up, your electric bill's gone up, every single bill you have has gone up. And with the cost of materials, just for parts, for the vehicles, things like that, super cans, dumpsters, fuel, we just can't sit on our hands anymore here. We definitely have to take action.
So with that being said, I understand the need, and we're going to have to do I don't think April is going to be a good time to implement this. That's 3 days from now. We're going to have to do a really good campaign to inform people what's going on, because, as you said it, everything's gone up. And then next year, when we get to the ad valorem discussion, we start throwing another $200, $300, $400 on their non-ad valorem tax.
No,
It's a big hit for folks.
non-ad valorem will
We
be
can't,
that.
we can't subsidize, I understand, but at the same point, we got to make sure people that can afford it, or we're going to have bills that are unpaid.
And Councilman, I hear you loud and clear. Regarding residential, it won't be that much of an increase. It might be $40, $50, $60 or something like, for the year. Remember, that's a one-time payment for the year. And Carlos is gonna kill me. We could split this in half, right? But I'm gonna be coming to you all and saying, I don't wanna turn around and see his face, okay? But then I'd be coming to you and say, I need general fund monies to go ahead and plug up the gap again. And so,
It's not sustainable, I understand that, and I think we just we have to move forward with it, but at the same time, when it comes down to the bottom line, we got to show people what those costs are and why we're doing it. Okay, thank you.
absolutely.
That's all, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, Jerry, how long after a enterprise fund has a deficit before we get advised? Like, can it go on? Because I'd like to address it the minute it happens. The minute we see a deficit, we should have a roundtable conversation and fix it. We need to raise fees, we raise fees, we do whatever we want, whatever we can, and not let it go on for a year or two.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And that's an excellent question. So I want to say it was 2021, the writing was on the wall when Kate was here. And the mindset was, all right, so in order not to raise rates, let's reduce services, okay? And the service they reduced was the bulky pickup. We were picking up on a weekly basis. And the mindset at that time was, hey, listen, all right, so bulky pickup, instead of picking up every week, we're gonna pick up every 2 weeks. So the mindset was, instead of the amount of bulky pickup we're picking up now, it would be condensed, right? It wouldn't be as much. Not 50%, but it wouldn't be, 80% or something like that. That's not what happened. The amount of bulky stuff was still being put out there, just the piles were bigger. And so
Along
that,
came a pandemic where people were home cleaning out and are
Right.
still doing so.
Right.
Above and beyond the illegal dumping.
right, and that's some of the other issues, Mayor. And I know, Vice Mayor, you were a true advocate, especially in the beginning. I remember you telling me last year, Jerry, when are we gonna raise rates? Jerry, when are we gonna raise rates? And so, as you all know, we were having issues with solid waste, ensuring that we were on schedule, on time, and completing all our routes. So, at that point, and we're still on the tail end of the pandemic, but at that point, with that inconsistency that we were having, it was a tough pill for me to swallow and say, listen, let's raise everybody's rates, and all hell was gonna break loose. You picked me up 2 days late, and you're gonna raise my rates? So I think the plan was, and I don't know where the real wood is here on this furniture. Since we brought the 2 new vehicles online with the 2 new drivers, with the new routes for the single-family homes, and with the new director that we have, there has been a very noticeable, very noticeable that we're on time now. We're picking up on schedule as we have to be. The number of complaints that come to me, and I'm gonna say from you all, has dropped dramatically. Now, once we get this other routes, the commercial routes and the bulky stuff figured out, I think things will improve more and more. But I think now we're kind of in a comfortable position that we can say we're being more consistent, especially with the technologies. I had a complaint today about, hey, they did pick up my bulky, and, we're gonna look on the cameras and see, Was it out there? Was it not out there? Was it us? Did we miss it? But now there's accountability for the department. There's accountability for the staff, especially with the cameras in the vehicles. And I think it's a decent time now to, yes, we can go ahead and increase the charges.
If we were to take a page out of Miami-Dade's book and we were to do the bulky waste pickup twice a year by appointment only, how would that operate in the city, and how much money you think that would save us? What would the workers be doing in the meantime? How would that flow?
Okay.
The flow chart of that process.
So to answer your question, the way the county operation works, yes, they do bulky pickup 2 times a year by appointment only, but they have transfer stations. So I live in the county, and so when I have 100 palm fronds and, you know, an old piece of furniture, I throw it in my car or my truck, and I drive to the transfer station and dump it, right? Now, when I had to cut down a royal palm in my front yard and chop it up into 1,000 pieces, there's no way that was gonna make it in my truck, and I would go ahead and make the appointment for the county to come pick it up. And I think that is the model for Homestead. Our population now, I keep hearing between 90,000, 94,000. All we're gonna do is grow. And the bulky pickup, I mean, it's an operation that, once again, you see a lot of garbage out in the streets, a lot of piles. The city doesn't look good. And I think eventually we are gonna have to go to that model that the county has. But to actually go there, we gotta go ahead and first build that transfer station. And in this budget, these monies that we're asking for, the additional monies, there's $100,000 already. So we could start the feasibility, getting what permits do we need to get. Obviously, it's not gonna a transfer station is not gonna happen in a year. Now, with that being said, you're saying, oh my God, Jerry, so you're gonna get rid of bulky pickup drivers, right? Absolutely not. The transfer station, there's gonna be probably 4 to 5 dumpsters at this transfer station, and as those dumpsters fills, a driver's taking one container out, he's going to the dump, another container's being put in. So it's not like we're gonna get rid of drivers or anything like that. We're still gonna need them, but the form of the operation is what's gonna change.
So I noticed in your presentation, you have ARPA money that was used to purchase a vehicle. So are we not able to use ARPA money to get the transfer station started and replenish that when you get monies from these new fees? Like, how do we jumpstart this process so that we can move this forward and not have to wait 3-4 years before something happens?
I mean, right now, part of the commercial and bulky pickup study is looking at the transfer station as well. But I'm of your mindset on this one. Not so much about the ARPA monies, but I definitely want to get this thing started, but I want to see what the report says. And I have no issues using ARPA monies to at least start the process for the transfer station. And the beauty of it is we already have the piece of property. So we don't have to go anywhere to get this piece of property to go ahead and create the transfer station. The location is the old BMX track. And for those of you that are not familiar, that's a lot that's behind the fleet maintenance. And we compared that transfer station, the transfer station up in the county, and that lot is exactly the same size. So it's a perfect size for a transfer station. And so, yeah, I want to get that jump started. And you all tell me, release the hounds and I'm going.
If my colleagues have been to our current transfer station, have you guys been there, to the current one? It's not a very user-friendly site. So, two things. I'm okay with raising the fees now, and I'm okay with using ARPA funds to start the process for the transfer station. So whenever we're ready to make a motion, I'm ready.
That's council's will.
But that's a separate issue that's got to go on an agenda, right?
Yes, sir.
The ARPA allocation? Okay, all right.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
All right, so, as every budget year and every time somebody comes and asks for money, I'm always about efficiencies. And have we, based on numbers that you and I have shared and conversations we've had, I am comfortable that this increase is by and large to offset costs that are out of our control. Tipping fees, equipment parts, fuels, lubricants, all those things that we are at the mercy of the market. It's not as if we've added a lot of staff who are leaning against a truck or being paid a whole lot of money to drive that route. These are covering costs that are passed through to us. And when you factor in the, and I call it capacity, the quantity increase of garbage that I believe your numbers show, if we had a 25% increase in population, you had an increase in quantity of solid waste far and beyond that. The graph line for the amount of garbage is much steeper than the population increase. And again, that's even without taking into account the illegal dumping. That's just what's being generated for whatever reason.
And that's an excellent point, Mayor, and I forgot about that when I was answering the Vice Mayor's question of like, why did we wait? Because once the cost of fuel and parts and repairs started going through the roof, it exacerbated the situation. It accelerated it, as opposed to, hey, we can hold out, let's see what we do. It just made things 100 times worse.
I just want to say, again, I'm very concerned about the educational component because I was assured by your predecessor when we went from every week to every other week for bulk waste pickup that, oh, don't worry about it, we're going to have a bang-up educational campaign. I don't know that we did, and I've shared that with you in the past. It took a long time for people to realize that it wasn't getting picked up every week. So I think it's very important to ease folks into this as best we can rather than shock the system.
Yes, no shock and awe here. Mayor, I'm going to hang flyers on the doors, okay? So nobody can say I didn't get a flyer and I
And a
didn't
ban
know
on
what's going on.
chrome is not going to do it. So do we have a motion? Or, I'm sorry, Councilman Roth?
Thank you, yeah. You know, when I think about this and raising fees, I have to put myself in two spots, right? I'm on this side of the table, and then the consumer's on that side of the table. And then I think about when the conversation we had today with insurance rates, right? And the same thing happened last year. And on this side of the table, when we have to accept those increases, that affects every resident in the city of Homestead because it takes away from services, right? So in our pre-meeting meeting, I really expressed my concern about taking them from that level and increasing their fees by a third in one big shot. So I guess one of my questions is, do the commercial customers that we serve have an option to not use the city of Homestead's service and go out and hire a private company?
I believe not.
The code is written that we have exclusive rights to your garbage.
Okay.
Yay.
No, because it would be a very interesting exercise to give them an opportunity to say, okay, City of Homestead, you just increased me by a third. I'm going to go hire ABC company, and good luck. You know, it's going to be something different. So there's comparisons to make when it comes to, you know, is the City of Homestead trying to, you know, take advantage of someone, or are we just actually really trying to make ends meet? And I think most people, although it would be painful, will accept the fact that, you know, we've been subsidizing the collection of commercial garbage, and this only affects commercial businesses, and some of those people may not actually pay taxes in the city of Homestead. Some may, I don't know. But when we take out monies out of the general fund, as you expressed earlier, that hurts the residents of the city immediately, because whether it be a parks situation, code enforcement officers, police department, we can't hire the manpower to do the things that we need to do. So I'm still kind of, you threw it out there, you put it on a table. Carlos was behind you making all kinds of faces when you said it. Giving the fact that I'm sitting in this spot knowing that people are going to feel the pain, whether it be, I don't think it's going to happen April 1st because you don't have enough time to educate people and put door knockers on everybody's house, or everybody's business. Whether it be May 1st, somehow we have to soften the hurt, right? $300 a month to you, me, or anybody else may not be dramatic, but that $300 that we're taking away from somebody in a business could be forcing them to cut a job because they can't afford to pay a part-timer to be there during the month because of that fee. So I'm still kind of conflicted. You put the half now, half later thing on the table. That was your choice. I would be more comfortable with that. And knowing that we do the first half, you get the second half, and then next year you're already going to raise it again to CPI. And eventually they have adjusted what they have to do at their business, whether it be raise prices for whatever to make up for the changes, decrease their employment staff, which would not be good for anybody. But I think it gives them the ability to segue into the higher fees over a period of a year. Because by next year, we'll be raising again by CPI, whatever that is. You've already have the authority to do that. So that's kind of just how I feel about it right now. It hurts, there's no question. It hurts when we have no control over costs of anything at this point, whether it be insurance, fuel, manpower, and all the other incidentals that, even the truck we approved in the meeting last month, the Cal meeting, that went up like, a third. We had no control over that.
Correct.
It's not fair, but it's what reality is today. So I'm going to go along with what my colleagues decide to go with, but I think if we kind of ease them into this, it's not their fault we haven't raised the rates over 15 years. That should have been handled. It hasn't. Now we got to make up for it. So that's just my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
And one point, Councilman, Vivian, correct me, I guess I said April. That's when we would be implementing. It's in May, right? So we have an entire month to go ahead and notify folks.
Councilwoman?
Thank you. I have a few things. First, I want to thank staff for putting together this presentation. It's extremely informative. It eliminates us from having doubt in which direction we do make a decision. We're very much informed. So thank you for that to our city manager and the department. I'm very torn as well. I think ripping off the Band-Aid once is the best approach, though. But I do want to have some options. Is there any way that we can say, if you find a better service, bring it to us? I know that the code is written one way, but is that a possibility? Is that a code change we can look into?
We could sit down with the attorneys and look at the code, but I agree with Crystal right now, it's our garbage. But we'll definitely take a look at it.
Take a look at that for me.
And believe it or not, I'm not afraid of that, because I think when they call the private hauler,
Yeah, exactly.
they're going to come running back to us and thank us.
It'll be our defense. And the other thing is with regards to our economic development department, do we have anyone that's available to assist business owners in our community with any, identifying any grants that they might be eligible for, or SBA loans, or maybe not loans, but grants, things that can help them in the event of a hardship, where they can present, look, my bill went up and I need, in order to not cut an employee, I need to get this assistance. I mean, there's got to be things like that that exist.
I'm not aware of any, but we'll definitely look into it.
I appreciate it. And I mean, it's a hard decision for all of us, and there is definitely a trickle-down effect. But overall, you were strategic in the way you went about taking the steps to get to this point, and it's obviously very studied. And we just have to execute. And there's a purpose, and there is preparedness involved in this, and I'm going to support it tonight.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. When we raised the electric rates for residential, how much leeway, how much time did we give residents, and how did we inform them?
There's no notification. I think it's just, we notify you all. We let you know, hey, we're changing the power cost no, not even the power cost adjustment. When we did a shift, the power cost adjustment has two factors, and we did bring that to council. We made that move, but the PCA just changes. As our fuel costs increase, that line item in your bill increases, and that's for the fuel to run the generators or the power that we're purchasing.
And that's kind of far more time sensitive. That's a real time versus county fee increases don't come daily.
And yeah, and sometimes we hold it for like 3 months to see if it goes down, but once, if it keeps going up and up, then we have to go ahead and increase it.
Well, Ms. Quinones, she's got a long history of being with electric utilities. Does she have any input on how much time we ought to give the customers before we increase it? I'd love to hear her input.
I think she said 1 day. I think a month should be sufficient, but Barbara?
Be ready for a packed house.
Yeah? 1 month?
From the electric side, there is no notification, but she said as the power cost factor went up, they held off for 3 months raising it. They didn't make it retroactive, but it's like, hey, 3 months, it keeps going up, then we're going to go ahead and raise it at that point.
Oh, okay. Hey, let me clarify something. In your presentation, was the three times a week or 3 times a month?
3 times a week.
3 times
So
a
12
week.
times a month.
And I know that it varies because some commercial and industrial uses don't fill their dumpster up every other day. Many are overflowing for whatever reason. Is there any cost savings to us that we could pass along by reducing it to twice a week? I think everybody gets 3 times a week. And I'm wondering if there's any cost savings to us that we could pass along by making it twice a week.
I don't believe so.
We do have customers that pull 2 times a week. It's based on, it's a need base. 3 times a week is kind of like the standard average instead of breaking it down. But we do several dumpster sizes, several dumpster quantities. There's a mix in some communities for commercial, but there are customers that only pick up 2 times a week because that's the only thing they need. So if with our new camera system, that's also one of the bonuses. Not only do we see when you're extremely over, which is a case for a lot of people, we can also monitor if you're under. So if you do have an 8-yard container that we're pulling 3 times a week, but it's never full, or we never see the level when they flip the can.
They can get cost savings by
we can put
reducing
it
the
down
dumpster
to 2
size.
times. But right, we would have to do
Okay.
it like over a level of frequency, not like, Thursday's
Sure,
my light day.
but a consistently,
Yes, if you have
we don't fill it
consistent
up.
underage with the new camera system, we'll be able to tell.
Very good.
And that's the beauty of this new technology. It's not like the driver has to, hey, we're having, the camera's picking it up, and eventually he's going to be sending the notifications
I can
directly.
as I found out today, just put in the address and I can tell you what happened.
You know, and I could see where businesses who at one time needed the larger capacity, just by virtue of the shift in the economy, may not need that capacity, and we can help them out with that over a period of time.
Absolutely.
Let me clarify something. When you talked about the thing that Carlos didn't want to hear, were you talking about half from now through October 1 of next year or this year? So we're talking about 5 months. If we split it, you're talking about 5 months of one level and then October 1 finishing out
Something like that,
the other half.
I mean,
And-
is it worth it?
And I tend to agree, let's rip the Band-Aid off and take the bitter medicine and get it over with. Because we do have those other alternatives to help folks determine whether or not they really need that level of capacity.
I also wanted to say if there was a way we can just put an insert in their bills showing that it's still at 20% below the average of everybody else, I think we'd get it started as soon as we
Right,
can.
and so since the focus tonight is the commercial accounts, so we're gonna hit them on social media. Flyers, I mean, literally hand-delivered to the business, okay? Inserts in the bill, so there's not gonna be anywhere that, hey, I didn't know, I didn't hear this. And it's gonna be a lot of this presentation with the graph showing how the rates have been static, how's the increase in solid waste and populations have come, the comparables compared to private haulers. And I think a lot of these business people have a lot of businesses in other places as well. And so, you know, they're dealing with private haulers, so I'm sure a lot of them know.
Okay. To use an example, the Baptist Hospital System full well knows what their bills are at other facilities versus in the city of Homestead.
Absolutely.
That's an easy comparison to make. All right, yes.
So my question is, and I'm glad you said the insert in the bill as well, because there are many businesses with multiple people that get an electric bill. My building, for example, it's one owner, but there are two separate tenants. So taking that into consideration, and then this also just made me think, we have two separate small dumpsters between the one building for the two different businesses. Would that be something that you would send a note then and say you could save some money if you upgraded to the medium size instead of having two small dumpsters?
I'm not familiar with the setup of your business. A lot of ones on the downtown area share dumpsters. That's not really something we advocate anymore. It's kind of like accommodating a system that we have. If you got a bigger dumpster, the charge would be higher for the rate. We're not going to pick you up less than 2 times a week. We have regulations we have to follow to get the garbage out of the city too.
And now that I just said it out loud, we have separate bills, so
Right.
we couldn't have one
So it
dumpster.
would be best if you're on a twice weekly pickup. Honestly, you don't want your garbage sitting in there for a week.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's open the public hearing really quick. We'll close the public hearing. We have a motion on tab 14.
Mayor, if I
Yes.
can, if we can read them in the order of tab 18,
Okay.
which is the first one, then 15, and then 14, if we
All right.
can.
You know, it's too late to be asking for that complex stuff.
Uh,
But all right, so I'm
it's
going to
a-
ask
it's a
for a
Carlos thing again.
motion to approve tab 18. Moved by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers, Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Fletcher,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. So now we are back to tab 15, correct?
sir.
Motion on tab 15. Moved by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilwoman Avila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey, Councilman Roth, Councilwoman Avila, Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman. Mayor Losner.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And finally, tab 14, moved by the Vice Mayor. Seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Avila. Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Councilman Roth. Councilwoman Bailey. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman. Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Very good. Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry. We're at the 11 o'clock point, so
I realize that, and the question I was about to ask is, are we going to power through this, or is there an evening next week that we can finish this agenda? We've still got some pretty, is it? Okay. Pretty lengthy discussions to be had, going forward. All right, do we have a motion to go to midnight? Okay, you can't. No? Pardon? Well, let's, we're gonna have to find time. There are things that we all have and that need to go forward. If nothing else, let's extend for some sufficient amount of time to authorize the call to artists.
Move it.
Well, wait a minute. We got two issues. We've got tab 16 and 17, the request for waiver of usage fees is probably time sensitive, as well as tab 17, the call to artists. So,
as
we
well
have a
as
motion to 11:30.
any business that you all want to discuss this evening, as well as any business from mayor and council that you want to discuss.
Well, 11:30. We've got a motion for 11:30. All right, we've got a motion and a second for 11:30. All in favor? All right. Tab 16, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Mujer Inc. is requesting that mayor and council authorize the city manager to approve a waiver of usage fees in the amount of $500 for the use of the William Dickinson Community Center in order to host their sexual assault awareness luncheon to raise awareness. The event will take place on Thursday, April 27, 2023, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. The luncheon is being sponsored by Clear Health Alliance and is a free event to the public. The event will bring together the community members, advocates, survivors, and health professionals to connect and raise awareness. And the Clear Health Alliance sponsorship is that they're going to be providing food for the event. So it's not their event, they're just giving food, and so they named them in the car item.
Questions, comments, motion?
Move it.
Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Any public comment? Any further question or comment from council? Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the waiver of usage fees.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Councilwoman Bailey.
Yes.
Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilman Roth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila. Vice Mayor Guzman. Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Tab 17, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. At the February 15, 2023 CAL meeting, council approved the second amended 2021-2022 PAC work plan. Sculpture feature number 1 within the amended plan is to create and post a call to artists for a public sculpture feature in bronze and/or alternative medium, which celebrates the life and history of William Julius Crome. The proposed public sculpture feature is to be sited within the City Hall Plaza. Elements and settings related to agricultural, horticulture, engineering, survey and railroad, and the historical development of the city of Homestead may be included in the design context of the public sculpture feature. The anticipated cost for this project is between $150,000 and $200,000. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the call to artists to commission a sculpture feature of William Julius Crome as recommended by the second amended 2021-2022 PAC work plan.
Thank you. Do we have anything further from Mr. Hennis? Nope? Okay.
I think you woke him up.
Okay. The question that I discussed with you earlier, my recollection is there was a dual track of conversation, and an alternative location was in proximity to our old town hall. I wonder if there would be some consensus to amend the call to artists to allow the particular artist flexibility to show us what they have in mind for either or both of those locations, not necessarily limit it to this plaza.
I don't think there's an issue with that, Mayor.
Okay. Also, it's my understanding, and I don't know, Ms. Sorrentino, if you want to weigh in, that this call to artists will be done through the Miami-Dade County Art Portal. And to borrow a phrase that I'm told that cast a wider net is that an affirmative from the back row? Okay. That, I think we've learned our lessons in other arenas that our net wasn't quite big enough. And this could be nationwide or international draw to go through that portal. So let's make that happen. Do we have a motion to approve?
I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. Since we're on the topic of art, can we consider maybe doing something with the Harris Field sign? I think that sign, the main sign on Campbell and US 1, I think that sign has been there for more than 15 years. I think it could use some upgrades.
We can look into that, but it doesn't really need to be Art in Public Places monies, since it's just going to be a sign. I mean,
That's just the parks, and that's an issue I've also spoken with you about. It's kind of dated, it's in disrepair, and needs to have more pizzazz to it.
yeah, we'll go ahead and get some renderings and do a refresh on the sign, and we'll bring it to council.
Yes,
See what you
thank
like.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion? Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by Councilwoman Bailey. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Roth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Avila? Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers? Councilman Fletcher?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bailey? Vice Mayor Guzman? Mayor Losner?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to tab 23. Oh, that'll burn up our remaining time, I'm sure. All the rest of that was insurance. Yeah. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. At the January 25th, 2023 council meeting, Mayor and council discussed the possibility of requiring future developments within the city of Homestead to contract with private waste haulers rather than utilizing municipal solid waste services. In order to guide future discussion, the mayor and council directed city staff to conduct research in order to establish a threshold development size and possible financial impact to future residents and the possible franchise fees available. Solid waste services by private haulers are negotiated on a case-by-case basis, so public information is available only from municipal RFP. Similar commercial recycling is negotiated on a case-by-case basis because Florida statutes prohibit exclusive franchise for the recovered materials in commercial recycling programs. City staff utilize available public information and conversations with representatives from some of the largest private haulers in South Florida to gather the information below. Background information. Multifamily residential communities are billed as commercial solid waste service, which does not include bulky waste removal service. Bulky pickup service can be provided by roll-off container, and every pickup is charged by a removal fee plus the tonnage cost. The most recent comparable municipal RFP available comes from Carl Gables and represents the below alongside current proposed rates for the city of Homestead. I've already showed you these numbers from the PowerPoint, the little matrix on the bottom, so I won't go ahead and repeat it. Residential service, preliminary for single family homes, duplex, triplex, and quadplex on a per unit basis is $43.56 a month. That's $33.98 base fee plus $9.58 franchise fees remitted by the franchisees to the city's service include garbage, bulky pickup, and recycling. So the next matrix you're seeing, that's the city of Homestead current charge, the $452 that we currently charge, compared to the private hauler for the Gables, and there they're charging $522.72 per year. Potential residential units. Based on the city's comprehensive plan, there is a future potential for a maximum build-out of 17,908 single-family units and 23,443 multifamily units. Those units are further explained and broken down in the table below. So this table below tells you the different categories and whether single-family, multifamily. And so regarding franchise fees, based on the 2020 Gables RFP results, assuming the same franchise fees of 22% and utilizing the maximum build-out units projections, the potential annual revenue to the city would be broken down in the table below. So for single family, we would see for 17,908 units, we would see a potential of $2,058,703 in franchise fees. For multifamily, which are 23,433, we would see a potential for $607,604 for a total of $5,666,307. Sorry, it's been a long night. Conclusion, the utilization of private haulers for future development presents a significant potential for revenue stream based on city staff's conversation with the private haulers. There's not a threshold of customer size that would prevent the provision of the services. However, based on Homestead current solid waste fees, and even with the proposed increases, customers would be paying more with the private haulers than with the municipal services. Additionally, staff does not anticipate that the addition of private haulers may initially generate confusion amongst residents as to billing service requests and pickup schedules. Staff seeks direction from Mayor and Council as to whether future developments should be required to utilize private solid waste haulers rather than municipal services.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and I'll take blame or credit for bringing this concept forward. And my initial thought process was that, you know, at the time we brought this forward, we had trouble with crews, with equipment, with picking up what we needed to pick up on a timely basis. And clearly, the discussions we've had tonight, that new equipment is still a long lead time, and as a result of the evolution away from diesel-powered vehicles to battery-powered, you're talking about a doubling of the cost of equipment in the future that we would have to buy.
Tripling.
Okay. So, just as a point of reference, and I'm glad Crystal's still hanging in here with us tonight, with this new residential route reconfiguration, what's the approximate number of homes that one driver does per day?
We're actually in the process of analyzing that now. So I would have to get back to you of how many cans. We're doing the numbers in the route optimization of how many cans plus the distance between each house to see which is the best average to present. But yes, we're working on that now.
Because I had not visualized this, and I don't know that it's totally appropriate to go down this road as a revenue source from a franchise type fee. This was to prevent our existing residents from suffering from a failure of service due to new residents. And let's just say, for sake of argument, that someday there'll be about 1,300 additional units in Keysgate. Maybe someday there'll be 600 new units on the old City Hall site. We've got about 400 between Parker Point and the project we approved the other day for D.R. Horton. So that's over 2,000 additional units, where each of those are in close proximity. We wouldn't be asking a private hauler to go over here in the far northwest and then back to the other side of the city. It would be a cohesive and readily serviceable community rather than spreading it thin. And I think that would go a long way to negating the confusion issue. You know, these are residents who are going to be coming here with no prior history with the city of Homestead, not as to pickup day and not as to cost. They're coming here with a clean slate, and we are going to, they're always going to have the cost burden with us or private hauler, but it takes the risk away from our existing residents from suffering that loss of service and putting that cost burden on us. And even if we could decided to cut our franchise fee in half, that's still some pretty significant revenue to have to the general fund or the solid waste fund. I'm just trying to limit our exposure for expansion of that enterprise, given the costs that we know we're going to triple and probably more with battery-powered vehicles and the additional crews that we're going to have to hire. I mean, I'd have no way to venture a guess as to, how many homes are in Zone 1 that get picked up every Monday and every Thursday, how many that is compared to the 2,000 in a pretty tight geographic area on the east side of town. So that was my basis for bringing this forward, to try to, again, reduce our risk of a failure of service. Obviously, these new folks are going to get the service, they're going to pay for it, and as we keep up with our costs and these private hauler costs, there's not going to be, a significant difference. But the new residents will never know. That's what they've come into it with.
And like I mentioned, for the private haulers, the developer would have to negotiate with them directly to see what deal they can get for those residents. So
that was my reason to bring this forward, because if we don't do something, we're going to have to start projecting now that, let's say, in the next 3 years or less, we could have over 2,000 new weekly solid waste customers. Councilman Roth, were you signaling? Yes.
Well, yeah, I'll take the thing just for a second. Just, and I'm trying to get clarity on the franchise fees. It looks like you're charging a franchise fee based on every single unit that's already in existence in the city? I mean, so you're
The
assuming?
franchise fee is based on these aren't existing properties yet. These are what's.
Build out.
Yeah, right. It's things that aren't in the pipeline right now, but it's a possibility if they built to the max.
So potentially, there's still 17,908 single-family homes that can be built within the city limits? Huh?
Yes.
When you look at densities in the Southwest and in the RTZ, absolutely.
And 23,443 multifamily units? That's a lot.
Scary thought.
Yes. It's
that's
not
quite a bit.
including the Parker Point, the ones that have already been approved. This is just things that have not been developed yet. You haven't seen any plans for these yet.
Yes, Councilwoman, okay, Councilwoman Bailey.
I think, this was definitely thought out when things didn't look as bright as they do right now. It would be great if we could have this as an option, depending on what things come before us. Because then on the other hand, if things are going great, as I'm sure they will, that also then limits us with being able to hire more employees. So just keep that piece in mind, that as the city's growing, it would be great also that if everything is running smoothly, that we do keep that opportunity to be able to hire new city employees and keep it running through the city.
Yeah, and if we decide to keep it in-house, the department is going to have to be very, very proactive. We know a development is coming online in, like you said, 2 years or 2.5, 3 years, and we know there's a wait time for 1.5 years for a vehicle, so already, we have to be putting those in, so.
We've already consumed our rate increase just talking about this tonight.
Yes.
Thank you, Jerry. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. The only comment I want to make on this is, if these communities are paying a third party for this, for a service to pick up their garbage. Even though they probably are told at time of purchase, even though they probably see it's not City of Homestead's logo on the truck, you know, if they're not satisfied with the service, we're going to get a line of people complaining about their garbage not getting picked up or their fees, et cetera. I see it in our association now on other matters where, you know, they're at the CDD meeting complaining about items that the master is paying for or the sub-association is paying for, and that's just localized in their, you know, in their association. So I'm hesitant to give up the control of being able to ensure quality of service and ultimately being able to, we're going to be held accountable either way. So that's my hesitance on that. However, I think it was like a year ago, I told Alger's, the attorneys for D.R. Horton on the Alger's property, I said, you better come up with a way to privatize your trash because I don't want to deal with it either. So I see the benefit on both sides, but I think for right now, I'm happy with leaving things the way we've got them settled out and just keeping our eye on being proactive. You know, City Manager, you've done a great job shining tonight and being very focused on fixing this problem, and I have faith in that you're going to keep up on it. Thank you.
So, just in that regard, maybe to continue this conversation at a future date, if we can get some of those numbers as to an average of what each of those routes are. And I forgot the Alger 100 acres. That's huge. That's huge. I mean, people are coming here who are generally not accustomed to having that municipal service, that they understand that they've got private haulers. I mean, if you live most of in the unincorporated area, you've got that here. And I kind of view this as it's a way to not have to allocate capital proceeds to buy additional trucks that we can use in our police department and in our parks department and do our internal road work with something that seems to be pretty straightforward. So when we have those route analysis and maybe we can get a better, I saw these numbers too as to what the build out is, and I'm thinking, that's a little much, but you know, clearly there's got to be some geographical, you know, cohesion. Yes, Vice Mayor.
In researching other cities that have opened this door to private haulers, ultimately what the private haulers have done is taken over the city. They've taken over the entire system of the city, and that is going to, number one, send a very bad message to the hardworking employees that we have working in the solid waste department. And that's not a message that I want to give them now. We are taking steps to fix our current problem. I think we're taking the right steps, maybe a little bit late in the game of taking these steps, but I think we're on the right track now. And if we continue to have these open forum discussions with these good ideas that we're putting forward, we can get this department into the right shape. But I don't think opening it up to private haulers or these companies is the right approach at this time, and it's going to send a terrible message to our staff.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and you apparently will have plenty of opportunity in the coming months to misquote or mischaracterize what I've said, but I've been very careful throughout this process to assure folks that this will not in any way, there is no intention to reduce the workload or the scope of what those employees do now. No one's at risk. If a city let the private hauler take it over, shame on that council. I don't see this council doing that. What happens somewhere?
I wasn't saying that. I was saying that in the research, what I've seen is the city has let them in, and slowly but surely they have taken over. I wasn't saying anything about what you have said in the past at all.
No, well, but we have an ordinance that says right now the garbage belongs to us. We had that conversation earlier tonight. We own the garbage, for better or worse. We have the opportunity to release that garbage in part. And the proposal here is to release garbage that does not exist today. Future garbage only. But I just want to be really clear. I don't want this rumor and conjecture out there among our hardworking solid waste folks that this is part of a plan to phase them out. Absolutely not. No way, no how. Councilman Fletcher?
So I'm kind of on the same board as you, but it's 11:29, and I'm ready to continue this discussion at a future date next week. I believe that ultimately, we're going to have to move in this direction for our own taxpayers' sake and our ratepayers' sake. So I think this is
For our
a bigger,
customer service sake.
this is a bigger issue than we know what it is right now.
Yeah.
We're going to be 10, 15, 20, 25,000 additional people here in the next 5 years. Don't believe what the census says. Look at the real numbers. So I think this is a big deal, and this is going to require a lot more discussion.
Appreciate that. Okay, so in the last minute, I just want to verify something that I think our manager said earlier about our customer service, our outsource Inco, that you get a live phone call. Let me share a little quick story with you. Back in December, I went online like, John Q. Public and put in a request for a replacement of the security light that the city owns and I pay for every month at my office. Well, fast forward, we found out that there was a broken link and it took some time for that to get through. Well, on the other end, when that link was restored, it appeared that I had put in the same request 90 times in one day. And it was the single request that had been submitted in December. So the point of my story is yes, and they will call you at 12:30 a.m. to tell you that your request has been received and the work has been done. So somewhere out there in this country, there are absolutely customer service folks on the phone calling our customers.
And when we spoke to him, it was like, why did you call at that time? And it's because it was so weird. They were getting so many requests that they called to see if you were okay. So
Well,
they were
that's
worried
a whole-
about you.
That's a whole other issue.
No, but
That
I'm
has
serious.
nothing to
They
do
called to see if you're okay.
with-
Why does
with
this guy
90
keep submitting the
90
same thing?
requests. All right, so again, it was really, really odd. Okay, so do we have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councilman Fletcher, seconded by everybody else. All in favor? Good night, everybody. Thank you.